Section 1 of The Black Prophet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Carson. The Black Prophet by William Carleton. Section 1. A Tale of Irish Famine. Chapter 1. Glendhu, or the Black Glen, scene of domestic affection. Some 20 and odd years ago there stood a little cabin at the foot of a round hill that very much resembled a cupola in shape, and which, from its position and height, commanded a prospect of singular beauty. This hill was one of a range that ran from north to south-west, but in consequence of its standing, as it were, somewhat out of the ranks, its whole appearance and character as a distinct feature of the country were invested with considerable interest to a scientific eye, especially to that of a geologist. An intersection or abrupt glen divided it from those which constituted the range or group alluded to. Through this, as a pass in the country, and the only one for miles, wound a road into an open district on the western side, which road, about half a mile after its entering the glen, was met by a rapid torrent that came down from the gloomy mountains that rose to the left. The foot of this hill, which on the southern side was green and fertile to the top, stretched off and was lost in the rich land that formed the great and magnificent valley it helped to bound, and to which the chasm we have described was but an entrance. The one bearing to the other, in size and position, much the same relation that a small by-lane in a country town bears to the great leading street which constitutes its principal feature. Noon had long passed, and the dim sun of a wet autumnal day was sloping down towards the west through clouds and gloom, when a young girl of about 21 or 22 years of age came out of the cabin we have mentioned, and running up to the top of a little miniature hill or knob that rose beside it, looked round in every direction, as if anxious to catch a glimpse of some one whom she expected. It appeared, however, that she watched in vain, for after having examined the country in every direction, with an eye in which might be read a combined expression of eagerness, anger, and disappointment, she once more returned to the cabin with a slow and meditating step. This she continued to do from time to time for about an hour and a half, when at length a female appeared approaching, whom she at once recognized. The situation of this hovel, for such in fact it must be termed, was not only strikingly desolate, but connected also with wild and supernatural terrors. From the position of the glen itself, a little within which it stood, it enjoyed only a very limited portion of the sun's cheering beams. As the glen was deep and precipitous, so was the morning light excluded from it by the northeastern hills, as was that of evening by those which rose between it and the west. Indeed, it would be difficult to find a spot marked by a character of such utter solitude and gloom. Naturally barren, it bore not a single shrub on which a bird could sit or a beast browse, and little, of course, was to be seen in it but the bare gigantic projections of rock which shot out of its steep sides in wild and uncouth shapes, or the grey rugged expanses of which it was principally composed. Indeed, we feel it difficult to say whether the gloom of winter or the summer's heat fell upon it with an air of lonelier desolation. It mattered not what change of season came, the place presented no appearance of man or his works. Neither bird nor beast were seen or heard, except rarely within its dreary bosom, the only sounds it knew being the monotonous murmurs of the mountain torrent, or the wild echoes of the thunderstorms that pealed among the hills about it. Silence and solitude were the characteristics which predominated in it, and it would not be easy to say whether they were felt more during the gloom of November or the glare of June. In the mouth of this glen, not far from the cabin we have described, 2 murders had been committed about 20 years before the period of our narrative, within the lapse of a month. The one was that of a carman, and the other of a man named Sullivan, who also had been robbed, as it was supposed the carman had been, for the bodies of both had been made away with and were never found. This was evident, in the one case, by the horse and cart of the carman remaining by the grey stone in question, on which the traces of blood were long visible; and in the other by the circumstance of Sullivan's hat and part of his coat having been found near the cabin in question on the following day, in a field through which his path home lay, and in which was a pool of blood, where his footmarks were deeply imprinted, as if in a struggle for life and death. For this latter murder a man named Dalton had been taken up, under circumstances of great suspicion, he having been the last person seen in the man's company. Both had been drinking together in the market. A quarrel had originated between them about money matters, blows had been exchanged, and Dalton was heard to threaten him in very strong language. Nor was this all. He had been observed following, or rather dogging him on his way home, and although the same road certainly led to the residence of both, yet when his words and manner were taken into consideration, added to the more positive proof that the footmarks left on the place of struggle exactly corresponded with his shoes, there could be little doubt that he was privy to Sullivan's murder and disappearance, as well, probably, as to his robbery. At all events, the glen was said to be haunted by Sullivan's spirit, which was in the habit, according to report, of appearing near the place of murder, from whence he was seen to enter his chasm, a circumstance which, when taken in connection with its dark and lonely aspect, was calculated to impress upon the place the reputation of being accursed, as the scene of crime and supernatural appearances. We remember having played in it when young, and the feeling we experienced was one of awe and terror, to which might be added, on contemplating the dread repose and solitude around us, an impression that we were removed hundreds of miles from the busy ongoings and noisy tumults of life, to which, as if seeking protection, we generally hastened with a strong sense of relief, after having tremblingly gratified our boyish curiosity. The young girl in question gave the female she had been expecting anything but a cordial or dutiful reception. In personal appearance there was not a point of resemblance between them, although the tout ensemble of each was singularly striking and remarkable. The girl's locks were black as the raven's wing. Her figure was tall and slender, but elastic and full of symmetry. The ivory itself was not more white nor glossy than her skin. Her teeth were bright and beautiful, and her mouth a perfect rosebud. It is unnecessary to say that her eyes were black and brilliant, for such ever belonged to her complexion and temperament, but it is necessary to add that they were piercing and unsettled, and you felt that they looked into you rather than at you or upon you. In fact, her features were all perfect, yet it often happened that their general expression was productive of no agreeable feeling on the beholder. Sometimes her smile was sweet as that of an angel, but let a single impulse or whim be checked, and her face assumed a character of malignity that made her beauty appear like that which we dream of in an evil spirit. The other woman, who stood to her in the relation of step-mother, was above the middle size. Her hair was sandy, or approaching to a pale red, her features were coarse but regular, and her whole figure that of a well-made and powerful woman. In her countenance might be read a peculiar blending of sternness and benignity, each evidently softened down by an expression of melancholy, perhaps of suffering, as if some secret care lay brooding at her heart. The inside of the hovel itself had every mark of poverty and destitution about it. 2 or 3 stools, a pot or two, one miserable standing bed, and a smaller one gathered up under a rug in the corner, were almost all that met the eye on entering it; and simple as these meagre portions of furniture were, they bore no marks of cleanliness or care. On the contrary, everything appeared to be neglected, squalid, and filthy, such precisely as led one to see at a glance that the inmates of this miserable hut were contented with their wretched state of life, and had no notion whatsoever that any moral or domestic duty existed by which they might be taught useful notions of personal comfort and self-respect. "So," said the young woman, addressing her step-mother as she entered, "you're come back at last, and a purty time you took to stay away." "Well," replied the other calmly, "I'm here now at any rate. But I see you're in one of your tantrums. Sally, my lady, what's wrong, I say? In the meantime, don't look as if you'd ate us without salt." "And a bitter morsel you'd be," replied the younger, with a flashing glance, "devil a more so. Here am I, sitting or running out and in these 2 hours, where I ought to be at the dance in Kilnahushogue before I go to Barney Gormly's wake, for I promised to be at both. Why didn't you come home in time?" "Bekase, achora, it wasn't agreeable to me to do so. I'm beginning to got old and stiff, and it's time for me to take care of myself." "Stiffer may you be then soon, and older may you never be, and that's the best I wish you." "Aren't you afeard to talk to me in that way?" said the elder of the two. "No, not a bit. You won't flake me now as you used to do. I am able and willin' to give blow for blow at last, thank goodness, and will too if you ever try that trick." The old woman gazed at her angrily, and appeared for a moment to meditate an assault. After a pause, however, during which the brief but vehement expression of rising fury passed from her countenance, and her face assumed an expression more of compassion than of anger, she simply said, in a calm tone of voice, "I don't know that I ought to blame you so much for your temper, Sarah. The darkness of your father's soul is upon yours. His wicked spirit is in you, and may heaven above grant that you'll never carry about with you through this unhappy life the black and heavy burden that weighs down his heart. If God hasn't said it, you have his course, or something nearly as bad, before you. Oh, go to the wake as soon as you like, and to the dance too. Find some one that'll take you off my hands, that'll put a house over your head, give you a bit to ate, and a rag to put on you, and may God pity him that's doomed to get you. If the woful state of the country, and the hunger and sickness that's abroad, and that's comin' harder and faster on us every day, can't tame you or keep you down, I don't know what will. I'm sure the black and terrible summer we've had ought to make you think of how we'll get over all that's before us. God pity you, I say again, and whatever poor man is to be cursed with you." "Keep your pity for them that wants it," replied the other, "and that's not me. As for God's pity, it isn't yours to give, and even if it was, you stand in need of it yourself more than I do. You're beginning to preach to me now that you're not able to bate us, but from your preachments and your batin's may the devil pay you for all alike, as he will, and that's my prayer." A momentary gush of the step-mother's habitual passion overcame her. She darted at her step-daughter, who sprung to her limbs and flew at her in return. The conflict at first was brief, for the powerful strength of the elder female soon told. Sarah, however, quickly disengaged herself, and seizing an old knife which lay on a shell that served as a dresser, she made a stab at the very heart of her step-mother, panting as she did it, with an exulting vehemence of vengeance that resembled the growlings which a savage beast makes when springing on its prey. "Ah!" she exclaimed, "you have it now, you have it. Call on God's pity now, for you'll soon want it. Ha, ha!" The knife, however, owing to the thick layers of cloth with which the dress of the other was patched, as well as to the weakness of the thin and worn blade, did not penetrate her clothes, nor render her any injury whatsoever. The contest was again resumed. Sarah, perceiving that she had missed her aim, once more put herself into a posture to renew the deadly attempt, and the consequence was, that a struggle now took place between them which might almost be termed one for life and death. It was indeed a frightful and unnatural struggle. The old woman, whose object was, if possible, to disarm her antagonist, found all her strength, and it was great, scarcely a match for the murderous ferocity which was now awakened in her. The grapple between them consequently became furious, and such was the terrible impress of diabolical malignity which passion stamped upon the features of this young tigress, that her step-mother's heart for a moment quailed on beholding it, especially when associated with the surprising activity and strength which she put forth. Her dark and finely pencilled eyebrows were fiercely knit, as it were, into one dark line. Her lips were drawn back, displaying her beautiful teeth, that were now ground together in what resembled the lock of death. Her face was pale, overwrought with resentment, and her deep set eyes glowed with a wild and flashing fire that was fearful, while her lips were encircled with the white foam of revengeful and deadly determination. And what added most to the terrible expression on her whole face was the exulting smile of cruelty which shed its baleful light over it, resolving the whole contest, as it were, and its object, the murder of her step-mother, into the fierce play of some beautiful vampire that was ravening for the blood of its awakened victim. After a struggle of some 2 or 3 minutes, the strength and coolness of the step-mother at length prevailed. She wrested the knife out of Sarah's hand, and almost at the same moment stumbled and fell. The other, however, was far from relaxing her hold. On the contrary, she clung to her fiercely, shouting out, "I won't give you up yet. I love you too well for that. No, no, it's fond of you I'm getting. I'll hug you, mother dear, I will, and kiss you too, and leave your mark behind me." And as she spoke, her step-mother felt her face coming in savage proximity to her own. "If you don't keep away, Sarah," said the other, "I'll stab you." "What do you mean, you bloody devil? It is going to tear my flesh with your teeth, are you? Hould off, or as heaven's above us, I'll stab you with the knife." "You can't," shouted the other, "the knife's bent, or you'd be done for before this. I'll taste your blood for all that." And as the words were uttered, the step-mother gave a sudden scream, making at the same time a violent effort to disentangle herself, which she did. Sarah started to her feet, and flying towards the door, exclaimed with shouts of wild triumphant laughter, "Ha, ha, ha! Do you feel anything? I was near having the best part of one of your ears, ha, ha, ha! But unfortunately I missed it. And now look to yourself. Your day is gone, and mine is come. I've tasted your blood, and I like it, ha, ha, ha! And if, as you say, it's kind father for me to be fond of blood, I say you had better take care of yourself. And I tell you more, we'll take care of your fair-haired beauty for you, my father and myself will, and I'm told to act against her as I will too. And you'll see what we'll bring your pet. Gra Sullivan to yet. That's news for you." She then went down to the river which flowed past, in whose yellow and turbid waters, for it was now swollen with rain, she washed the blood from her hands and face with an apparently light heart. Having meditated for some time, she fell a laughing at the fierce conflict that had just taken place, exclaiming to herself, "Ha, ha, ha! Well, now, if I had killed her, got the old knife into her heart, I might lave the country. If I had killed her now, troth it 'ud been a good joke, and all in a fit of passion, because she didn't come home in time to let me meet him. Well, I'll go back and speak soft to her, for after all she'll give me a hard life of it." She returned, and having entered the hut, perceived that the ear and cheek of her step-mother were still bleeding. "I'm sorry for what I did," she said, with the utmost frankness and good nature. "Forgive me, mother. You know I'm a hasty devil, for a devil's limb I am, no doubt of it. Forgive me, I say, do now. Here, I'll get something to stop the blood." She sprang at the moment, with the agility of a wild cat, upon an old chest that stood in the corner of the hut, exhibiting as she did it a leg and foot of surpassing symmetry and beauty. By stretching herself up to her full length, she succeeded in pulling down several old cobwebs that had been for years in the corner of the wall, and in the act of doing so disturbed some metallic substance, which fell first upon the chest, from which it tumbled off to the ground, where it made 2 or 3 narrowing circles, and then lay at rest. "Murdher alive, mother!" she exclaimed, "what is this? Hallo, a tobaccy box, a fine round tobaccy box of iron, bedad, and what's this on it? Let me see, 2 leathers. Wait, I'll rub the rust off, or stay, the rust shows them as well. Let me see, P, and what's the other? I, and M.P.M. Arrah, what can that be for? Well, devil make care, let it lie on the shelf there. Here now, none of your cross looks, I say. Put these cobwebs to your face, and they'll stop the bleeding. Ha, ha, ha! Well, ha, ha, ha! But you are a sight to fall in love with this minute," she exclaimed, laughing heartily at the blood-stained visage of the other. "You won't speak, I see. Devil may care, then, if you don't, you'll do the other thing. Let it alone. But at any rate, there's the cobwebs for you, if you liked to put them on, and so benathlet, and let that be a warnin' to you not to raise your hand to me again. A sailor courted a farmer's daughter that lived contagious to the Isle of Man," and so on. She then directed her steps to the dance at Kilnagashog, where one could actually suppose, if mirth, laughter, and extraordinary buoyancy of spirits could be depended on, that she was gifted, in addition to her remarkable beauty, with the innocent and delightful disposition of an angel. The step-mother, having dressed the wound as well as she could, sat down by the fire, and began to ruminate on the violent contest which had just taken place, and in which she had borne such an unfortunate part. This was the first open and determined act of personal resistance which she had ever, until that moment, experienced, at her stepdaughter's hands. But now she feared that if they were to live as heretofore under the same roof, their life would be one of perpetual strife, perhaps of ultimate bloodshed, and that these domestic brawls might unhappily terminate in the death of either. She felt that her own temper was none of the best, and yet that so long as she was incapable of restraining it, or maintaining her coolness under the provocations to which the violent passions of Sarah would necessarily expose her, so long must such conflicts as that which had just occurred take place between them. She began now to fear Sarah, with whose remorseless disposition she was too well acquainted, and came to the natural conclusion that a residence under the same roof was by no means compatible with her own safety. "She has been a curse to me," she went on, unconsciously speaking aloud, "for when she wasn't able to bate me herself, her father did it for her. The devil is said to be fond of his own, and so does he dote on her, because she's his image in everything that's bad. A hard life I'll lead between them from this out, especially now that she's got the upper hand of me. Yet what else can I expect or deserve? This load that is on my conscience is worse. Night and day I am suffering in the sight of God, and acting as if I wasn't to be brought in judgment afore him. What am I to do? I wish I was in my grave. But then again, how am I to face death? And that same's not the worst, for after death comes judgment. May the Lord prepare me for it, and guide and direct me how to act. One thing I know must be done. Either she or I will lave this house, for live under the same roof with her I will not." She then rose up, looked out of the door a moment, and resuming her seat, went on with her soliloquy. "No, he said it was likely he wouldn't be home to night. Wasn't he gets upon his old prophecies, he doesn't care how long he stays away. And why he can take the delight he does in prophesying and foretelling good or evil, according as it serves his purpose, I'm sure I don't know, especially when he only laughs in his sleeve at the people for believing him. But what's that about poor Gra Gal Sullivan? She threatened her, and spoke of her father too as being in it. Ah, I must watch him there, and you too, my Lady Divil, for it'll go hard with me if either of you injure a hair of her head. No, plase God, none of your evil doin's or unluck's prophecies for her, so long anyway as I can preserve her from them. How black the evening is gathering, but God knows that it's the awful season all out for the harvest. It is that. Having given utterance to these sentiments, she took up the tobacco box which Sarah had in such an accidental manner tumbled out of the wall, and surveying it for some moments, laid it hastily on the chest, and clasping her hands, exclaimed, "Saviour of life, it's the same. Oh, merciful God, it's true. The very same I seen wid him that evening. I know it by the broken hinge and the 2 letters. The Lord forgive me my sins, for I see now that do what we may, or hide it as we like, God is above all. Saviour of life, how will this end? And what will I do? Or how am I to act? But anyway, I must hide this and put it out of his reach." She accordingly went out, and having ascertained that no person saw her, thrust the box up under the thatch of the roof, in such a way that it was impossible to suspect, by any apparent disturbance of the roof, that it was there. After which she sat down with sensations of dread that were new to her, and that mingled themselves as strongly with her affection as it was possible for a woman of a naturally firm and undaunted character to feel them. CHAPTER II. The The Black Prophet prophecies. At a somewhat more advanced period of the same evening, two men were on their way from the market town of Ballynafail towards the fertile portion of the country named Aughamuran, which lay in a southern direction from it. One of them was a farmer of middling or rather struggling circumstances, as was evident from the traces of wear and tear that were visible upon a dress that had once been comfortable and decent, although now it bore the marks of careful though rather extensive repair. He was a thin, placid looking man, with something, however, of a careworn expression in his features, unless when he smiled, and then his face beamed with a look of kindness and good will that could not readily be forgotten. The other was a strongly built man, above the middle size, whose complexion and features were such as no one could look on with indifference, so strongly were they indicative of a twofold character, or, we should rather say, calculated to make a twofold impression. At one moment you might consider him handsome, and at another his countenance filled you with an impression of repugnance, if not of absolute aversion. So stern and inhuman were the characteristics which you read in it. His hair, beard, and eyebrows were an ebon black, as were his eyes. His features were hard and massive. His nose, which was somewhat hooked but too much pointed, seemed as if, while in a plastic state, it had been sloped by a trowel towards one side of his face, a circumstance which, while taken in connection with his black whiskers that ran to a point near his mouth, and piercing eyes that were too deeply and narrowly set, gave him, aided by his heavy eyebrows, an expression at once of great cruelty and extraordinary cunning. This man, while travelling in the same direction with the other, had suffered himself to be overtaken by him, in such a manner, however, that their coming in contact could not be attributed to any particular design on his part. "Why then, Donnel Dhu," said the farmer, "sure it's a sight for sore eyes to see you in this side of the country, and now that I do see you, how are you?" "Just the old 6 and 8 pence, Jerry, and how is the Sullivan blood in you, man alive?" "Good and old blood it is, in troth. How is the family?" "Why, we can't what was I going to say?" replied his companion. "We can't complain. Ershi mishi, why then, God help us." "It's we that can complain, Donnel, if there was any use in it; but, mavrone, there isn't. So all I can say is, that we're just mixed middlin', like the praties in a harvest, or hardly that same, indeed, since this woful change has come on us." "Ay, ay," replied the other, "but if that change has come on you, you know it didn't come without warnin' to the country. There's a man livin' that foretold as much, that seen it comin', ay, ever since the Pope was made prisoner, for that was what brought Bonaparte's fate. That's now the cause of the downfall of everything upon him. And it was the hard fate for us." "As well as for himself," replied Sullivan. "Little he thought, or little he cared for what he made us suffer, for what he's makin' us suffer still by the come down that the prices have got." "Well, but he's sufferin' himself more than any of us," replied Donnel. "However, that was prophesied too. It's read of in the old chronicles. An eagle will be sick, says St. Columkill, but the bed of the sick eagle is not a tree but a rock, and there he must suffer till the curse of the father is removed from him, and then he'll get well and fly over the world." Footnote: Father, this is the Pope, in consequence of Bonaparte having imprisoned him. End of footnote. Is that in the prophecy, Donnel? "It's St. Columban's words I'm spakin'." "Truth, at any rate," replied Sullivan, "I didn't care we had back the war prices again, after that, or that the dear rents were let down to meet the poor prices we have now. This woful season, along with the low prices and the high rents, holds out a black and terrible look for the country, God help us." "Ay," returned the Black Prophet, for it was he, "if you only knew it." "Why, was that, too, prophesied?" inquired Sullivan. "Was it? No, but ask yourself, is it? Isn't the Almighty in his wrath, this moment proclaimin' it through the heavens and the earth? Look about you, and say what is it you see that does not foretell famine? Famine! Famine! Doesn't the dark wet day and the rain foretell it? Doesn't the rotten crops, the unhealthy air, and the green damp foretell it? Doesn't the sky without a sun, the heavy clouds, and the angry fire of the west foretell it? Isn't the earth a page of prophecy, and the sky a page of prophecy, where every man may read of famine, pestilence, and death? The earth is softened for the grave, and in the black clouds of heaven you may see the death hearses moving slowly along, funeral after funeral, funeral after funeral, and nothing to follow them but lamentation and woe by the widow and orphan, the fatherless, the motherless, and the childless. Woe and lamentation, lamentation and woe. Donald, you, like every prophecy man of his kind, a character in Ireland, by the way, that has nearly, if not altogether, disappeared, was provided with a set of prophetic declamations suited to particular occasions and circumstances, and these he recited in a voice of high and monotonous recitative that caused them to fall with a very impressive effect upon the minds and feeling of his audience. In addition to this, the very nature of his subject rendered a figurative style and suitable language necessary, a circumstance which, aided by a natural flow of words, and a felicitous illustration of imagery, for which indeed all prophecy men were remarkable, had something peculiarly fascinating and persuasive in the class of persons he was in the habit of addressing. The gifts of these men, besides, were exercised with such singular delight, that the constant repetition of their oracular exhibitions by degrees created an involuntary impression on themselves that ultimately arose to a kind of wild and turbid enthusiasm, partaking at once of imposture and fanaticism. Many of them were, therefore, nearly as much the dupes of the delusions that proceeded from their own heated imaginations, as the ignorant people who looked upon them as oracles, for we know that nothing, at all events, so much generates imposture as credulity. "Indeed, Donnel," replied Sullivan, "what you say is unfortunately too true. Everything we can look upon appears to have the mark of God's displeasure on it. But if we have death and sickness now, what'll become of us this time 12 months, when we'll feel this failure most?" "I have said it," replied the prophet, "and if my tongue doesn't tell truth, the tongue that never tells a lie will." "And what tongue is that?" asked his companion. "The tongue of the death bell will tell it day after day to every parish in the land. However, we know that death's before us, and the grave, after all, is our only consolation." "God help us," exclaimed Sullivan, "if we hadn't better and brighter consolation than the grave. Only for the hopes in our divine Redeemer and his mercy, it's little consolation the grave could give us. But indeed, Donnel, as you say, everything about us is enough to sink the heart within one, and no hope at all of a change for the better. However, God is good, and if it's his will that we should suffer, it's our duty to submit to it." The prophet looked around him with a gloomy aspect, and, truth to say, the appearance of everything on which the eye could rest was such as gave unquestionable indications of widespread calamity to the country. The evening, which was now far advanced, had impressed on it a character of such dark and hopeless desolation as weighed down the heart with a feeling of cold and chilling gloom that was communicated by the dreary aspect of everything around. The sky was obscured by a heavy canopy of low, dull clouds that had about them none of the grandeur of storm, but lay overhead charged with those wintry deluges which we feel to be so unnatural and alarming in autumn, whose bounty and beauty they equally disfigure and destroy. The whole summer had been sunless and wet, one, in fact, of ceaseless rain, which fell day after day, week after week, and month after month, until the sorrowful consciousness had arrived that any change for the better must now come too late, and that nothing was certain but the terrible union of famine, disease, and death which was to follow. The season, owing to the causes specified, was necessarily late, and such of the crops as were ripe had a sickly and unthriving look, that told of comparative failure, while most of the fields, which in our autumns would have been ripe and yellow, were now covered with a thin backward crop, so unnaturally green that all hope of maturity was out of the question. Low meadows were in a state of inundation, and on alluvial soils the ravages of the floods were visible in layers of mud and gravel that were deposited over many of the prostrate cornfields. The peat turf lay in oozy and neglected heaps, for there had been no sun enough to dry it sufficiently for use, so that the poor had want of fuel and cold to feel, as well as want of food itself. Indeed, the appearance of the country, in consequence of this wetness in the firing, was singularly dreary and depressing. Owing to the difficulty with which it burned, or rather wasted away, without light or heat, the eye, in addition to the sombre hue which the absence of the sun cast over all things, was forced to dwell upon the long black masses of smoke which trailed slowly over the whole country, or hung, during the thick sweltering calms, in broad columns that gave to the face of nature an aspect strikingly dark and disastrous, when associated, as it was, with the destitution and suffering of the great body of the people. The general appearance of the crops was indeed deplorable. In some parts the grain was beaten down by the rain. In area situations it lay cut but unsaved, and scattered over the fields, awaiting an occasional glance of feeble sunshine; and in other and richer soils, whole fields, deplorably lodged, were green with the destructive exuberance of a second growth. The season, though wet, was warm, and it is unnecessary to say that the luxuriance of all weeds and unprofitable production was rank and strong, while an unhealthy fermentation pervaded everything that was destined for food. A brooding stillness, too, lay over all nature. Cheerfulness had disappeared. Even the groves and hedges were silent, for the very birds had ceased to sing, and the earth seemed as if it mourned for the approaching calamity, as well as for that which had been already felt. The whole country, in fact, was weltering and surging with the wet formed by the incessant overflow of rivers, while the falling cataracts, joined to a low monotonous hiss, or what the Scotch term sough, poured their faint but dismal murmurs on the gloomy silence which otherwise prevailed around. Such was the aspect of the evening in question, but as the men advanced, a new element of desolation soon became visible. The sun, ere he sank among the dark western clouds, shot out over this dim and miserable prospect a light so angry yet so ghastly that it gave to the whole earth a wild, alarming, and spectral hue, like that seen in some feverish dream. In this appearance there was great terror and sublimity, for as it fell on the black shifting clouds, the effect was made still more awful by the accidental resemblance which they bore to coffins, hearses, and funeral processions, as observed by the prophecy man, all of which seemed to have been lit up against the deepening shades of evening by some gigantic death light that superadded its fearful omens to the gloomy scenes on which it fell. The sun, as he then appeared, might not inaptly be compared to some great prophet who, clothed with the majesty and terror of high and angry God, was commissioned to launch his denunciations against the iniquities of nations, and to reveal to them, as they lay under the shadow of his wrath, the terrible calamities with which he was about to visit their transgressions. The two men now walked on in silence for some time, Donald Dhu having not deemed it necessary to make any reply to the pious and becoming sentiments uttered by Sullivan. At length the latter spoke. "Barrin' what we all know, Donnel, and that's the saison and the sufferin' that's in it, is there no news stirrin' at all? Is it true that old Dick of the Grange is drawin' near to his last account?" "Not so bad as that, but he's still complainin'. It's one day up and another down with him, and of course his lease of life can't be long now." "Well, well," responded Sullivan, "it's not for us to pass judgment on our fellow creatures, but by all accounts he'll have a hard reckonin'." "That's his own affair, you know," said Donnel Dhu, "but his son, Master Richard, or young Dick as they call him, will be an improvement upon the old stock. As to that, some says ay and some says no, but I believe myself that he has, like his father, both good and bad in him, for the old man, if the maggot bit him, or that he took the notion, would do one a good turn, and if he took a likin' to you, he'd go any len'th to sarve you. But then you were never sure of him, nor he didn't himself know this minute what he'd do the next." "That's true enough," replied Donnel Dhu, "but lavin' him to shift for himself, I'm of opinion that you and I are likely to get wet jackets before we're much older." "Ay, did you see that lightnin'? God presarve us, it was terrible, and ay, there it is, the thunder. God be about us, thunder at this hour is very fearful. I would give a trifle to be in my own little cabin, and indeed I'm afeard that I won't be worth the washin' when I get there, if I can go back such a night as it's goin' to be. The last few years, Donnel, has brought a grievous change upon me and mine," replied Sullivan. "The time was, and it's not long since, when I could give you a comfortable welcome as well as a willin' one. However, thank God, it hasn't come to such a hard pass wid me yet that I haven't a roof and a bit to ait to offer you; and so to such as it is you're heartily welcome. Home! Oh, you mustn't talk of home this night. Blood, you know, it's thicker than water, and if it was only on your wife Nolly's account, you should be welcome. Second and third cousins by the mother's side we are, and that's pretty strong. Oh no, don't talk of goin' home this night." "Well," replied the other, "I'm thankful to you, Jerry, and indeed, as the night's comin' on so hard and stormy, I'll accept your kind offer. A mouthful of anything will do me, and a dry state at your hearth till mornin'." "Unfortunately, as I said," replied Sullivan, "it's but poor and humble treatment I can give you, but if it was betther you should be just as welcome to it, and what more can I say?" "What more can you say, indeed? I know your good heart, Jerry, and who doesn't? Dear me, how it's pourin' over there towards the south. Ah, there it is again, that thunder. Well, thank goodness we haven't far to go, at any rate, and the shower hasn't come round this far yet. In the meantime, let us step out and try to escape it if we can." "Let us cross the fields, then," said Sullivan, "and get up home by the slang, and then behind our garden. To be sure, the ground is a sad plash, but then it will save a long twist round the road, and, as you say, we may escape the rain yet." Both accordingly struck off the highway, and took a short path across the fields, while at every step the water spurted up out of the spongy soil, so that they were soon wet nearly to their knees, so thoroughly saturated was the ground with the rain which had incessantly fallen. After toiling through plashy fields, they at length went up, as Sullivan said, by an old unfrequented footpath that ran behind his garden, the back of which consisted of a thick elder hedge, through which scarcely the heaviest rain could penetrate. At one end of this garden, through a small angle, forming a cul-de-sac or point, where the hedge was joined by one of white thorn, ran the little obsolete pathway alluded to, and as another angle brought them at once upon the spot we are describing, it would so happen that if any one had been found there when they appeared, it would be impossible to leave it if they wished to do so, without directly meeting them, there being no other mode of egress from it except by the footpath in question. In that sheltered nook, then, our travellers found a young man, about 2 or 3 and 20, holding the unresisting hand of a very beautiful and bashful looking girl, no more than 19, between his. From their position, and the earnestness with which the young peasant addressed her, there could be but little doubt as to the subject matter of their conversation. If a bolt from the thunder which had been rolling a little back among the mountains, and which was still faintly heard in the distance, had fallen at the feet of the young persons in question, it could not have filled them with more alarm than the appearance of Sullivan and the prophet. The girl, who became pale and red by turns, hung her head, then covered her face with her hands, and after a short and ineffectual struggle burst into tears, exclaiming, "Oh, my God, it is my father!" The youth, for he seemed scarcely to have reached maturity, after a hesitating glance at Sullivan, seemed at once to have determined the course of conduct he should pursue. His eye assumed a bold and resolute look. He held himself more erect, and turning towards the girl, without removing his gaze from her father, he said in a loud and manly tone, "Dear Mave, it is foolish to be frightened. What have you done that ought to make you either ashamed or afeard? If there's blame anywhere, it's mine, not yours, and I'll bear it." Sullivan, on discovering this stolen interview, for such it was, felt precisely as a man would feel who found himself unexpectedly within the dart of a rattlesnake, with but one chance of safety in his favor and 1,000 against him. His whole frame literally shook with the deadly depth of his resentment, and in a voice which fully betrayed its vehemence, he replied, "Blame and shame and blame, sin and sorrow there is and ought to rest upon her for this unnatural and cursed meeting. Blame surely, and as I stand here to witness her shame, I tell her there would not be a just God in heaven if she's not yet punished for holding this guilty discourse with the son of the man that has her uncle's blood, my brother's blood, on his hand of murder." "It's false," replied the young fellow, with kindling eye, "it's false from your teeth to your marrow. I know my father's heart and his thought, and I say that whoever charges him with the murder of your brother is a liar, a false and damnable lie—" He checked himself ere he closed the sentence. "Jerry Sullivan," said he, in an altered voice, "I ask your pardon for the words. It's but natural you should feel as you do, but if it was any other man than yourself that brought the charge of blood against my father, I would thramp upon him where he stands." and maybe murder him, as my poor brother was murdered." "Dalton, I see the love of blood in your eye," replied Sullivan, bitterly. "Why," replied the other, "you have no proof that the man was murdered at all. His body was never found, and no one can say what became of him. For all that any one knows to the contrary, he may be alive still." "Begone, sirrah," said Sullivan, in a burst of impetuous resentment, which he could not restrain. "If ever I know you to open your lips to that daughter of mine, if the mane creature can be my daughter, I'll make it to be the blackest deed but one that even a Dalton did. And as for you, go in at once. I'll make you hear me by and by." Dalton looked at him once more with a kindling but a smiling eye. "Speak what you like," said he, "I'll curb myself; only if you wish your daughter to go in, you had better leave the way and let her pass." Mave, for such was her name, with trembling limbs, burning blushes, and palpitating heart, then passed from the shady angle where they stood. But ere she did, one quick and lightning glance was bestowed upon her lover, which, brief though it was, he felt as a sufficient consolation for the enmity of her father. The prophet had not yet spoken, nor indeed had time been given him to do so, had he been inclined. He looked on, however, with surprise, which soon assumed the appearance as well as the reality of some malignant satisfaction which he could not conceal. He eyed Dalton with a grin of peculiar bitterness. "Well," said he, "it's the general opinion that if any one knows or can tell what the future may bring about, I can; and if my knowledge doesn't deceive me, Dalton, I think while you're before me, that I'm looking at a man that was never born to be drowned at any rate. I prophesy that, die when you may, you'll live to see your own funeral." "If you're wise," replied the young man, "you'll not provoke me now. Jerry Sullivan may say what he wishes. He's safe, and he knows why. But I warn you, Donnel Dhu, to take no liberty with me. I'll not bear it." "Troth, I don't blame Jerry Sullivan," rejoined the prophet. "Of course no man would wish to have a son in law hanged. It's in the prophecy that you'll go to the surgeons yet." "Did you foresee in your prophecies this morning that you'd get yourself well drubbed before night?" asked Dalton, bristling up. "No," said the other, "my prophecy seen no one able to do it." "You and your prophecy are liars, then," retorted the other, "and in the doom you're kind enough to give me, don't be too sure but you meant yourself. There's more of murder and the gallows in your face than there is in mine. That's all I'll say, Donnel. Anything else you'll get from me will be a blow, so take care of yourself." "Let him alone, Donnel," said Sullivan. "It's not safe to meddle with one of his name. You don't know what harm he may do you." "I'm not afeard of him," said the prophet, with a sneer. "He'll find himself a little mistaken if he tries his hand. It won't be for me you'll hang, my lad." The words were scarcely uttered, when a terrific blow on the eye, struck with the rapidity of lightning, shot him to the earth, where he lay for about half a minute, apparently insensible. He then got up, and after shaking his head, as if to rid himself of a sense of confusion and stupor, looked at Dalton for some time. "Well," said he, "it's all over now; but the truth is, the fault was my own. I provoked him too much, and without any occasion. I'm sorry you struck me, Condy, for I was only jokin' all the time. I never had ill will against you, and in spite of what has happened, I haven't now." A feeling of generous regret, almost amounting to remorse, instantly touched Dalton's heart. He seized the hand of Donnel, and expressed his sorrow for the blow he had given him. "My God," he exclaimed, "why did I strike you? But sure no one could have for a minute supposed that you weren't in earnest." "Well, well," said the other, "let it be a warnin' to both of us. To me, in the first place, never to carry a joke too far; and to you, never to allow your passion to get the better of you, afraid that you might give a blow in anger, that you'd have cause to repent of all the days of your life. My iron cheek is in a frightful state, but no matther, Condy, I forgive you, especially in the hope that you will mark my advice." Dalton once more asked his pardon, and expressed his unqualified sorrow at what had occurred, after which he again shook hands with Dalton and departed. Sullivan felt surprised at this rencontre, especially at the nature of its singular termination. He seemed, however, to fall into a meditative and gloomy mood, and observed, when Dalton had gone: "If I ever had any doubt, Donnel, that my poor brother owed his death to a Dalton, I haven't it now." "I don't blame you much for sayin' so," said Donnel. "I'm sorry myself for what has happened, and especially as you were present. I'm afeard, indeed, that a man's life would be but little in that boy's hands under a fit of passion. I provoked him too much, though." "I think so," said Sullivan. "Indeed, to tell you the truth, I had as little notion that you were jokin' as he had." "That's my dhrame one last night, at all events," said Donnel. "How was that?" asked Sullivan, as they approached the door. "Why," said he, "I dreamed that I was lookin' for a hammer at your house, and I thought you hadn't one to give me. But your daughter Mave came to me and said, 'Here's a hammer for you, Donnel, and take care of it, for it belongs to Condy Dalton.' I thought I took it, and the first thing I found myself doin' was drivin' a nail in what appeared to be my own coffin. The same drame would alarm me, but that I know the drames goes by contraries, as I've reason to think this will." "No man understands these things better than yourself, Donnel," said Sullivan; "but for my part, I think there's a dangerous kick in that boy that just left us, and I'm much mistaken, or the world will hear of it and know it yet." "Well, well," said Donnel Dhu, in a very Christian like spirit, "I fear you're right, Jerry, but still let us hope for the best." And as he spoke they entered the house. Section 2 of The Black Prophet, by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 2. Chapter 3. A Family on the Decline. Omens. Jerry Sullivan's house and place had about them all the marks and tokens of gradual decline. The thatch on the roof had begun to get black, and in some places was sinking into rotten ridges. The yard was untidy and dirty. The walls and hedges were broken and dismantled, and the gates were lying about or swinging upon single hinges. The whole air of the premises was uncomfortable to the spectator, who could not avoid feeling that there existed in the owner either wilful neglect or unsuccessful struggle. The chimneys from which the thatch had sank down stood up with the incrustations of lime that had been trowelled around their bases, projecting uselessly out from them. Some of the quoins had fallen from the gable. The plaster came off the walls in several places, and the whitewash was sadly discoloured. Inside, the aspect of everything was fully as bad, if not worse. Tables and chairs, and the general furniture of the house, had all that character of actual cleanliness and apparent want of care which poverty superinduces upon the most strenuous efforts of industry. The floor was beginning to break up into holes. Tables and chairs were crazy. The dresser, though clean, had a cold, hungry, unfurnished look. And what was unquestionably the worst symptom of all, the inside of the chimney brace, where formerly the sides and flitches of deep fat bacon, grey with salt, were arrayed in goodly rows, now presented nothing but the bare and dust covered hooks from which they had depended in happier times. About a dozen of herrings, hung at one side of a worn salt box, and at the other a string of onions that was nearly stripped, both constituting the principal kitchen, varied perhaps with a little buttermilk, which Sullivan's family were then able to afford themselves with their potatoes. We cannot close our description here, however, for sorry we are to say that the severe traces of poverty were as visible upon the inmates themselves as upon the house and its furniture. Sullivan's family consisted of his eldest daughter, aged 19, two growing boys, the eldest about 16, and several younger children besides. These last were actually ragged. All of them were scantily and poorly clothed, and if any additional proof were wanting that poverty in one of its most trying shapes had come upon them, it was to be found in their pale, emaciated features, and in that languid look of care and depression, which any diminution in the natural quantity of food for any length of time uniformly impresses upon the countenance. In fact, the whole group had a sickly and woe-worn appearance, as was evident from the unnatural dejection of the young, who, instead of exhibiting the cheerfulness and animation of youth, now moped about without gaiety, sat brooding in corners, or struggled for a warm place nearest to the dull and cheerless fire. "The day was, Donnel," said Sullivan, whilst he pointed with a sigh to the unfurnished chimney, "when we could give you, as I said a while agone, a betther welcome, in one sense, I mane betther treatment, than we can give you now. But you know the times that is in it, and you know the downcome we have got, and that the whole country has got, so you must only take the will for the deed now. To such as we have you're heartily welcome. Get us some dinner, Bridget," he added, turning to his wife. "But first and foremost, bring that girl into the room here till she hears what I have to say to her. And Donnel, as you were a witness to the disgraceful sight we seen a while agone, come in and hear too what I'm goin' to say to her. I'll have no black thrashing in my own family against my own blood, and against the blood of my loving brother, that was so treacherously shed by that boy's father." The persons he addressed immediately passed into the cold, damp room as he spoke. Mave, the cause of all this anxiety, evidently in such a state of excitement as was pitiable. Her mother, who, as well as every other member of the family, had been ignorant of this extraordinary attachment, seemed perfectly bewildered by the language of her husband, at whom, as at her daughter, she looked with a face on which might be read equal amazement and alarm. Mave Sullivan was a young creature, shaped with extraordinary symmetry, and possessed of great natural grace. Her stature was tall, and all her motions breathed unsteady ease and harmony. In colour, her long, abundant hair was beautifully fair, precisely of that delightful shade which generally accompanies a pale but exquisitely clear and almost transparent complexion. Her face was oblong, and her features so replete with an expression of innocence and youth, as left on the beholder a conviction that she breathed of utter guilelessness and angelic purity itself. This was principally felt in the bewitching charm of her smile, which was irresistible, and might turn the heart of a demon into love. All her motions were light and elastic, and her whole figure, though not completely developed, was sufficiently rounded by the fullness of health and youth to give promise of a rich and luxurious maturity. On this occasion she became deadly pale, but as she was one of those whose beauty only assumes a new phase of attraction at every change, her paleness now made her appear, if possible, an object of greater interest. "In God's name, Jerry," asked her mother, looking from father to daughter in a state of much distress. "What is wrong, or what has happened to put you in such a condition? I see by the anger in your eye and the whiteness of your cheeks, barrin' the little red spot in the middle, that something out of the way all out has happened to vex you." "You may well say so, Bridget," he replied; "but when I tell you that I came upon that undutiful daughter of ours coortin' wid the son of the man that murdhered her uncle, my only brother, you won't be surprised at the state you see me in. Coortin' wid a fellow that Dan M'Gowan here knows will be hanged yet, for he's just after tellin' him so." "You're ravin', Jerry," exclaimed his wife, who appeared to feel the matter as incredible. "You don't mane to tell me that she'd spake to, or know, or make any freedoms whatsomever wid young Condy Dalton, the son of her uncle's murdherer?" "Hut, no, Jerry, don't say that, at any events, any disgrace but that, death, the grave, or anything but such an unnatural curse as that would be." "I found them together behind the garden not many minutes ago," replied Sullivan. "Donnel here seen them as well as I did. Deny it she can't. And now let her say what brought her there to meet him, or rather what brought him all the way to meet her. Answer me that, you disgrace to the name. Answer me at wanst." The poor girl trembled and became so weak as to be scarcely able to stand. In fact, she durst not raise her eye to meet that of either parent, but stood condemned and incapable of utterance. The night had now nearly set in, and one of her little sisters entered with a rush candle in her hand, the light of which, as it fell dimly and feebly on the group, gave to the proceedings a wild and impressive appearance. The prophecy man, with his dark stern look, peculiar nose, and black raven hair that fell thickly over his shoulders, contrasted strongly with the fair artless countenance and beautiful figure of the girl who stood beside him, whilst over opposite them were Sullivan himself and his wife, their faces pale with sorrow, anxiety, and indignation. "Give me the candle," proceeded her father. "Hand it to me, child, and leave the room then," he proceeded, holding it up to a great coat of frieze which hung against the wall. "There's his coat, there's my loving brother's coat. Look upon it now, and ax yourself what do you desarve for meeting against our will, and consentin' the son of him that was the murdherer of the man that owned it on his hands and on his heart? What do you desarve, I say?" The girl spoke out, but the Black Prophet, struck by the words and the unexpected appearance of the murdered man's coat, started. In a moment, however, he composed himself, and calmly turned his eyes upon Sullivan, who proceeded to address his daughter. "You have nothing to say, then? You're guilty, and of course you have no excuse to make. However, I'll soon put an end to all this. Bring me a prayer book. If your book oath can bind you down against ever—" He could proceed no further. On uttering the last words, his daughter tottered, and would have fallen to the ground, had not Donnel Dhu caught her in his arms. She had in fact become almost insensible from excess of shame and over excitement, and as Donnel carried her towards a bed that was in the corner of the room, her head lay over against his face. It is unnecessary to say that Sullivan's indignation was immediately lost in alarm. On bringing the candle near her, the first thing they observed were streaks of blood upon Donnel Dhu's face, that gave to it, in connection with the mark of the blow he had received, a frightful and hideous expression. "What is this?" exclaimed her mother, seizing the candle and holding it to the beautiful features of her trembling daughter, which were now also dabbled with blood. "In God's name, what ails my child? Oh, Mave, Mave, my darlin', what's come over you? Blessed Mother of Marcy, what blood is this? Achora machree, Mave, spake to me, to the mother that 'ud go distracted, and that will too, if anything's wrong wid you. It was cruel in you, Jerry, to speak to her so harsh as you did, and to take her to task before a sthranger in such a cutting manner. Saviour of arth, Mave, darlin', won't you speak to me to your own mother?" "Maybe I did speak to her too severely," said the father, now relenting, "and if I did, may God forgive me. For sure you know, Bridget, I wouldn't injure a hair of my darlin's head. But this blood, oh, where did it come from?" Her weakness, however, proved of but short duration, and their apprehension was soon calmed. Mave looked around her rather wildly, and no sooner had her eyes rested on Donnel Dhu than she shrieked aloud, and turning her face away from him, with something akin to fear and horror, she flung herself into her mother's arms, exclaiming, as she hid her face in her bosom, "Oh, save me from that man! Don't let him near me! Don't let him touch me! I can't tell why, but I'm deadly afraid of him. What blood is that upon his face? Father, stand between us." "Foolish girl," exclaimed her father, "you don't know what you're saying, of course. Donnel, you'll not heed her words, for indeed she hasn't come to herself yet. But in God's name, where did this blood come from that's upon you and her?" "You can't suppose, Jerry," said Donnel, "that the poor girl's words would make me take any notice of them. She has been too much frightened, and won't know, maybe in a few minutes, that she spoke them at all." "That's thrue," said her mother; "but with regard to the blood—" She was about to proceed when Mave rose up and requested to be taken out of the room. "Bring me to the kitchen," she said, "I'm afraid, and see this blood, mother." Precisely as she spoke, a few drops of blood fell from her nose, which, of course, accounted for its appearance on Donnel's face, and probably for her terror also at his repulsive aspect. "What makes you afeard of poor Donnel, asthore?" asked her mother. "A man that wouldn't injure a hair of your head, nor of one belonging to you, and never did." "Why, when my father," she returned, "spoke about the coat there, and just as Donnel started, I looked at it and seen it movin'. I don't know why, but I got afeard of him." Sullivan held up the candle mechanically as she spoke towards the coat, upon which they all naturally gazed; but whether from its dim flickering light or the force of imagination cannot be determined. One thing was certain, the coat appeared actually to move again, as if disturbed by some invisible hand. Again also the prophet involuntarily started, but only for a single moment. "Tut," said he, "it's merely the unsteady light of the candle. Show it here." He seized the rushlight from Sullivan, and approaching the coat, held it so close to it, that had there been the slightest possible motion, it could not have escaped their observation. "Now," he added, "you see whether it moves or not. But indeed the poor girl is so frightened by the great scoldin' she got, that I don't wonder at the way she's in." Mrs. Sullivan kept still gazing at the coat in a state of terror almost equal to that of her daughter. "Well," said she, "I've often heard it said that one is sometimes to disbelieve their own eyes, and only that I known the thing couldn't happen, I would swear on the altar that I seen it movin'." "I thought so myself too," observed Sullivan, who also seemed to have been a good deal perplexed and awed by the impression; "but of course I agree with Donnel that it was the unsteady light of the rush that made us think so. Howanever, it doesn't matter now. Move or no move, it won't bring him that owned it back to us, so God rest him. And now, Bridget, try and give us something to ait." "Before the girl leaves the room," said the prophecy man, "let me spake what I think and what I know. I've lost many a weary day and night in studyin' the further, and in lookin' into what's to come. I must spake, then, what I think and what I know regardin' her. I must, for when the feelin' is on me I can't keep the prophecy back." "Oh, let me go, mother," exclaimed the alarmed girl; "let me go, I can't bear to look at him." "One minute o' culsha till you hear what he has to say to you," and she held her back with a kind of authoritative violence as Mave attempted to leave the room. "Don't be alarmed, my purty creature. spoke the prophet, "don't be alarmed at what I'm going to say to you and about you, for you needn't. I see great good fortune before you. I see a grand and handsome husband at your side, and a fine house to live in. I see stairs and carpets and horses and hounds, and yourself, with jewels in your white little ears, and silks and satins on your purty figure. That's a wakin' dhrame I had, and you may all mark my words if it doesn't come out true. It's on the leaf, and the leaf was open to me. Grandeur and wealth is before her, for her beauty and her. Goodness will bring it all about, and so I read it." "And what about the husband himself?" asked the mother, whose affections caused her to feel a strong interest in anything that might concern the future interest of her daughter. "Can you tell us nothing about his appearance, that we might give a guess at him?" "No," replied M'Gowan, for such was the prophet's name, "not to you. To none but herself can I give the marks and tokens that will enable her to know the man that is to be her husband when she sees him. And to herself in the mornin' I will, before I go, that is if she'll allow me, for what is written in the dark book ought to be read and expounded. Her beauty and her goodness will do it all." The man's words were uttered in a voice so replete with those soft and insinuating tones that so powerfully operate upon the female heart. They breathed to such an earnest spirit of good will, joined to an evident admiration of the beauty and goodness he alluded to, that the innocent girl, notwithstanding her previous aversion, felt something like gratification at what he said, not on account of the prospects held out to her, but because of the singular charm and affectionate spirit which breathed in his voice. Or might it not have been that delicate influence of successful flattery which so gently pervades the heart of woman, and soothes that vanity which unconsciously lurks in the very purest and most innocent of the sex? So far from being flattered by his predictions, she experienced a strong sensation of disappointment, because she knew where her affections at that moment rested, and felt persuaded that if she were destined to enjoy the grandeur shadowed out for her, it never could be with him whom she then loved. Notwithstanding all this, she felt her repugnance against the prophet strongly counterbalanced by the strange influence he began to exercise over her. And with this impression she and they passed to the kitchen, where in a few minutes she was engaged in preparing food for him, with a degree of good feeling that surprised herself. There is scarcely anything so painful to hearts naturally generous like those of the Sullivans, as the contest between the shame and exposure of the conscious poverty on the one hand, and the anxiety to indulge in a hospitable spirit on the other. Nobody unacquainted with Ireland could properly understand the distress of mind which this conflict almost uniformly produces. On the present occasion it was deeply felt by this respectable but declining family, and Mave, the ingenuous and kind hearted girl, felt much of her unaccountable terror of this man removed by its painful exercise. Still her aversion was not wholly overcome, although much diminished, for ever as she looked at his swollen and disfigured face, and thought of the mysterious motions of the murdered man's coat, she could not avoid turning away her eyes, and wishing that she had not seen him that evening. The scanty meal was at length over, a meal on which many a young eye dwelt with those yearning looks that take their character from the hungry and wolfish spirit which marks the existence of a hard year, as it is called in our unfortunate country, and which, to a benevolent heart, forms such a sorrowful subject for contemplation. Poor Bridget Sullivan did all in her power to prevent this evident longing from being observed by M'Gowan, by looking significantly, shaking her head, and knitting her brows at the children; and when these failed, she had recourse to threatening attitudes and all kinds of violent gestures, and on these proving also unsuccessful, she was absolutely forced to speak aloud. "Come, children, start out now and play yourselves. Be off, I say, and don't stand ready to jump down the dacent man's throat wid every bit he ates." She then drove them abroad somewhere, but as the rain fell heavily, the poor creatures were again forced to return, and resume their pitiable watch until the two men had finished their scanty repast. Seated around the dull and uncomfortable fire, the whole family now forgot the hunger and care for a time, in the wild legends with which M'Gowan entertained them until the hour of rest. "We haven't the best bed in the world," observed Sullivan, "nor the best bedclothes either, but as I said before, I wish for all our sakes they were better. You must take your chance with these two slips of boys to night as well as you can. If you wish to tumble in now, you may, or maybe you'd join us in our prayers. We strive, God help us, to say a rosary every night; for after all there's nothing like puttin' oneself under the holy protection of the Almighty, blessed be his name. Indeed, this sickness that's goin' is so rife and dangerous that it's good to strive to be prepared, as it is indeed, whatever comes, whatever hunger or plenty, sickness or health, and may God keep us prepared always." M'Gowan seemed for a moment at a loss, but almost immediately said in reply, "You are right, Jerry, but as for me, I say whatever prayers I do say always by myself, for I can then get my mind fixed upon them better. I'll just turn into bed then, for troth I feel a little stiff and tired, so you must only let me have my own way to night. To morrow night I'll pray double." He then withdrew to his appointed place of rest, where, after having partially undressed himself, he lay down, and for some time could hear no other sound than the solemn voices of this struggling and afflicted little fold, as they united in offering up their pious and simple act of worship to that great Being, in whose providential care they felt such humble and confiding trust. When their devotions were concluded, they quietly, and in a spirit at once of resignation and melancholy, repaired to their respective sleeping places, with the exception of old Sullivan himself, who, after some hesitation, took down the great coat already so markedly alluded to, and exclaiming, partly to those within hearing, "I don't know but still there can't be any harm in it. Sure it's better that it should be doin' some good than hangin' up there idle against the wall, such a night as this. Here, Dan, for the first time since I put it up wid my own hands, except to shake the dust off of it, I'm going to turn this big coat to some use. There," he added, spreading it over them, "let it help to keep you warm to night, for God knows you want it, you and them poor gorsoons. Your coverin' is but light, and you may hear the downpourin' of rain that's in it, and the wind too is risin' fast every minute, gettin' so strong indeed that I doubt it'll be a storm before it stops. And Dan, if it wouldn't be too much, maybe you'd not object to offer up one pater and ave for the poor soul of him that owned it, and that was brought to his account so suddenly and so terribly. There," he added, fixing it upon them, "it helps to keep you warm at any rate, and it's surely better to have it so employed than hanging idle, as I said, against the wall." M'Gowan immediately sat up in the bed, and putting down his hands, removed the coat. "We don't want it at all," he replied. "Take it away, Jerry, do, for heaven's sake. The night's not at all so cold as you think, and we'll keep one another warm enough widout it, never fear." "Troth you do want it," said Sullivan, "for fair agare it's the light coverin' that's over you and them poor boys. Hi ho, Dan, see what innocence is. Poor things, they're sound already, and may God pity them and provide for them, or enable me to do it." And as he looked down upon the sleeping lads, the tears came so abundantly to his eyes, that he was forced to wipe them away. "Keep the coat, Dan," he added, "you do want it." "No," replied the other, "the truth is I couldn't sleep under it. I'm very tiresome, and a little thing frightens me." "Oh," said Sullivan, "I didn't think of that. In truth, if you're tiresome, it's more than the world believes of you. Well, I'll hang it up again. So good night, and a sound sleep to you and to every man that has a free conscience in the sight of God." No response was given to this prayer, and his words were followed by a deep and solemn silence, that was only broken occasionally by the heavy pattering of the descending rain, and the fitful gusts of the blast as they rushed against the house, and sung wildly among the few trees by which it and the garden were enclosed. Every one knows that a night of wind and storm, if not rising actually to a tempest or hurricane, is precisely that on which sleep is with its deepest influence upon men. Sullivan's family on that which we are describing were a proof of this, at least until about the hour of 3 o'clock, when they were startled by a cry for help, so loud and frightful that in a moment he and the boys huddled on their dress and hurried to the bed in which the prophet lay. In a minute or two they got a candle lit, and truly the appearance of the man was calculated to drive fear and alarm into their hearts. They found him sitting in the bed with his eyes so wild and staring that they seemed straining out of their sockets. His hair was erect, and his mouth half open and drawn back, while the perspiration poured from him in torrents. His hands were spread and held up with their palms outwards, as if in the act of pushing something back that seemed to approach him. "Help!" he shouted. "He is comin' on me. He will have me powerless in a minute. He is graspin' now as he Stay back, here, help, it's the murdered man, he's upon me. Oh God, he's comin' nearer and nearer, help me, save me." Sullivan, on holding the candle to his face, perceived that he was still asleep, and suspecting the nature of his dream, he awoke him at once. On seeing a portion of the family about him, he started again, and looked for a moment so completely aghast that he resembled horror personified. What are you? Oh," he exclaimed, recovering and striving to compose himself. "Ah, good God, what a frightful drame I had. I thought I was murdherin' a man, murdherin' the—" He paused and stared wildly about him. "Murdherin' who?" asked Jerry. "Murdherin' why, who talks about murdherin'?" "Compose yourself," added Sullivan. "You did, but you're frightened. You say you thought you were murdherin' some one. Who was it?" Yes, he replied, "it was myself. I thought the murdered man was that the man was murdherin' myself," and he looked with a terrible shudder of fear towards the great coat. "Hut," said Sullivan, "it was only a drame. Compose yourself. Why should you be alarmed? Your hand is free of it. So, as I said, compose yourself, put your trust in God, and recommend yourself to his care." "It was a terrible drame," said the other, once more shuddering, "but then it was a drame. Good God, yes. However, I ask pardon for disturbing you all and breaking in upon your sleep. Go to bed now. I'm well enough. Only just set that bit of candle by the bedside for a while, till I recover, for I did get a fearful fright." He then laid himself down once more, and having wiped the perspiration from his forehead, which was now cadaverous, he bade them good night, and again endeavored to compose himself to rest. In this he eventually succeeded, the candle burning itself out, and in about 3/4 of an hour the whole family was once more wrapped in sound and uninterrupted repose. The next morning the Sullivan family rose to witness another weary and dismal day of incessant rain, and to partake of a breakfast of thin stirabout, made and served up with that woeful ingenuity which necessity, the mother of invention in periods of scarcity as well as in matters of different character, had made known to the benevolent hearted wife of Jerry Sullivan. That is to say, the victuals were made so unsubstantially thin, that in order to impose, if possible, on the appetite, it was deemed necessary to deceive the eye by turning the plates and dishes round and round several times, while the viands were hot, so as by spreading them over a larger surface to give the appearance of a greater quantity. It is, heaven knows, a melancholy cheat, but one with which the periodical famines of our unhappy country have made our people too well acquainted. Previous, however, to breakfast, the prophet had a private interview with Mave, or the Gra Gal, as she was generally termed, to denote her beauty and extraordinary power of conciliating affection. Gra Gal signifying the fair love, or to give the more comprehensive meaning which it implied, the fair-haired beauty whom all love, or who wins all love. This interview lasted at least a quarter of an hour, or it might be 20 minutes, but as the object of it did not then transpire, we can only explain the appearances which followed it, so far at least as the parties themselves were concerned. The Gra Gal, as we shall occasionally call her, seemed pleased, if not absolutely gratified, by the conversation that passed between them. Her eye was elated, and she moved about like one who appeared to have been relieved from some reflection that had embarrassed and depressed her. Still it might have been observed that this sense of relief had nothing in it directly affecting the person of the prophet himself, on whom her eyes fell from time to time with a glance that changed its whole expression of satisfaction to one of pain and dislike. On his part there also appeared a calm sedate feeling of satisfaction, under which, however, an eye better acquainted with human nature might easily detect a triumph. He looked, to those who could properly understand him, precisely as an able diplomatist would, who had succeeded in gaining a point. When breakfast was over, and previous to his departure, he brought Jerry Sullivan and his wife out to the barn, and in a tone and manner of much mystery, assuming at the same time that figurative and inflated style so peculiar to him, and also to his rival the Senachie, he thus addressed them: "Listen," said he, "listen, Jerry Sullivan and Bridget his wife. A child was born, and a page was written. The moon saw it, and the stars saw it, but the sun did not, for he is dark to fate, and sees nothing but the face of nature. Do you understand that, Jerry Sullivan, and you, Bridget his wife?" "Wal, troth, we can't say we do yet, at all events," they replied. "But how could we, you know, if it's regardin' prophecy you're spakin'?" "Understand it," he replied contemptuously, "you understand it? No, nor Father Philemy Corcoran himself couldn't understand it, barrin' he fasted and prayed and refrained from liquor, for that's the way to get the ray of knowledge. At least it's the way I got it first. However, let that pass. As I was saying, a child was born, and a page was written, and an angel from heaven was sent to Nebuchadnezzar the prophet, who was commanded to write. "What will I write?" says Nebuchadnezzar the prophet. "Write down the fate of a female child, by name Mave Sullivan, daughter to Jerry Sullivan and his wife Bridget of Aughnmurrin." "Amen," says the prophet. "Fate is fate. What's before is not behind. Neither is what's behind before, and everything will come to pass that's to happen." "Amen again," says the prophet, "and what am I to write? Grandeur and wealth, upstairs and downstairs, silks and satins, an inside car, bracelets, earrings, and Spanish boots made of Morocco leather, tanned at Cordovan?" "Amen again," says Nebuchadnezzar the prophet. "This is not that, neither is that the other, but every is everything, neither can something be nothing, nor nothing something to the end of time, and time itself is but cousin jarmin to eternity, as is recorded in the great book of fate, fortune, and fatality. Write again, says the angel. What am I to write? At the name of Mabel Sullivan, place along wid all the rest two great paragons of a woman's life, marriage and prosperity. Write marriage happy and prosperity numerous, and so the child's born, and the page written, beauty and goodness, a happy father, and a proud mother, both made wealthy through her means. And so he proceeded, dropping the recitative and resuming his natural voice. Be kind and indulgent to your daughter, for she'll yet live to make all your fortunes. Take care of her and yourself till I sees yez again." And without adding another word he departed. CHAPTER IV. A Dance, and Double Discovery. The dance to which Sarah M'Gowan went after the conflict with her step-mother was but a miserable specimen of what a dance usually is in Ireland. On that occasion there were but comparatively few assembled, and these few, as may be guessed, consisted chiefly of those gay and frolicsome spirits whom no pressure of distress, nor anything short of sickness or death, could sober down into seriousness. The meeting, in fact, exhibited a painful union of mirth and melancholy. The season brought with it none of that relief to the peasantry which usually makes autumn so welcome. On the contrary, the failure of the potato crop, especially in its quality, as well as that in the grain generally, was not only the cause of hunger and distress, but also of the sickness which prevailed. The poor were forced, as they too often are, to dig their potatoes before they were fit for food, and the consequences were disastrous to themselves in every sense. Sickness soon began to appear, but then it was supposed that as soon as the new grain came in, relief would follow. In this expectation, however, they were, alas, most woefully disappointed. The wetness of the summer and autumn had soured and fermented the grain so lamentably, that the use of it transformed the sickness occasioned by the unripe and bad potatoes into a terrible and desolating epidemic. At the period we are treating of, this awful scourge had just set in, and was beginning to carry death and misery in all their horrors throughout the country. It was no wonder then that at the dance we are describing there was an almost complete absence of that cheerful and light-hearted enjoyment which is, or at least which was, to be found at such meetings. It was, besides, owing to the severity of the evening, but thinly attended. Such a family had 2 or 3 members of it sick. Another had buried a fine young woman, a third an only son, a fourth had lost the father, and the fifth the mother of a large family. In fact, the conversation on this occasion was rather a catalogue of calamity and death than that hearty ebullition of animal spirits which throws its laughing and festive spirits into such assemblies. 2 there were, however, who, despite of the gloom which darkened both the dance and the day, contrived to sustain our national reputation for gaiety and mirth. One of these was our friend Sarah, or, as she was better known, Sally M'Gowan, and the other a young fellow named Charley Hanlon, who acted as a kind of gardener and steward to Dick o' the Grange. This young fellow possessed great cheerfulness, and such an everlasting fund of mirth and jocularity as made him the life and soul of every dance, wake, and merry meeting in the parish. He was quite a Lothario in his sphere, a lady killer, and so general an admirer of the sex that he invariably made love to every pretty girl he met or could lure into conversation. The usual consequences followed. Nobody was such a favourite with the sex in general, who were ready to tear each other's caps about him, as they sometimes actually did. And indeed this is not at all to be wondered at. The fellow was one of the most open, hardy liars that ever lived. Of shame he had heard, but of what it meant no earthly eloquence could give him the slightest perception. And we need scarcely add that his assurance was boundless, as were his powers of flattery. It is unnecessary to say, then, that a man so admirably calculated to succeed with the sex was properly appreciated by them, and that his falsehood, flattery, and assurance were virtues which enshrined the vagabond in their hearts. In short, he had got the character of being a rake, and he was necessarily obliged to suffer the agreeable penalty of their admiration and favour in consequence. The fellow, besides, was by no means ill-looking, nor ill-made, but just had enough of that kind of face and figure which no one can readily either find fault with or praise. This gallant and Sally M'Gowan were in fact the life of the meeting, and Sally besides had the reputation of being a great favourite with him, a circumstance which considerably diminished her popularity with her own sex. She herself felt towards him that kind of wild, indomitable affection, which is as vehement as it is unregulated in such minds as hers. For instance, she made no secret of her attachment to him, but on the contrary gloried in it, even to her father, who, on this subject, could exercise no restraint whatsoever over her. It is not our intention to entertain our readers with the history of the occurrences which took place at the dance, as they are in fact not worth recording. Hanlon, at its close, prepared to see Sally home, as is usual. "You may come with me near home," she replied, "but I'm not goin' home to night." "Why, where the dickens are you going then?" he asked. "To Barney Gormly's wake." "There will be lots of fun there too," she replied; "but come, you can come wid me as far as the turn up to the house, for I won't go in, nor go home neither, till after the berril to morrow. Do you know," said he, rather gravely, "the Grey Stones that's at the mouth of the Black Glen?" "I ought," said she. "Sure that's where the carman was found murdhered." "The same," added Hanlon. "Well, I must go that far to night," said he, "and that's just where I turn off to Gormly's." "So far, then, we'll be together," he replied. "But why that far only, Charley, eh?" "That's what you could never guess," said he, "and very few else either. But go I must, and go I will, at all events. I'll be company for you in passin' it. Are you never afeard at night as you go near it?" "Divil a taste," she replied. "What 'ud I be afraid of? My father laughs at such things. Although," she added, musing, "I think he's sometimes timorous for all that. But I know he's often out at all hours, and he says he doesn't care about ghosts. I know I don't." The conversation now flagged a little, and Hanlon, who had been all the preceding part of the evening full of mirth and levity, could scarcely force himself to reply to her observations, or sustain any part in the dialogue. "Why, what the sorra's comin' over you?" she asked, as they began to enter into the shadow of the hill at whose foot her father's cabin stood, and which here, for about 200 yards, fell across the road. "It is getting afeard, are you?" "No," he replied, "but I was given to understand last night that if I come this night to the Grey Stone, I'd find out a saicret that I'd give a great deal to know." "Very well," she replied, "we'll see that. And now raise your spirits. Here we're in the moonlight, thank goodness, such as it is. Dear me, thin, but it's an awful night, and the wind's risin', and listen to the flood, how it roars in the glen below like 1,000 bulls." "It is," he replied; "but hould your tongue now for a little, and you'll here stop wid me for a while, although I don't see how I'm likely to come by much knowledge in such a place as this." They now approached the Grey Stone, and as they did, the moon came out a little from her dark shrine of clouds, but merely with that dim and feeble light which was calculated to add ghastliness and horror to the wildness and desolation of the place. Sally could now observe that her companion was exceedingly pale and agitated. His voice, as he spoke, became disturbed and infirm, and as he laid his hand upon the grey stone, he immediately withdrew it, and taking off his hat, he blessed himself, and muttered a short prayer with an earnestness and solemnity for which she could not account. Having concluded it, both stood in silence for a short time, he awaiting the promised information, for which on this occasion he appeared likely to wait in vain, and she without any particular purpose beyond her natural curiosity to watch and know the event. The place at that moment was indeed a lonely one, and it was by no means surprising that, apart from the occurrence of two murders, one on and the other near the spot where they stood, the neighbouring peasantry should feel great reluctance in passing it at night. The light of the moon was just sufficient to expose the natural wildness of the adjacent scenery. The glen itself lay in the shadow of the hill, and seemed to the eye so dark that nothing but the huge outlines of the projecting crags, whose shapes appeared in the indistinctness like gigantic spectres, could be seen, while all around and where the pale light of the moon fell nothing was visible but the muddy gleams of the yellow flood as it rushed, with its hoarse and incessant roar, through a flat country, on whose features the storm and the hour had impressed a character of gloom and the most dismal desolation. Nay, the still appearance of the grey stone or rock at which they stood had, when contrasted with the moving elements about them, and associated with the murder committed at its very foot, a solemn appearance that was of itself calculated to fill the mind with awe and terror. Hanlon felt this, as indeed his whole manner indicated. "Well," said his companion, alluding to the short prayer he had just concluded, "I didn't expect to see you at your prayers like a voteen this night at any rate. Is it fear that makes you so pious upon your hands? Troth, I doubt there's a white feather, a cowardly drop in you, still and all. If you can be 1 minute serious, Sally, do I beg of you. I am very much disturbed, I acknowledge, and so would you, maybe, if you knew as much as I do." "You're the colour of death," she replied, putting her fingers upon his cheek, "and, my God, it is perspiration I feel such a night as this." "I declare to goodness it is. Give me the white pocket handkerchief that you say Peggy Murray gave you. Where is it?" she proceeded, taking it out of his pocket. "Ah, I have it. Stupid little, take care of your hat. Here now," and while speaking she wiped the cold perspiration from his forehead. "Is this the one she made you a present of, and put the letters on?" "It is," he replied, "the very same, but she didn't make me a present of it. She only hemmed it for me." "That's a lie of you," she replied fiercely. "She bought it for you out of her own pocket. I know that much. She told Kate Duffy so herself, and boasted of it. But wait." "Well," replied Hanlon, anxious to keep down the gust of jealousy which he saw rising, "and if she did, how could I prevent her? What letters did she put on it?" "P and an M," he replied, "the two first letters of my name." "That's another lie," she exclaimed. "They're not the two first letters of your name, but of her own. There's no M in Hanlon. At any rate, unless you give the same handkerchy to me, I'll make it be a black business to her. At any rate, unless you give the same handkerchiefy to me, I'll make it be a black business to her." Keep it, with all my heart," he replied, glad to get rid of a topic which at that moment came on him so powerfully and unseasonably. "Do what you like with it." "You say so willingly now, do you?" "To be sure I do, and you may tell the whole world that I said so, if you like. P.M. Oh, ay, that's for Peggy Murray. Maybe the letters I saw on the old tobaccy box I found in the hole of the wall to day were for Peggy Murray. Ha, ha, ha! Oh, maybe I won't have a brag over her." "What letters?" asked Hanlon eagerly. "A tobaccy box, did you say?" "Ay, did I, a tobaccy box. I found it in a hole in the wall in our house to day. It tumbled out while I was getting some cobwebs to stop a bleedin'." "Was it a good one?" asked Hanlon with apparent carelessness. "Could one use it?" "Hardly, but no, it's all rusty and has but one hinge." "But one hinge!" repeated the other, who was almost breathless with anxiety. "And the letters, what's this you say they were?" "The very same that's on your handkerchy," she replied, "a P and an M." "Great God!" he exclaimed, "is this possible? Heavens, what is that? Did you hear anything?" "What ails you?" she inquired. "Why do you look so frightened?" "Did you hear nothing?" he asked again. "Ha, ha, hear," she replied, laughing. "Hear! I thought I heard something like a groan, but sure 'tis only the wind. Lord, what a night! Listen how the wind and storm growls and tyrannizes and rages down in the glen there and about the hills. Faith, there'll be many a house stripped this night. Why, what ails you? After all, you're but a hen-hearted divil, I doubt. Sorry thing else." Hanlon made her no reply, but took his hat off, and once more offered up a short prayer, apparently in deep and most extraordinary excitement. "I see," she observed, after he had concluded, "that you're bent on your devotions this night, and the devil's own place you've pitched upon for them." "Well, now," replied Hanlon, "I'll be biddin' you good night, but before you go, promise to get me that tobaccy box you found. It's the least you may give it to me for Peggy Murray's handkerchy." "Hut," returned Sally, "it's not worth a thraneen. You couldn't use it even if you had it. Sure it's both rusty and broken." "No matther for that," he replied. "I want to play a trick on Peggy Murray with it, so as to have a good laugh against her, the pair of us, you with the handkerchy and me with the tobaccy box." "Very well," she replied. "Ha, ha, ha! That'll be great. At any rate, I've a crow to pluck wid the same Peggy Murray." "Oh, never you fear, you must have it. The minute I get my hands on it, I'll secure it for you." After a few words more of idle chat they separated, he to his master's house, which was a considerable distance off, and this extraordinary creature unconscious of the terrors and other weaknesses that render her sex at once so dependent on and so dear to man, full only of delight at the expected glee of the wake, to the house of death where it was held. In the country parts of Ireland it is not unusual for those who come to a wake house from a distance to remain there until the funeral takes place, and this also is frequently the case with the nearest door neighbors. There is generally a solemn hospitality observed on the occasion, of which the two classes I mentioned partake. Sally's absence, therefore, on that night, or for the greater portion of the next day, excited neither alarm nor surprise at home. On entering their miserable sheiling, she found her father, who had just returned, and her stepmother in high words, the cause of which, she soon learned, had originated in his account of the interview between young Dalton and Mave Sullivan, together with its unpleasant consequences to himself. "What else could you expect," said his wife, "but what you got? You're ever and always too ready with your devil's grin and your black prophecy to them you don't like. I wonder you're not afeard that some of them might come back to yourself and fall upon your head. If ever a man tempted Providence, you do." "Ah, dear me," he exclaimed, with a derisive sneer, rendered doubly repulsive by his own hideous and disfigured face, "how pious we are! Providence, indeed! Much I care about Providence, you hardened jade, or you either, whatever puts the word into your purty mouth. Providence, oh, how much we regard it, as if Providence took heed of what we do. Go and get me something to put on this swellin', you had better, or if it's goin' to grow religious you are, be out of this. We'll have none of your cant or pishthrogs here." "What's this?" inquired Sarah, seating herself on a three-legged stool. "The old work, is it? Bell cat, bell dog? Ah, you're a blessed pair, and a purty pair too. You wid your swell face and blinking eye. Arrah, what dacent man gave you that? And you," she added, turning to her stepmother, "wid your cheeks polstered, and your eye blinkin' on the other side, what a pair of beauties you are! Ha, ha, ha! I wouldn't be surprised if the divil and his mother fell in consort wid you both. Ha, ha!" "Is that your manners after spendin' the night away wid yourself?" asked her father angrily. "Instead of stealin' into the house tremblin' wid fear as you ought to be, you walk in wid your brazen face ballyraggin' us like a Hector." "Divil a taste I'm afeard," she replied sturdily. "I did nothing to be afeard or ashamed of, and why should I? Did you see Mr. Hanlon on your travels, eh?" "You needn't say hey about it," she replied. "To be sure I did. It was to meet him that I went to the dance. I have no secrets." "Ah, you'll come to a good end yet, I doubt," said her father. "Sure she needn't be afeard of Providence anyhow," observed his wife. "To the devil wid you at all events," he replied. "If you're not off out o' that to get me something for this swellin', I'll make it worse for you. Ay, I'll go," looking at him with peculiar bitterness, "and wid the help of some Providence that you laugh at. I'll take care that some roof won't cover the three of us long. I'm tired of this life, and come or go what may, I'll look to my sowl and lead it no longer." "Do you mean to break our hearts?" he replied, laughing, "for sure we couldn't do less after her, Sally, eh? Ha, ha, ha! Before you leave us anyhow," he added, "go and get me some Guy-Harrawan roots to bring down this swellin'. I can't go to the Grange with such a face as this on me." "You'll have a blacker and a worse one on the day of judgment," replied Nelly, taking up an old spade as she spoke, and proceeding to look for the Casharawan dandelion roots he wanted. When she had gone, the prophet, assuming that peculiar sweetness of manner for which he was so remarkable when it suited his purpose, turned to his daughter, and putting his hand into his waistcoat pocket, pulled out a tress of fair hair, whose shade and silky softness were exquisitely beautiful. "Do you see that?" said he. "Isn't that pretty?" "Show," she replied, and taking the tress into her hand, she looked at it. "It is lovely, but isn't that equal to it?" she continued, letting loose her own of raven black and equal gloss and softness. "What can it brag over that, hey?" And as she compared them, her black eye flashed, and her cheek assumed a rich glow of pride and conscious beauty that made her look just such a being as an old Grecian statuary would have wished to model from. "It is equal to hers any day," replied her father, softening into affection as he contemplated her. "And indeed, Sally, I think you're her match every way except no matter, troth are you." "What are you going to do wid it?" she asked. "Is it to the Grange it's goin'?" "It is, and I want you to help me in what I mentioned to you. If I get what I am promised, we'll have the country, you and I, and as for that ould vagabond, we'll pitch her to old Nick. She's talking about devotion, and has nothing but Providence in her lips." "But isn't there a Providence?" asked his daughter with a sparkling eye. "Devil a much myself knows or cares," he replied, with indifference, "whether there is or not." "Because if there is," she said, pausing, "if there is, one might as well." She paused again, and her fine features assumed an intellectual meaning. a sorrowful and meditative beauty that gave a new and more attractive expression to her face than her father had ever witnessed on it before. "Don't vex me, Sarah," he replied, snappishly. "Maybe it's goin' to imitate her you are. The clergy knows these things maybe, and maybe they don't. I only wish she'd come back with a caharowan. If all goes right, I'll pocket what'll bring yourself and me to America. I'm beginning somehow to get uneasy, and I don't wish to stay in this country any longer." Whilst he spoke, the sparkling and beautiful expression which had lit up his daughter's countenance passed away, and with it probably the moment in which it was possible to have opened a new and higher destiny to her existence. Nelly, in the meantime, having taken an old spade with her to dig the roots she went in quest of, turned up Glendhu, and kept searching for some time in vain, until at length she found 2 or 3 bunches of the herb growing in a little lonely nook that lay behind a projecting ledge of rock, where one would seldom think of looking for herbage at all. Here she found a little soft green spot covered over with dandelion, and immediately she began to dig it up. The softness of the earth and its looseness surprised her a good deal, and moved by an unaccountable curiosity, she pushed the spade further down until it was met by some substance that felt rather hard. From this she cleared away the earth as well as she could, and discovered that the spade had been opposed by a bone; and on proceeding to examine still further, she discovered that the spot on which the dandelions had grown contained the bones of a full grown human body. Section 2. Section 3 of The Black Prophet by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3. Chapter 5. The Black Prophet is startled by a black prophecy. Having satisfied herself that the skeleton was a human one, she cautiously put back the earth and covered it up with the green sward, as graves usually are covered, and in such a way that there should exist, from the undisturbed appearance of the place, as little risk as possible of discovery. This being settled, she returned with the herbs, laying aside the spade, from off which she had previously rubbed the red earth, so as to prevent any particular observation. She sat down, and locking her fingers into each other, swayed her body backwards and forwards in silence, as a female does in Ireland when under the influence of deep and absorbing sorrow, whilst from time to time she fixed her eyes on the prophet and sighed deeply. "I thought," said he, "I sent you for the dandelion. Where is it?" "Oh," she replied, unrolling it from the corner of her apron, "here it is. I forgot it. Ay, I forgot it, and no wonder. Oh, no wonder indeed. Providence." "You may blaspheme Providence as much as you like, but he'll take his own out of you yet; and indeed it's comin' to that, it is, Donnel, and you'll find it so." The man had just taken the herbs into his hand, and was about to shred them into small leaves for the poultice, when she uttered the last words. He turned his eyes upon her, and in an instant that terrible scowl, for which he was so remarkable when in a state of passion, gave its deep and deadly darkness to his already disfigured visage. His eyes blazed, and one half of his face became ghastly with rage. "What do you mane?" he asked. "What does she mane, Sarah? I tell you, wanst for all, you must give up ringing Providence into my ears, unless you wish to bring my hand upon you, as you often did. Mark that." "Your ears," she replied, looking at him calmly, and without seeming to regard his threat. "Oh, I only wish I could ring the fear of Providence into your heart. I wish I could. I'll do for yourself what you often pretend to do for others. But I'll give you warnin'. I tell you now that Providence himself is on your track, that his judgment's hangin' over you, and that it'll fall upon you before long. This is my prophecy, and a black one, you'll soon find it." That Nelly had been always a woman of some good nature, with gleams of feeling and humanity appearing in a character otherwise apathetic, hard, and dark, M'Gowan well knew; but that she was capable of bearding him in one of his worst and most ferocious moods was a circumstance which amazed and absolutely overcame him. Whether it was the novelty or the moral elevation of the position she so unexpectedly assumed, or some lurking conviction within himself which echoed back the truth of her language, it is difficult to say. Be that, however, as it might, he absolutely quailed before her, and instead of giving way to headlong violence or outrage, he sat down, and merely looked on her in silence and amazement. Sarah thought he was unnecessarily tame on the occasion, and that her prophecy ought not to have been listened to in silence. The utter absence of all fear, however, on the part of the elder female, joined to the extraordinary union of determination and indifference with which she spoke, had something morally impressive in it, and Sarah, who felt besides that there seemed a kind of mystery in the words of the denunciation, resolved to let the matter rest between them, at least for the present. A silence of some time now ensued, during which she looked from one to the other with an aspect of uncertainty. At length she burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha, ha, ha! Well," said she, "it's a good joke at any rate to see my father bate with his own weapons. Why, she has frightened you more wid her prophecy than ever you did any one wid one of your own. Ha, ha, ha!" To this Sally neither replied nor seemed disposed to reply. "Here," added Sarah, handing her step mother a cloth, "remember you have to go to Darby Skinadre's for meal. I'd go myself and save you in the journey, but I'm afraid you might fall in love wid one another in my absence. Be off now, you old step divil, and get the meal, or if you're not able to go, I will." After a lapse of a few minutes, the woman rose, and taking the cloth, deliberately folded it up, and asked him for money to purchase the meal she wanted. "Here," said he, handing her a written paper, "give him that, and it will do as well as money. He expects Master Dick's interest for Dalton's farm, and I'll engage he'll attend to that." She received the paper, and looking at it, said, "I hope this is none of the villainy I suspect." "Be off," he replied, "get what you want, and that's all you have to do." "What's come over you?" asked Sarah of her father, after the other had gone. "Did you get afeard of her?" "There's something in her eye," he replied, "that I don't like, and that I never seen there before." "But," returned the other, a good deal surprised, "what can there be in her eye that you need care about? You have nobody's blood on your hands, and you stole nothing. What made you look afeard that time?" "I didn't look afeard, but I say you did, and I was ashamed of you." "Well, never mind. I may tell you something some of these days about that same woman. In the meantime I'll throw myself on the bed and take a sleep, for I slept but little last night." "Do so," replied Sarah, "but at any rate never be cowed by a woman. Lie down, and I'll go over a while to Tom Cassidy's. But first I had better make the poultice for your face. to take down the ugly swellin'. Having made and applied the poultice, she went off light-hearted as a lark, leaving her worthy father to seek some rest if he could. She had no sooner disappeared than the prophet, having closed and bolted the door, walked backwards and forwards in a moody and unsettled manner. "What," he exclaimed to himself, "can be the matter with that woman that made her look at me in sich a way a while agone? I could not mistake her eye. She surely knows more than I thought, or she would not fix her eye into mine as she did. Could there be anything in that drame about Dalton and my coffin? Hut, that's nonsense. What a drame I had that went for nothing. The only thing she could stumble on is the box, and I don't think she would be likely to find that out unless she went to throw down the house. But anyhow, it's no harm to try." He immediately mounted the old table, and, stretching up, searched the crevice in the wall where it had been, but, we need not add, in vain. He then came down again, in a state of dreadful alarm, and made a general search for it in every hole and corner visible, after which his agitation became wild and excessive. "She has got it!" he exclaimed; "she has stumbled on it, aided by the divil, and may she soon be in his clutches, and it's the only thing I'm afeard of. But then," he added, pausing, and getting somewhat cool, "does she know it might be brought against me, or who owned it? I don't think she does; but still, where can it be, and what could she mean by Providence trackin' me out? And why did she look as if she knew something? Then that drame, I can't get it out of my head this whole day, and the terrible one I had last night, too. But that last is aisily accounted for. As it is, I must only wait and watch her, and if I find she can be dangerous, why, it'll be worse for her, that's all." He then threw himself on the wretched bed, and, despite of his tumultuous reflections, soon fell asleep. CHAPTER VI. A rustic miser and his establishment. There is to be found in Ireland, and we presume in all other countries, a class of hardened wretches, who look forward to a period of dearth as to one of great gain and advantage, and who contrive, by exercising the most heartless and diabolical principles, to make the sickness, famine, and general desolation, which scourge their fellow creatures, so many sources of successful extortion and rapacity, and consequently of gain to themselves. These are country misers, or money lenders, who are remarkable for keeping meal until the arrival of what is termed a hard year, or a dear summer, when they sell it out at an enormous or usurious prices, and who at all times and under all circumstances dispose of it only at terms dictated by their own griping spirit and the crying necessity of the unhappy purchasers. The houses and places of such persons are always remarkable for a character in their owners of hard and severe saving, which at a first glance has the appearance of that rare virtue in our country called frugality, a virtue which, upon a closer inspection, is found to be nothing with them but selfishness, sharpened up into the most unscrupulous avarice and penury. About half a mile from the Sullivans lived a remarkable man of this class, named Darby Skinadre. In appearance he was lank and sallow, with a long, thin, parched looking face, and a miserable crop of yellow beard, which no one could pronounce as anything else than a dead failure. Added to this were two piercing ferret eyes, always sore, and with a tear standing in each, or trickling down his fleshless cheeks, so that to persons disposed to judge only by appearances, he looked very like a man in a state of perpetual repentance for his transgressions, or what was still farther from the truth, who felt a most Christian sympathy with the distresses of the poor. In his house and about it there was much, no doubt, to be commended, for there was much to mark the habits of the saving man. Everything was neat and clean, not so much from any innate love of neatness and cleanliness, as because these qualities were economical in themselves. His ploughs and farming implements were all snugly laid up and covered, lest they might be injured by exposure to the weather; and his house was filled with large chests and wooden hogsheads trampled hard with oatmeal, which, as they were never opened unless during a time of famine, had their joints and crevices festooned by innumerable mealy looking cobwebs, which description of ornament extended to the dresser itself, where they might be seen upon most of the cold looking shelves, and those neglected utensils that in other families are mostly used for food. His haggard was also remarkable for having in it, throughout all the year, a remaining sack or two of oats or wheat, or perhaps one or two large ricks of hay, tanned by the sun of 2 or 3 summers into tawny hue, each or all kept in the hope of a failure and a famine. In a room from the kitchen he had a beam, a pair of scales, and a set of weights, all of which would have been vastly improved by a visit from the Lord Mayor, had our meal monger lived under the jurisdiction of that civic gentleman. He was seldom known to use metal weights when disposing of his property. In lieu of these he always used round stones, which, upon the principle of the Scottish proverb that many a little makes a muckle, he must have found a very beneficial mode of transacting business. If anything could add to the iniquity of his principles, as a plausible but most unscrupulous cheat, it was the hypocritical prostitution of the sacred name and character of religion to his own fraudulent impositions upon the poor and the distressed. Outwardly, and to the eye of men, he was proverbially strict and scrupulous in the observation of his sanctions, but outrageously severe and unsparing upon all who appeared to be influenced either by a negligent or worldly spirit, or who omitted the least tittle of its forms. Religion and its duties, therefore, were perpetually in his mouth, but never with such apparent zeal and sincerity as when enforcing his most heartless and hypocritical exactions upon the honest and struggling creatures whom necessity or neglect had driven into his meshes. Such was Darby Skinadre, and certain we are that the truth of the likeness we have given of him will be at once recognized by our readers as that of the roguish hypocrite, whose rapacity is the standing curse of half the villages of the country, especially during the seasons of distress or failure of crops. Skinadre, on the day we write of, was reaping a rich harvest from the miseries of the unhappy people. In a lower room of his house, to the right of the kitchen as you entered it, he stood over the scales, weighing out with a dishonest and parsimonious hand the scanty pittance which poverty enabled the wretched creatures to purchase from him; and in order to give them a favorable impression of his piety, and consequently of his justice, he had placed against the wall a delf crucifix, with a semicircular receptacle at the bottom of it for holding holy water. This was as much as to say, how could I cheat you with the image of our blessed Redeemer before my eyes, to remind me of my duty, and to teach me, as he did, to love my fellow creatures. And with many of the simple people he actually succeeded in making the impression he wished, for they could not conceive it possible that any principle, however rapacious, could drive a man to the practice of such sacrilegious imposture. There stood Skinadre, like the very genius of famine, surrounded by distress, raggedness, feeble hunger, and tottering disease, and all the various aspects of pitiable suffering, hopeless desolation, and that agony of the heart which impresses wildness upon the pale cheek, makes the eye at once dull and eager, parches the mouth, and gives to the voice of misery tones that are hoarse and hollow. There he stood, striving to blend consolation with deceit, and in the name of religion and charity, subjecting the helpless wretches to fraud and extortion. Around him was misery, multiplied into all her most appalling shapes. Fathers of families were there who could read in each other's faces too truly the gloom and anguish that darkened the brow and wrung the heart. The strong man, who had been not long before a comfortable farmer, now stood dejected and apparently broken down, shorn of his strength, without a trace of either hope or spirit. So woefully shrunk away, too, from his superfluous apparel, that the spectators actually wondered to think that this was the large man of such powerful frame, whose feats of strength had so often heretofore filled them with amazement. But alas, what will not sickness and hunger do? There too was the aged man, the grandsire himself, bent with the double weight of years and sorrow, without food until that late hour, forgetting the old pride that never stopped before, and now coming with the last feeble argument to remind the usurer that he and his father had been schoolfellows and friends, and that although he had refused to credit his son and afterwards his daughter-in-law, still, for the sake of old times and of those who were now no more, he hoped he would not refuse his grey hairs and tears, and for the sake of the living God besides, that which would keep his son and his daughter-in-law and his famishing grandchildren, who had not a morsel to put in their mouths, nor the means of procuring it on earth, if he failed them. And there was the widower, on behalf of his motherless children, coming with his worn and desolate look of sorrow, almost thankful to God that his Kathleen was not permitted to witness the many shaped miseries of this woful year, and yet experiencing the sharp and bitter reflection of that now, in all their trials, in his poor children's want and sickness, in their moanings by day and their cries for her by night, they have not the soft affection of her voice, nor the tender touch of her hand to soothe their pain, nor has he that smile which was ever his, to solace him now, nor that faithful heart to soothe him with its affection, or to cast its sweetness into the bitter cup of affliction. Alas, no! He knows that her heart will beat for him and them no more, that that eye of love will never smile upon them again, and so he feels the agony of her loss superadded to all his other sufferings, and in this state he approaches the merciless usurer. And the widow, emblem of desolation and dependence, how shall she meet and battle with the calamities of this fearful season? She out of whose heart these very calamities draw forth the remembrances of him she has lost, with such vividness that his past virtues are added to her present sufferings, and his manly love as a husband, his tenderness as a parent, his protecting hand and ever kind heart, crush her solitary spirit by their memory, and drag it down to the utmost depths of affliction. Oh, bitter reflection! If her Owen were now alive and in health, she would not be here, but God took him to himself, and now, unless he, the miser, has compassion on her, she and her children, her Owen's children, must lie down and die. If it were not for their sakes, poor darlings, she would wish to follow him out of such a world. But now she and the Almighty are all that they have to look to, blessed be his name. Others there were whose presence showed how far the general destitution had gone into the heart of society, and visited many whose circumstances had been looked upon as beyond its reach. The decent farmer, for instance, whom no one had suspected of distress, made his appearance among them with an air of cheerfulness that was put on to baffle suspicion. Sometimes he laughed as if his heart were light, and again expressed a kind of condescending sympathy with some poor person or other, to whom he spoke kindly, as a man would do who knew nothing personally of the distress which he saw about him, but who wished to encourage those who did, with the cheering hope that it must soon pass away. Then affecting the easy manner of one who was interesting himself for another person, he asked to have some private conversation with the usurer, to whom he communicated the immediate want that pressed upon him and his family. It is impossible, however, to describe the various aspects and claims of misery which presented themselves at Skinadre's house. The poor people flitted to and fro, silently and dejectedly, wasted, feeble, and sickly, sometimes in small groups of twos and threes, and sometimes a solitary individual might be seen, hastening with earnest but languid speed, as if the life of some dear child or beloved parent, of a husband or wife, or perhaps the lives of a whole farcifie, depended upon his or her arrival with food. Chapter 7. A panorama of misery. Skinadre, thin and mealy, with his coat off, but wearing a waistcoat to which were attached flannel sleeves, was busily engaged in his agreeable task of administering to their necessities. Such was his smoothness of manner, and the singular control which a long life of hypocrisy had given him over his feelings, that it was impossible to draw any correct distinction between that which he only assumed and that which he really felt. This consequently gave him an immense advantage over every one with whom he came in contact, especially the artless and candid, and all who were in the habit of expressing what they thought. We shall, however, take the liberty of introducing him to the reader, and allow honest Skinadre to speak for himself. They're beggars, them three, that woman and her 2 children. Still my heart bleeds for them, because we should love our neighbors as ourselves. But I have given away as much meal in charity, and me can so badly afford it, as would. I can't now, indeed, my poor woman. Sick, troth, they look sick, and you look sick yourself. Here, Paddy Lanahan, help that woman and her 2 poor children out of that half bushel of meal you've got. You won't miss a handful, for God's sake." This he said to a poor man who had just purchased some oatmeal from him; for Skinadre was one of those persons who, however he might have neglected the works of mercy himself, took great delight in encouraging others to perform them. "Troth, it's not at your desire I do it, Darby," replied the man, "but because she and they wants it. God help them. Here, poor creature, take this for the honor of God. and I'm only sorry for both our sakes that I can't do more." "Well, Jemmy Duggan," proceeded the miser, addressing a newcomer, "what's the news with you?" "They're hard times, Jemmy. We all know that and feel it too, and yet we live, most of us, as if there wasn't a God to punish us." "At all events," replied the man, "we feel what sufferin' is now, God help us. Between hunger and sickness, the country was never in such a state widin the memory of man. What, in the name of God, will become of the poor people, I know not. The Lord pity them and relieve them." "Amen, amen, Jemmy. Well, Jemmy, can I do anything for you?" "But, Jemmy, in regard to that, the truth is, we have brought all these scourges on us by our sins and our transgressions. Thim that sins, Jemmy, must suffer. There's no denyin' it, Darby. But you're axin' me you do anything for me, and my answer to that is, you can, if you like." "Ah, Jemmy, you wor ever and always a wild, heedless, harum-scarum rake, that never was likely to do much good. Little religion ever rested on you, and now, I'm afeard, no signs on it." "Well, well, who's widout sin? I'm sure I'm not. What I want is, to know if you'll credit me for 100 of meal, till the times mends a trifle. I have the 6 of them at home without their dinner this day, and must go widout if you refuse me. When the harvest comes round, I'll pay you. Jemmy, you owe 3/2 years' rent; and as for the harvest and what it'll bring, only just look at the day that it is. It goes to my heart to refuse you, poor man; but, Jemmy, you see you have brought this on yourself. If you had been an attentive, industrious man, and minded your religion, you wouldn't be as you are now. 6 you have at home, you say? Ay, not to speak of the woman and myself. I know you won't refuse them, Darby, because if we're hard pushed now, it's almost everybody's case as well as mine. Be what I may, you know I'm honest." "I don't doubt your honesty, Jemmy; but, Jemmy, if I sell my meal to a man that can pay and won't, or if I sell my meal to a man that would pay and can't, by which do I lose most? There it is, Jemmy. Think o' that now. 6 in family, you say?" "6 in family, wid the woman and myself. The sorra man livin' feels more for you than I do, and I would let you have the meal if I could, but the truth is, I'm makin' up my rent, and, Jemmy, I lost so much last year by my foolish good nature, and I gave away so much on trust, that now I'm brought to a hard pass myself. Troth, I'll fret enough this night for havin' to refuse you. I know it was rash of me to make the promise I did, but still, God forbid that ever any man should be able to throw it in my face and say that Darby Skinadre ever broke his promise." "What promise?" "Why, never to sell a pound of meal on trust." "God help us, then; for what to do or where to go, I don't know. It goes to my heart, Jemmy, to refuse you. 6 in family, and the 2 of yourselves. Troth it does, to my very heart itself. But stay, maybe we can manage it. You have no money, you say?" "No money now, but won't be so long, plaise God." "Well, but haven't you value of any kind? Sure, God help them, they can't starve, poor creatures, the Lord pity them." Here he wiped away a drop of villainous rheum which ran down his cheek, and he did it with such an appearance of sympathy, that almost any one would have imagined it was a tear of compassion for the distresses of the poor man's family. "Oh no, they can't starve. Have you no valuables of any kind, Jemmy? Ne'er a baste now, or anything that way?" "Why, there's a young heifer, but I'm strugglin' to keep it to help me in the rent. I was obliged to sell my pig long ago, for I had no way of feedin' it." "Well, bring me the heifer, Jemmy, and I won't let the crathurs starve. We'll see what can be done when it comes here. And now, Jemmy, let me ax you if you went to hear mass last Sunday?" "Troth, I didn't like to go in this trim. Peggy has a web of frieze half made this good while, It'll be finished some time, I hope. Ah, Jemmy, Jemmy, it's no wonder the world's the way it is, for indeed there's little thought of God or religion in it. You passed last Sunday like a haythen, and now you see how you stand to day for the same." "You'll let me bring some of the meal home wid me now," said the man. "The poor crathurs tasted hardly anything to day yet, and they were cryin' when I left home. I'll come back wid the heifer full fut. Troth, they're in utter misery, Darby, poor things, and no wondher, wid such a heathen for a father. But, Jemmy, bring the heifer here first till I look at it, and the sooner you bring it here the sooner they'll have relief, the crathurs." It is not our intention to follow up this iniquitous bargain any further. It is enough to say that the heifer passed from Jemmy's possession into his at about the fourth part of its value. To those who had money he had a perfect honeycomb, overflowing with kindness and affection, expressed in such a profusion of warm and sugary words, that it was next to an impossibility to doubt his sincerity. "Darby," said a very young female, on whose face was blended equal beauty and sorrow, joined to an expression that was absolutely deathlike, "I suppose I needn't ax you for credit?" He shook his head. "It's for the couple," she added, "and not for myself. I wouldn't ax it for myself. I know my fault and my sin, and may God forgive myself in the first place, and him that brought me to it, and to the shame that followed it. But what would the old couple do now widout me?" "And have you no money?" "Ah, Margaret Murtagh, sinful creature, shame, shame, Margaret, unfortunate girl that you are, have you no money?" "I have not, indeed. The death of my brother Alick left us as we are. He's gone from them now, but there was no fear of me goin' that wished to go. Oh, if God in his goodness to them had took me and spared him, they wouldn't be sendin' to you this day for meal to keep life in them till things comes round. Troth, I pity them, from my heart I pity them now they're helpless and ould, especially for havin' such a daughter as you are. But if it was my own father and mother, God rest them, I couldn't give meal out on credit. There's not in the parish a poorer man than I am. I'm done wid givin' credit now, thank goodness, and if I had been so long ago it wasn't robbed and ruined and beggared by rogues, I'd be this day but a warm, full man, able and willin', too, to help my neighbors. And it is not empty handed I'd send away any messenger from your father or mother, as I must do, although my heart bleeds for them this minute." Here once more he wiped away the rheum with every appearance of regret and sorrow. In fact, one would almost suppose that by long practice he had trained one of his eyes, for we ought to have said that there was one of them more sympathetic than the other, to shed its hypocritical tear at the right place, and in such a manner, too, that he might claim all the credit of participating in the very distresses which he refused to relieve, or by which he amassed his wealth. The poor heart-broken looking girl, who by the way carried an unfortunate baby in her arms, literally tottered out of the room sobbing bitterly, and with a look of misery and despair that it was woful to contemplate. "Ah, then, Harry Hacket," said he, passing to another, "how are you? And how are you all over in Derryclooney, Harry? Not forgettin' the ould couple?" "Troth, middlin' only, Darby. My fine boy Dennis is down with this illness, and I'm wantin' a barrel of meal from you till towards Christmas. Come inside, Harry, to this little nest here, till I tell you something. And, by the way, let your father know I've got a new prayer that he'll like to learn, for it's he that's the pious man and attends to his duties. May God enable him, and every one that has the devotion in the right place." "Amin, a Chinara. He then brought Hacket into a little outshot behind the room in which the scales were, and shutting the door, thus proceeded in a sweet confidential kind of whisper: "You see, Harry, what I'm goin' to say to you is what I'd not say to ever another in the parish, the divil a one. God pardon me for swearin'. Amin achina. I'm ruined all out, smashed down, and broke horse and foot. There's the Slevins that went to America, and I lost more than £30 by them." "I thought," replied Hacket, "they paid you before they went. They were always a decent and honest family, and I never heard any one speak an ill word of them. Not a penny, Harry." "That's odd, then, because it was only Sunday 3 weeks that Murty Slevin, their cousin, if you remember, made you acknowledge that they paid you on the chapel green." "Ay, and I do acknowledge, because, Harry, one may as well speak charitably of the absent as not. It's only in private to you that I'm lettin' out the truth." "Well, well," exclaimed the other rather impatiently, "what have they to do with us?" "Ay, have they. It was what I lost by them and others. See now, don't be gettin' unpatient, I bid you. Time enough for that when you're refused." "That prevents me from being able to give credit as I'd wish. I'm not refusin' you, Harry, but achora, listen. You'll bring your bill at 2 months, only I must charge you a trifle for trust, for chances, or profit and loss, as the schoolmaster says. But you're to keep it a secret from livin' mortal, because if it 'ud get known in these times that I'd do such a thing, I'd have the very flesh ate off my bones by others wantin' the same thing. Bring me the bill then, Harry, and I'll fill it up myself, only be the hush, hold your tongue about it." Necessity forces those who are distressed to comply with many a rapacious condition of the kind, and the consequence was that Hacket did what the pressure of the time compelled him to do, passed his bill to Skinadre at a most usurious price for the food which was so necessary to his family. It is surprising how closely the low rustic extortioner and the city usurer, upon a larger scale, resemble each other in the expression of their sentiments, in their habits of business, their plausibility, natural tact, and especially in that hardness of heart and utter want of all human pity and sympathy, upon which the success of their black arts of usury and extortion essentially depends. With extortion in all its forms, Skinadre, for instance, was familiar. From those who were poor but honest he got a bill such as he exacted from Hacket, because he knew that, cost what it may to them, he was safe in their integrity. If dishonest, he still got a bill, and relied upon the law and its cruel list of harassing and fraudulent expenses for security. From others he got property of all descriptions; from some, butter, yarn, a piece of frieze, a pig, a cow, or a heifer. In fact, nothing that possessed value came wrong to him, so that it is impossible to describe adequately the web of mischief which this blood-sucking old spider contrived to spread around him, especially for those whom he knew to be too poor to avail themselves of a remedy against his villany. "Molly Cassidy, how are you?" he said, addressing a poor looking woman who carried a parcel of some description rolled up under her cloak. "How are all the family, achora?" "Glory be to God for it, they can scarcely be worse," replied the woman, in that spirit of simple piety and veneration for the Deity which in all their misery characterizes the Irish people. "But sure we're only sufferin' like others, and indeed not so bad as many. There's Mick Kelly has lost his fine boy Lanty, and his other son, young Mick, isn't expected to live, and all wid this sickness that was brought on them, as it is everywhere wid bad feedin'. They're miserable times, Molly, at least I find them so, for I dunno how it happens, but every one's disappointment falls upon me, till they have me almost out of house and home. Troth, it'd be no wondher I'd get hard hearted some day wid the way I'm thrated and robbed by every one. Ay, indeed, because I'm good natured, they play upon me." The poor creature gave a faint smile, for she knew the man's character thoroughly. "I have a dish of butther here, Darby," she said, "and I want meal instead of it." "Butther, Molly! Why thin, Molly, sure it isn't to me you're bringing butther, me that has so much of it lyin' on my hands here already. Sure, anyway, it's down to dirt since the wars is over, butther is. If it was anything else but butther, Molly, but it's of no use, I've too much of it. The sorra other thing I have thin, Mr. Skinadre, but sure you had better look at it, and you'll find it's what butther ought to be, firm, clane, and sweet. I can't take it, achora, there's no market for it now. Here, as we're distressed, take it for sixpence a pound, and that's the lowest price. God knows if we weren't as we are, it isn't for that you'd get it. Troth, I dare say you're ill off, and who isn't in these times, and it's worse they're gettin' and will be gettin' every day. Troth, I say, my heart bleeds for you, but we can't deal. Oh no, mother, as I say, it's only dirt now." "For God's sake, thin," exclaimed the alarmed creature, "take it for whatever you like." "It'd go hard wid me to see your poor family in a state of utter want," he replied, "and it's not in my nature to be harsh to a strugglin' person, so whether I lose or gain, I'll allow you 3 pence a pound for it." A shade of bitterness came across her features at this iniquitous proposal, but she felt the truth of that old adage in all its severity, that necessity has no law. "God help us!" she exclaimed, 3 pence a pound for such butther as this! However, it's the will of God, sure, and it can't be helped. Take it. Ay, it's aisy said, take it, but not to say what'll I do wid it when I have it. However, that's the man I am, and I know how it'll end wid me, savin' every one, workin' for every one, and thinkin' of every one but myself, and little thanks or gratitude for all. I know I'm not fit for such a world, but still it's a consolation to be doin' good to our fellow creatures when we can, and that's what lightens my heart." A woman now entered, whose appearance excited general sympathy, as was evident from the subdued murmurs of compassion which were breathed from the persons assembled as soon as she entered the room. There was something about her which, in spite of her thin and worn dress, intimated a consciousness of a position, either then or at some previous time, above that of the common description of farmers' wives. No one could mistake her for a highly educated woman, but there was in her appearance that decency of manner resulting from habits of independence and from moral feeling, which, at a first glance, whether it be accompanied by superior dress or not, indicates something which is felt to entitle its proprietor to unquestionable respect. The miser, when she entered, had been putting away the dish of butter into the outshot we had mentioned, so that he had not yet an opportunity of seeing her, and ere he returned to the scales, another female, possessing probably not less interest to the reader, presented herself. This was Mave, or Mabel, the young and beautiful daughter of the pious and hospitable Jerry Sullivan. Skinadre, on perceiving the matron who preceded her, paused for a moment, and looked at her with a wince in his thin features that might be taken for an indication of either pleasure or pain. He closed the sympathetic eye and wiped it, but this not seeming to satisfy him, he then closed both, and blew his nose with a little skeleton mealy handkerchief that lay on a sack beside him for that purpose. "Ahem! Why then, Mrs. Dalton, it isn't to my poor place I expected you would come." "Darby," she replied, "there is no use for any length of conversation between you and me. I'm here contrary to the wishes of my family, but I am a mother and cannot look upon their destitution without feeling that I should not allow my pride to stand between them and death. We are starving, I mean. They are, and I'm come to ask you for credit. If we are ever able to pay you, we will. If not, it's only one good act done to a family that often did many to you when they thought you grateful." "I'm the worst in the world, I'm the worst in the world," replied Skinadre; "but it wasn't till I knew that you'd be put out of your farm that I offered for it. And now you've taken away my character, and spoken ill of me everywhere, and said that I bid for it over your heads. Ay, indeed, and that it was your husband that set me up, by the way." "Oh, yes, and supposin' it was, and I'm not denyin' it, but is that any raison that I'd not bid for a good farm, when I knew that yous 'ud be put out of it?" "I am now spakin' about the distress of our family," said Mrs. Dalton. "You know that sickness has been among us, and is among us. Poor Tom is just able to be up, but that's all. Troth, and it'd be well for you all, and for himself too, that he had been taken away afore he comes in a bad end. What he will come to, if God hasn't said it. I hope he feels the affliction he brought on poor Ned Munay and his family by the hand he made of his unfortunate daughter." "He does feel it. The death of her brother and their situation has touched his heart, and he's only waitin' for better health and better times to do her justice. But now what answer do you give me?" "Why this: I'm harassed by what I've done for every one, an' the short and long of it, that I've neither male nor money to throw away. I couldn't afford it, and I can't. I'm a rogue, Mrs. Dalton, a miser, an extortioner, an ungrateful knave, and everything that is bad and worse than another; and for that raison, I say I have neither male nor money to throw away. That's what I'd say if I was angry, but I'm not angry. I do feel for you and them. Still I can't afford to do what you want, or I'd do it, for I like to do good for evil, bad as I am. I'm strivin' to make up my rent and to pay an unlucky bill that I have due to morrow, and doesn't know where the money's to come from to meet both. Mave Sullivan, achora, what can I—" Mrs. Dalton, from her position in the room, could not have noticed the presence of Mave Sullivan, but even had she been placed otherwise, it would have been somewhat difficult to get a glimpse of the young creature's face. Deeply did she participate in the sympathy which was felt for the mother of her mother, and so naturally delicate were her feelings, that she had drawn up the hood of her cloak, lest the other might have felt the humiliation to which Mave's presence must have exposed her by the acknowledgment of her distress. Neither was this all the gentle and generous girl had to suffer. She experienced in her own person, as well as Mrs. Dalton did, the painful sense of degradation which necessity occasions by a violation of that hereditary spirit of decent pride and independence which the people consider as the prestige of high respect, and which, even while it excites compassion and sympathy, is looked upon to a certain extent as diminished by even a temporary visitation of poverty. When the meal man therefore addressed her, she unconsciously threw the hood of her cloak back, and disclosed to the spectators a face burning with blushes and eyes filled with tears. The tears, however, were for the distress of Mrs. Dalton and her family, and the blushes for the painful circumstances which compelled her at once to witness them, and to expose those which were left under her own careworn father's roof. Mrs. Dalton, however, on looking round and perceiving what seemed to be an ebullition merely of natural shame, went over to her with a calm but mournful manner, that amounted almost to dignity. "Dear Mave," she said, "there is nothing here to be ashamed of. God forbid that the struggle of an honest family with poverty should bring a blot upon either your good name or mine. It does not, nor it will not. So dry your tears, my darlin' girl. There are better times before us all, I trust. Darby Skinadre," she added, turning to the miser, "you are both hard hearted and ungrateful, or you would remember in our distress the kindness we showed you in yours. If you can cleanse your conscience from the stain of ingratitude, it must be by a change of life." "Whatever stain there may be on my ungrateful conscience," he replied, turning up his red eyes, as it were, with thanksgiving, "there's not the stain of blood and murder on it, that's one comfort." Mrs. Dalton did not seem to hear him, neither did she seem to look in the direction of where he stood. As the words were uttered, she had been in the act of extending her hand to Mave Sullivan, who had hers stretched out to receive it. There now occurred, however, a mutual pause. Her hand was withdrawn, as was that of Mave also, who had suddenly become pale as death. "God bless you, my darling girl!" exclaimed Mrs. Dalton, sighing as if with some hidden sorrow. "God bless you and yours, praise my unhappy heart this day." And with these words she was about to depart, when Mave, trembling and much agitated, laid her hand gently and timidly upon her, adding in a low, sweet, tremulous voice, "My heart is free from that suspicion. I can't tell why, but I don't believe it." And while she spoke, her small hand gradually caught that of Mrs. Dalton, as a proof that she would not withhold the embrace on that account. Mrs. Dalton returned her pressure, and at the same moment kissed the fair girl's lips, who sobbed a moment or two in her arms, where she threw herself. The other again invoked a blessing upon her head, and walked out, having wiped a few tears from her pale cheeks. The miser looked upon this exhibition of feeling with some surprise, but as his was not a heart susceptible of the impressions it was calculated to produce, he only said, in a tone of indifference, "Well, to be sure now, Mave, I didn't expect to see you shakin' hands wid and kissin' Condy Dalton's wife, at any rate, considerin' all that has happened atween the families. However, it's good to be forgiven. I hope it is. Indeed I know that, for it comes almost to a feelin' in myself. Well, achora, what am I to do for you?" "Will you let me speak to you inside a minute?" she asked. "Will I? Why then, to be sure I will; and who knows but it's my daughter in law I might have you yet. Avillish, yourself and Darby's just about an age. Come inside, ahagur." Their dialogue was not of very long duration. Skinadre, on returning to the scales, weighed 2 equal portions of oatmeal, for one of which Mave paid him. "I will either come or send for this," she said, laying her hand on the one for which she had paid. "If I send any one, I'll give the token I mentioned." "Very well, asukar, very well," he replied; "it's for nobody livin' but yourself I'd do it. But sure now, I must begin to court you for Darby. It won't be easy to refuse you for anything in raison." "Mind, then," she observed, as she seized one of the portions in order to proceed home, "mind," she said, laying her hand upon that which she was leaving behind her, "mind, It's for this one I have paid you." "Very well, achora, it makes no difference. Sure a kiss of them red purty lips o' yours to Darby will pay the interest for all." Two other females now made their appearance, one with whom our readers are already acquainted. This was no other than the prophet's wife, who had for her companion a woman whom neither she herself nor any one present knew. "Mave Sullivan, darlin'," exclaimed the former, "I'm glad to see you. Are you going home now?" "I am, Nelly," replied Mave, "just on my step." "Well, then, if you stop a minute or two, I'll be part of the way wid you. I have something to mention as we go along." "Very well, then," replied Mave, "make as much haste as you can, Nelly, for I'm in a hurry." And an expression of melancholy settled upon her countenance as she spoke. The stranger was a tall, thin woman, much about the age and height of the prophet's wife, but neither so lusty nor so vigorous in appearance. She was but indifferently dressed, and though her features had evidently been handsome in her younger days, yet there was now a thin, shrewish expression about the nose, and a sharpness about the compressed lips, and those curves which bounded in her mouth, that betokened such firmness, if not obstinacy, in her character, joined to a look which might as well be considered an indication of trial and suffering, as of a temper naturally none of the best. On hearing Mave Sullivan's name mentioned, she started, and looked at her keenly, and for a considerable time; after which she asked for a drink of water, which she got in the kitchen, where she sat, as it seemed, to rest a little. Nelly, in the meantime, put her hand in a red three-cornered pocket that hung by her side, and pulling out a piece of writing, presented it to the mealman. That worthy gentleman, on casting his eyes over it, read as follows: "Dear Skinadre, give Daniel M'Gowan, otherwise the Black Prophet, any quantity of meal necessary for his own family, which please charge, and you know why, to your friend, Dick o' the Grange, June." Skinadre's face, on perusing this document, was that of a man who felt himself pulled in different directions by something at once mortifying and pleasant. He smiled at first, then bit his lips, winked one eye, then another, looked at the prophet's wife with complacency, but immediately checked himself, and began to look keen and peevish. This, however, appeared to be an error on the other side, and the consequence was that, after some comical alterations, his countenance settled down into its usual expression. "Troth," said he, "that same Dick o' the Grange, as he calls himself, is a quare young gentleman, as much male as you want, a quare mad." "Your family's small, I think?" "But sharp and active," she replied, with a hard smile, as of one who cared not for the mirth she made. "As far as we go." "Ay," said he, abruptly, "divil a much, God pardon me for swearin'. Ever they were for good that had a large appetite. It's a bad sign of either man or woman. There never was a villain hanged yet that didn't eat more to his last breakfast than ever he did at a meal in his life before. Howanever, one may as well have a friend, so I suppose we must give you a trifle." When her portion was weighed out, she and Mave Sullivan left this scene of extortion together, followed by the strange woman, who seemed, as it were, to watch their motions, or at least to feel some particular interest in them. Section 4. Of The Black Prophet, by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 4. He had again resumed his place at the scales, and was about to proceed in his exactions, when the door opened, and a powerful young man, tall, big boned, and broad shouldered, entered the room, leading, or rather dragging with him, the poor young woman and her child, who had just left the place in such bitterness and affliction. He was singularly handsome, and of such resolute and manly bearing that it was impossible not to mark him as a person calculated to impress one with a strong anxiety to know who and what he might be. On this occasion his cheek was blanched, and his eye emitted a turbid fire, which could scarcely be determined as that of indignation or illness. "Is it true," he asked, "that you've dared to refuse to this is it true that you've dared to refuse this girl and her starvin' father and mother the meal she wanted? Is this true, you hard-hearted old scoundrel? Because if it is, by the blessed sky above us, I'll pull the windpipe out of you, you infernal miser." He seized unfortunate Skinadre by the neck as he spoke, and almost at the same moment forced him to project his tongue about 3 inches out of his mouth, causing his face at the same time to assume, by the violence of the act, an expression of such comic distress and terror as it was difficult to look upon with gravity. "Is it true," he repeated in a voice of thunder, "that you've dared to do so scoundrelly an act, and she, the unfortunate creature, famishing with hunger herself?" While he spake, he held Skinadre's neck as if in a vice, firm in the same position, and the latter, of course, could do nothing more than turn his ferret eyes round as well as he could to entreat him to relax his grip. "Don't choke him, Tom," exclaimed Hacket, who came forward to interpose; "you'll strangle him, as heaven's above you will." "And what great crime would that be?" answered the other, relaxing his awful grip of the miser. "Isn't he and every cursed meal monger like him a curse and a scourge to the country? And hasn't the same country curses and scourges enough without either him or them? Answer me now," he proceeded, turning to Skinadre, "why did you send her away without the food she wanted?" "My heart bled for her, but—" "It's a lie, you born hypocrite, it's a lie. Your heart never bled for anything or anybody." "But you don't know," replied the miser, "what I lost by—" "It's a lie, I say," thundered out the gigantic young fellow, once more seizing the unfortunate meal monger by the throat, when out again went his tongue like a piece of machinery touched by a spring, and again were the red eyes, now almost starting out of his head, turned round, whilst he himself was in a state of suffocation that rendered his appearance ludicrous beyond description. "It's a lie, I say, for you have neither truth nor heart. That's what we all know." "For heaven's sake let the man go," said Hacket, "or you'll have his death to answer for." And as he spoke he attempted to unclasp the young man's grip. "Tom Dalton, I say, let the man go." Dalton, who was elder brother to the lover of Mave Sullivan, seized Hacket with one of his hands, and spun him like a child to the other end of the room. "Keep away," he exclaimed, "till I settle wid him. Here now, Skinadre, listen to me. You refused my father credit when we wanted it, although you knew we were honest. You refused him credit when we were turned out of our place, although you knew the sickness was among us. Well you know whether we that were your friends, and my father at least, the makin' of you," and as he spoke he accompanied every third word by a shake or two, as a kind of running commentary upon what he said. "Ay, you did, you knew it well, and I could bear all that, but I can't bear you to turn this unfortunate girl out of your place without what she wants, and she's sinkin' with hunger herself. If she's in distress, 'Twas I that brought her to it, and to shame and to sorrow too. But I'll set all right for you yet, Margaret, dear, and no one has a better right to speak for her." "Tom," said the young woman, with a feeble voice, "for the love of God, let him go, or he'll drop." "Not," replied Dalton, "till he gives you what you come for. Come now," he proceeded, addressing the miser, "weigh her. How much will you be able to carry, Margaret?" "Oh, never mind now, Tom," she replied, "I don't want any. It's the old couple at home. It's them." "Weigh her out," continued the other furiously, "weigh her out a stone of meal, or by all the lies that ever came from your lips, I'll squeeze the breath out of your body, you deceitful old hypocrite." "I will," said the miser, panting, and adjusting his string of a cravat, "I will, Tom. Here, I ain't able. Weigh it yourself. I'm not, indeed I'm not able," said he, breathless, "and I was thinkin', when you came in, of sendin' after her, because when I heard of the sickness among them, that I mayn't sin, but I found my heart bleedin' inward." Tom's clutches were again at his throat. "Another lie!" he exclaimed, "and you're a gone man. Do what I bid you." Skinadre appeared, in point of fact, unable to do so, and Dalton, seeing this, weighed the unhappy young woman a stone of oatmeal, which, on finding it too heavy for her feeble strength, he was about to take up himself, when he put his hands to his temples, then staggered and fell. They immediately gathered about him to ascertain the cause of this sudden attack, when it appeared that he had become insensible. His brow was now pale and cold as marble, and a slight dew lay upon his broad forehead. His shirt was open, and exposed to view a neck and breast which, although sadly wasted, were of surpassing whiteness and great manly beauty. Margaret, on seeing him fall, instantly placed her baby in the hands of another woman, and flying to him, raised his head and laid it upon her bosom, whilst the miser, who had now recovered, shook his head, lifted his hands, and looked as if he felt that his house was undergoing pollution. In the meantime the young woman bent her mouth down to his ear, and said, in tones that were wild and hollow, and that had more of despair than even of sorrow in them, "Tom, oh Tom, are you gone? Hear me." But he replied not to her. "Ah, there was a day," she added, looking with a mournful smile around, "when he loved to listen to my voice, but that day has passed for ever." He opened his eyes as she spoke. Hers were fixed upon him. He felt a few warm tears upon his face, and she exclaimed in a low voice, not designed for other ears, "I forgive you all, Tom dear, I forgive you all." He looked at her, and starting to his feet, exclaimed, "Margaret, my own Margaret, hear me. She is dying," he shouted in a hoarse and excited voice, "she is dying with want. I see it all. She's dead." It was too true. The unhappy girl had passed into another life, but whether from a broken heart, caused by sin, shame, and desertion, or from famine and the pressure of general destitution and distress, could never properly be ascertained. "I see," exclaimed Dalton, his eyes again blazing, and his voice hollow with emotion, "I see, there she lies, and who brought her to that? But I intended to set all right. Ay, there she lies, and again, how are we at home? Brought low down to a mud cabin, now Dick o' the Grange, and now Darby Skinadre. Now for revenge. The time is come. I'll take my place at the head of them, and what's to be done must be done. Margaret Murtagh, you're lying dead before me, and by the broken heart you died of." He could add no more, but with these words, tottering and frantic, he rushed out of the miser's house. "With the help of God, the young savage is as mad as a March hare," observed Skinadre coolly, "but as it's all over wid the unfortunate creature, I don't see why an honest man should lose his own at any rate." Whilst uttering these words he seized the meal, and deliberately emptied it back into the chest from which young Dalton had taken it. CHAPTER VIII. A Middleman and Magistrate, Master and Man. Having mentioned a strange woman who made her appearance at Skinadre's, it may be necessary, or at least agreeable to the reader, that we should account for her presence under the roof of that worthy individual, especially as she is likely to perform a part of some interest in our tale. We have said already that she started on hearing Mave Sullivan's name mentioned, and followed her and the Black Prophet's wife like a person who watched their motions, and seemed to feel some peculiar interest in either one or both. The reader must return then to the Grey Stone already alluded to, which to some of the characters in our narrative will probably prove to be a stone of destiny. Hanlon, having departed from Sarah M'Gowan in a state of excitement, wended his way along a lonely and dreary road to the residence of his master, Dick o' the Grange. The storm had increased, and was still increasing at every successive blast, until it rose to what might be termed a tempest. It is indeed a difficult thing to describe the peculiar state of his feelings as he struggled onwards, sometimes blown back to a standstill, and again driven forward by the gloomy and capricious tyranny of the blast, as if he were its mere plaything. In spite, however, of the conflict of the external elements as they careered over the country around him, he could not shake from his imagination the impression left there by the groan which he had heard at the Grey Stone. A supernatural terror, therefore, was upon him, and he felt as if he were in the presence of an accompanying spirit, of a spirit that seemed anxious to disclose the fact that murder would not rest. And so strongly did this impression gain upon him, that in the fitful howling of the storm, and in its wild wailing and dying sobs among the trees and hedges as he went along, he thought he could distinguish sounds that belonged not to this life. Still he proceeded, his terrors thus translating, as it were, the noisy conflict of the elements into the voices of the dead, or thanking heaven that the strong winds brought him to a calmer sense of his position, by the necessity that they imposed of preserving himself against their violence. In this anomalous state he advanced until he came to a grove of old beeches that grew at the foot of one of the hill ranges we have described, and here the noises he heard were not calculated to diminish his terrors. As the huge trees were tossed and swung about in the gloomy moonlight, his ears were assailed by a variety of wild sounds which had never reached them before. The deep and repeated crashes of the tempest, as it raged among them, was accompanied by a frightful repetition of hoarse moanings, muffled groans, and wild unearthly shrieks, which encountered him from 1,000 quarters in the grove, and he began to feel that horrible excitement which is known to be occasioned by the mere transition from extreme cowardice to reckless indifference. Still he advanced homewards, repeating his prayers with singular energy, his head uncovered notwithstanding the severity of the night, and the rain pouring in torrents upon him, when he found it necessary to cross a level of rough land, at all times damp and marshy, but in consequence of the rains of the season, now a perfect morass. Over this he had advanced about half a mile, and got beyond the frightful noises of the woods, when some large object rose into the air from a clump of plashy rushes before him, and shot along the blast uttering a booming sound, so loud and stunning that he stood riveted to the earth. The noise resembled that which sometimes proceeds from a humming top, if a person could suppose one made upon such a gigantic scale as to produce the deep and hollow buzz which this being emitted. Nothing could now convince him that he was not surrounded by spirits, and he felt confident that the voice of undiscovered murder was groaning on the blast, shrieking, as it were, for vengeance in the terrible voice of the tempest. He once more blessed himself, repeated a fresh prayer, and struggled forward, weak and nearly exhausted, until at length he reached the village adjoining which his master Dick o' the Grange resided. The winds now, and for some minutes previously, had begun to fall, and the lulls in the storm were calmer and more frequent, as well as longer in duration. Hanlon proceeded to his master's, and peering through the shutters, discovered that the servants had not yet retired to rest. Then, bending his steps further up the village, he soon reached a small isolated cabin, at the door of which he knocked, and in due time was admitted by a thin, tall female. "God protect us, dear, you're lost. Blessed Father, such a night! Oh, my! Well, let's sit near the spark of fire, such as it is. But indeed it's little you'll benefit by it. Anyway, sit down." Hanlon sat on a stool, and laying his hat beside him on the floor, he pressed the rain as well as he could out of his drenched hair, and for some time did not speak, whilst the female squatted upon the ground, somewhat like a hare in her form, sat with the candle in her hand, which she held up in the direction of his face, whilst her eyes were riveted on him with a look of earnest and solemn inquiry. "Well," she said at length, "did your journey end as I told you it would, in nothing? And yet, God presarve me, you look what has happened? You look like one that was terrified, sure enough. Tell me at once, did the dhrame come out thrue?" "I'll not have a light heart this many a day," he replied. "Let no one say there's not a Providence above us to bring murder to light." "God of glory be about us!" she exclaimed, interrupting him. "Something has happened. Your looks would frighten one, and your voice isn't like the voice of a livin' man. Tell me, and yet, for all so curious as I feel, I'm tremblin' this minute, but tell me, did the dhrame come out thrue, I say?" "The dhrame came out thrue," he replied, solemnly. "I know where the tobaccy box is that he had about him, the same that transported my poor uncle, or that was partly the means of doin' it." The woman crossed herself, muttered a short ejaculatory prayer, and again gathered her whole features into an expression of mingled awe and curiosity. "Did you go to the place you dreamed of?" she asked. "I went to the Grey Stone," he replied, "and offered up a prayer for his soul, after puttin' my right hand upon it in his name, just as I did on yesterday. After I got an account of the tobaccy box, I heard a groan at the spot, as heaven's above me, I did. Saviour of earth, Guntho Shin! But that wasn't all. On my way home, I heard, as I was passin' the old trees at the Rabbit Bank, things that I can't find words to tell you of." "Well, acushla, glory be to God for everything. It's all his will, blessed be his name. What did you hear, avick? But wait till I throw a drop of the holy water that I have hangin' in the little bottle at the bedpost upon us." She rose whilst prayer and getting the bottle alluded to, sprinkled both herself and him, after which she hung it up again in its former position. "There now, nothin' harmful, at any rate, can come near us after that, blessed be his name. Well, what did you hear comin' home? I mean at the Rabbit Bank. Wurrah!" she added, shuddering. "But it's it, that's the lonely spot after night. What was it, dear?" "Indeed, I can scarcely tell you. Such groans and wild shoutin's and shrieks man's ears never heard in this world, I think. There I heard them as I was comin' past the trees, and after I passed them, and when I left them far behind me, I could hear, every now and then, a wild shriek that made my blood run cold. But there was still worse as I crossed the Black Park. Something got up into the air out of the rushes before me, and went off wid a noise not unlike what Jerry Hamilton of the band makes when he rubs his middle finger against the tambourine. Heaven be about us!" she exclaimed, once more crossing herself, and uttering a short prayer for protection from evil. "But tell me, how did you know it was his box? And how did you find it out?" "By the letters P.M. and the broken hinge," he replied. "Blessed be the name of God!" she exclaimed again. "He won't let the murder lie, that's clear. But what I want to know is, how did your goin' to the Grey Stone bring you to the knowledge of the box?" He then gave her a more detailed account of his conversation with Sarah M'Gowan, and the singular turn which it chanced to take towards the subject of the handkerchief in the first instance. But when the coincidence of the letters were mentioned, together with Sarah's admission that she had the box in her possession, she clasped her hands and looked upwards, exclaimed, "Blessed be the name of the Almighty for that! Oh, I feel there is no doubt now the hand of God is in it, and will come at the murderer or the murderers yet." "I hope so," he replied, "but I'm lost wid wet and cold, so in the meantime I'll be off home and to my bed. I had something to say to you about another matter, but I'll wait till mornin'. Dear knows I'm in no condition to spake about anything else to night. This is a snug little cabin, but please God, in the course of a week or so, I'll have you more comfortable than you are. If my own trouble was over me, I wouldn't stop long in the neighborhood, but as the hand of God seems to be in this business, I can't think of goin' till it's cleared up as it will be, I have no doubt, and can have none, after what has happened this awful night." Hanlon's situation with his master was one with which many of our readers are, no doubt, well acquainted. He himself was a clever, active, ingenious fellow, who could, as they say in the country, put a hand to anything, and make himself useful in a great variety of employments. He had in the spring of that year been engaged as a common laborer by Dick o' the Grange, in which capacity he soon attracted his employer's notice by his extraordinary skill in almost everything pertaining to that worthy gentleman's establishment. It is true he was a stranger in the country, of whom nobody knew anything, for there appeared to be some mystery about him; but as Dick cared little of either his place of birth or pedigree, it was sufficient for him to find that Hanlon was a very useful, not to say valuable young man, about his house, that he understood everything, and had an eye and hand equally quick and experienced. The consequence was that he soon became a favorite with the father, and a kind of sine qua non with the son, into whose rustic gallantries he entered with a spirit that satisfied the latter of his capacity to serve him in that respect as well as others. Hanlon, in truth, was just the person for such a master, and for such an establishment as he kept. Dick o' the Grange was not a man who, either by birth, education, or position in society, could entertain any pretensions to rank with the gentry of the surrounding country. It is true he was a magistrate, but then he was a middleman, and as such found himself an interested agent in the operation of one of the worst and most cruel systems that ever cursed either the country or the people. We of course mean that which suffered a third party to stand between the head landlord and those who in general occupied the soil. Of this system it may be with truth said, that the iniquity lay rather in the principle on which it rested than in the individual who administered it, because it was next to an impossibility that a man anxious to aggrandize his family, as almost every man is, could, in the exercise of the habits which enabled him to do so, avoid such a pressure upon those who were under him as amounted to great hardships and injustice. The system held out so many temptations to iniquity in the management of land and in the remuneration of labor, that it required an amount of personal virtue and self denial to resist them, that were scarcely to be expected from any one, so difficult was it to overlook or neglect the opportunities for oppression and fraud which it thus offered. Old Dick, although bearing the character of being a violent and outrageous man, was, however, one of those persons of whom there will be always somebody found to speak favorably. Hot and ungovernable in temper he unquestionably was, and capable of savage and cruel acts, but at the same time his capricious and unsteady impulses rendered him uncertain whether for good or evil, so much so indeed that it was impossible to know when to ask him for a favor. Nor was it extraordinary to find him a friend this day to the man whose avowed enemy he proclaimed himself yesterday. And this same point of character was true the other way, for whilst certain that you had him for a friend, perhaps you found him hard at work to oppress or overreach you if he could. The consequence of this peculiarity was that he had a twofold reputation in the country. Some were found to abuse him, and others to mention many acts of generosity and kindness which he had been known to perform under circumstances where they were least to be expected. This perhaps was one reason why they made so strong an impression upon the people, and were so distinctly remembered to his advantage. It is true he was a violent party man, but then he wanted coolness to adjust his principles, and thus make them subservient to his private interests. For this reason, notwithstanding his strong and outspoken prejudices, it was a well known fact that the Roman Catholic population preferred him as a magistrate to many who were remarkable for a more equal and even tenor of life, and in whom, under greater plausibility of manner, there existed something which they would have readily exchanged for his violent abuse of them and their creed. Such was Dick o' the Grange, a man who, as a middleman and magistrate, stood out a prominent representative of a class that impressed themselves strongly upon their times, and who, whether as regards their position or office, would not find at the present day in the ranks of any party in Ireland a single man who could come forward and say they were not an oppressive evil to the country. Dick o' the Grange at this period of our narrative was far advanced in years, and had, some time past, begun to feel what is known in men who have led a hard convivial life as that breaking down of the constitution which is generally the forerunner of dissolution. On this account he had for some time past resigned the management of his property altogether to his son, young Dick, who was certainly wild and unreflecting, but neither so impulsively generous nor so habitually violent as his father. The estimate of his character which went abroad was such as might be expected. Many thought him better than the old man. He was the youngest son and a favourite, two circumstances which probably occasioned his education to be neglected as it had been. All his sisters and brothers having been for some years married and settled in life, he and his father, who was a widower, kept a bachelor's house, where we regret to say the parental surveillance over his morals was not so strict as it ought to have been. Young Dick was handsome, and so exceedingly vain of his person, that any one wishing to gain a favour either from himself or his worthy sire had little more to do than dexterously apply a strong dose of flattery to this his weakest point, and the favour was sure to be granted, for his influence over old Dick was boundless. In this family, then, it was that Hanlon held the situation we have described, that is, partly a gardener, and partly a steward, and partly a labouring man. There was a rude and riotous character in and about Dick's whole place, which marked it at once as the property of a person below the character of a gentleman. Abundance there was, and great wealth, but neither elegance nor neatness marked the house or furniture. His servants partook of the same equivocal appearance as did the father and the son, and the Grange in general. But above all and everything in his establishment must we place, in originality and importance, Jemmy Branigan, who, in point of fact, ought to receive credit for the greater portion of old Dick's reputation, or at least for all that was good of it. Jemmy was his old confidential enemy for more than 40 years, during the greater portion of which period it could scarcely be said with truth that, in Jemmy's hands, Dick of the Grange ought to be looked to as a responsible person. When we say enemy, we know perfectly well what we mean, for if half a dozen battles between Jemmy and his master every day during the period above mentioned constituted friendship, then indeed the reader may substitute the word friend if he pleases. In fact, Dick and Jemmy had become notorious throughout the whole country, and we are certain that many of our readers will, at first glance, recognize these two remarkable individuals. Truly, the ascendancy which Jemmy had gained over the magistrate was surprising, and nothing could be more amusing than the interminable series of communications, both written and oral, which passed between them, in the shape of dismissals from service on the one side and notices to leave on the other, each of which, whether written or oral, was treated by the party noticed with the most thorough contempt. Nothing was right that Jemmy disapproved of, and nothing wrong that had his sanction, and this without any reference whatsoever to the will of his master, who, if he happened to get into a passion about it, was put down by Jemmy, who got into a greater passion still; so that after a long course of recrimination and billingsgate on both sides, delivered by Jemmy in an incomparably louder voice and with a more consequential manner, old Dick was finally forced to succumb. The worthy magistrate and his son were at breakfast next morning, when young Master Richard, as he was called, rung the bell, and Jemmy attended, for we must add that Jemmy discharged the duties of butler, together with any other duty that he himself deemed necessary, and that without leave asked or given. "Where's Hanlon, Jemmy?" he asked. "Hanlon? Troth, it's little matter where he is, and devil a one of myself cares." "Well, but I care, Jemmy, for I want him. Where is he?" "He's gone up to that ould Steele's that lives in the cabin above there. I don't like the same Hanlon. Nobody here knows anything about him, nor he won't let them know anything about him. He's as close as Darby Skinadre, and as deep as a draw well. Altogether, he looks as if there was a weight on his conscience, for all his lightness and fun, and if I thought so, I'd discharge him at wanst." "And I agree with you for once," observed his master. "There is some cursed mystery about him. I don't like him either, to say the truth." "And why don't you like him?" asked Jemmy, with a contemptuous look. "I can't say, but I don't." "No, you can't? I know you can't say anything, at all events, that you ought to say," replied Jemmy, who, like his master, would have died without contradiction. "But I can say why you don't like him. It's because he's the best servant ever was about your place. That's the raison you don't like him. But what do you know about a good servant or a bad one, or anything else that's useful to you, God help you?" "If you were near my cane, you old scoundrel, I'd pay you for your impertinence, ay would I." "Old scoundrel, is it? Oh, hould your tongue. I'm not of your blood, thank God, and don't be fastenin' your name upon me. Old scoundrel, indeed! Troth, we could spare an odd one now and then out of our own little establishment." "Jemmy, never mind," said the son, "but tell Hanlon I want to speak to him in the office after breakfast." "If I see him I will, but the devil an inch I'll go out of my way for it. If I see him I will, and if I don't I won't. Did you put a fresh bandage to your leg to keep in them Pharisee? Varicose veins, we presume. Veins of yours, as the doctor ordered you?" This, in fact, was the usual style of his address to the old magistrate when in conversation with him. "Damn the quack," replied his master, "no, I didn't." "And why didn't you? You're beginning this morning," said the other, losing temper. "You had better keep quiet, keep your distance, if you're wise, that's all." "Why didn't you, I ax?" continued Jemmy, walking up to him with his hands in his coat pocket, and looking coolly but authoritatively in his face. "I tell you, and if you don't know how to take care of yourself, I do, and I will. I'm all that's left over you now, and in spite of all I can do, it's a pretty account I'd be able to give of you if I was called on." "This to my face!" exclaimed Dick, "this to my face, you villain!" and as he spoke, the cane was brandished over Jemmy's head, as if it would descend any moment. "Ay," replied Jemmy, without budging, "ay, indeed, and purty face it is. A nice face, hard drinkin', and a bad life has left you. Ah, do it if you dare," he added, as the other swung his staff once or twice, as if about to lay it down in reality. "Troth, if you do, I'll know how to act." "What would you do, you old cancer? What would you do if I did?" "Troth, what you'll force me to do some day, I know you will, for heaven and earth couldn't stand you; and if I do, it's not me you'll have to blame for it. Ah, that same step you'll drive me to, I see that." "What will you do, you old viper, that has been like a blister to me my whole life? What will you do?" "Send you about your business," replied Jemmy, coolly, but with all the plenitude of authority in his manner; "send you from about the place, and then I'll have a quiet house. I'll send you to your youngest daughter's, or somewhere, or anywhere, out of this. So, now that you know my determination, you had better keep yourself cool, unless, indeed, you wish to travel. Oh, then, heavens above, but you were a bitter sight to me, but it was the unlucky day that ever the devil drove you across me." "Dick," said the father, "as soon as you go into the office, write a discharge, as bad a one, for that old vagabond as the English language can enable you to do, for by the light of heaven he shan't sleep another night under this roof." "Shan't I? We'll see that, though, to the devil I pitch yourself and your discharge, and now, mark my words, I'll be no longer troubled wid you. You've been all my life a torment and a heartbreak to me. A blister of French flies was swan's down compared to you, but by the book I'll end it at last. Ay, will I give you up. I surrender you as a bad bargain. I wash my hands of you. This is Tuesday morning. God bless the day and weather, and woful weather it is, but sure it's better than you deserve, and I don't doubt but it's you and likes of you that brings it on us. Ay, this is Tuesday morning, and now I give you warnin' that on Saturday next you'll see the last of me, and don't think that this warnin' is like the rest, or that I'll relent again, and I was foolish enough to do often before. No, my mind's made up, and indeed," here his voice sank to a great calmness and philosophy, like a man who was above all human passion, and who could consequently talk in a voice of cool and quiet determination. "And indeed," he added, "my conscience was urgin' me to this for some time past, so that I'm glad things has taken this turn." "I hope you'll keep your word, then," said his master; "but before you go, listen to me." "Listen to you! To be sure I will. God forbid I wouldn't. let there be nothing at any rate but civility between us while we're together. What is it? You asked me last night to let widow Leary's cow out o' pond? Ay, did I? And I swore I wouldn't. I know you did. Who would doubt that, at any rate? Well, before you leave, be off now, and let the animal out of the pound." "Is that it? Oh, God help you! What'll you do when you'll be left to yourself, as you will be on Saturday next?" "Let her out, says you? Troth, the poor woman had her cow safe and sound at home wid her before she went to bed last night, and her poor children had her milk to kitchen their praties, the crathurs. Do you think I'd let her stay in till the maggot bit you? Oh, ay, indeed. In the manetime, as soon as you are done breakfast, I want you in the study to put the bandage on that ould good for nothin' leg of yours, and mark my words, let there be no shirkin' now, for on it must go, and will too. If I see that Hanlon, I'll tell him you want to see him, Master Richard, and now that I'm on it, I had better say a word to you before I go, because when I do go, you'll have no one to guide you, God help you, or set you a Christian pattern. You see that man sittin' there wid that bad leg stretched out upon the chair?" "I do, Jemmy. Ha, ha, ha! Well, what's next?" "That man was the worst pattern ever you had. In the word, don't folly his example in anything, in any one single thing, and then there may be some chance o' you still. I'll want you by and by in the study, I told you." These last words were addressed to his master, at whom he looked as one might be supposed to do at a man whose case, in a moral sense, was hopeless; after which, having uttered a groan that seemed to imitate the woful affliction he was doomed day by day to suffer, he left the room. It is not our intention, neither is it necessary, that we should enter into the particulars of the interview which Hanlon had that morning with young Dick. It is merely sufficient to state that they had a private conversation in the old magistrate's office, at which the female whom Hanlon had visited the night before was present. When this was concluded, Hanlon walked with her a part of the way, evidently holding serious and interesting discourse touching a subject which we may presume bore upon the extraordinary proceedings of the previous night. He closed by giving her directions how to proceed on her journey, for it seemed that she was unacquainted with the way, being, like himself, but a stranger in the neighborhood. "You will go on," said he, "till you reach the height at Aughindrummon. From that you will see the trees at the Rabbit Bank under you. Then keep the road straight till you come to where it crosses the ford of the river. A little on this side, and where the road turns to your right, you will find the Grey Stone, and just opposite that you will see the miserable cabin where the Black Prophet lives." "Why do they call him the Black Prophet?" "Partly, they tell me, from his appearance, and partly because he takes delight in prophesying evil." "But could he have anything to do with the murder?" "I was thinkin' about that," he replied, "and had some talk this mornin' wid a man that's livin' a long time, indeed, that was born a little above the place, and he says that the Black Prophet, or M'Gowan, did not come to the neighborhood till after the murder. I wasn't myself cool enough last night to ask his daughter many questions about it, and I was afraid, besides, to appear over anxious in the business. So now that you have your instructions in that and the other matters, you'll manage everything as well as you can." Hanlon then returned to the Grange, and the female proceeded on her mission to the house, if house it could be called, of the Black Prophet, for the purpose, if possible, of collecting such circumstances as might tend to throw light upon a dark and mysterious murder. When Sarah left her father, after having poulticed his face, to go a kaily, as she said, to a neighbor's house, she crossed the ford of the river, and was proceeding in the same directions that had been taken by Hanlon the preceding night, when she met a strange woman, or rather she found her standing, apparently waiting for herself, at the Grey Stone. From the position of the stone, which was a huge one, under one ledge of which, by the way, there grew a little clump of dwarf elder, it was impossible that Sarah could pass her without coming in tolerable close contact, for the road was an old and narrow one, though perfectly open, and without hedge or ditch on either side of it. "Maybe you could tell me, young woman, whereabouts here a man lives that they call Donald Dhu, or the Black Prophet. His real name is M'Gowan, I think." "I ought to be able to tell you at any rate," replied Sarah. "I'm his daughter." The strange woman, on surveying Sarah more closely, looked as if she never intended to remove her eyes from her countenance and figure. She seemed for a moment, as it were, to forget every other object in life, her previous conversation with Hanlon, the message on which she had been sent, and her anxiety to throw light upon the awful crime that had been committed at the spot whereon she stood. At length she sighed deeply, and appeared to recover her presence of mind, and to break through the abstraction in which she had been wrapped. "You're his daughter, you say?" "Ay, I do say so." "Then you know a young man by the name Pierce what am I sayin'? By the name Charley Hanlon?" "To be sure I do. I'm not ashamed of knowing Charles Hanlon." "You have a good opinion of him, then?" "I have a good opinion of him, but not so good as I had thought." "Musha, why then, might one ask?" "I'm afeard he's a cowardly crathur, and rather unmanly a trifle. I like a man to be a man, and not to get as white as a sheet, and cold as a tombstone, because he hears what he thinks to be a groan at night, and it may be nothing but an old cow behind a ditch. Ha, ha, ha! And where did he hear the groan?" "Why, here, where we're standin'. Ha, ha, ha! I was thinkin' of it since, and I did hear something very like a groan. But what about it? Such a night as last night would make any one groan that had groan in them." "You spoke about ditches, but sure there's no ditches here." "Divil a matther, who cares what it was? What do you want with my father?" "It was yourself that I wanted to see." "Faix, and you've seen me then, and the full of your eye you took out of me. You know me again, I hope. Is your mother livin'? No? How long is she dead, do you know?" "I do not. I hardly remember anything about her. She died when I was a young slip, a mere child, I believe. Still," she proceeded, rather slowly, musing, and putting her beautiful and taper fingers to her chin, "I think that I do remember. It's like a dhrame to me, though, and I dunna but it is one. Still it's like a dhrame to me. But I was wanst in her arms, that I was cryin', and that she kissed me. If she had lived, it's a different life maybe I lead, and a different creature I'd be to day, maybe, but I never had a mother." "Did your father marry a second time?" "He did." "Then you have a stepmother?" "Ay, have I." "Is she kind to you, and do you like her?" "Middlin'. She's not so bad. Better than I deserve, I doubt. I'm sorry for what I did to her, but then I have the divil's temper, and have no guide of myself when it comes on me. I know whatever she may be to me, I'm not the best stepdaughter to her." The strange female was evidently much struck with the appearance and singularly artless disposition of Sarah, as well as with her extraordinary candour. And indeed no wonder, for as this neglected creature spoke, especially with reference to her mother, her eyes flashed and softened with an expression of brilliancy and tenderness that might be said to resemble the sky at night, when the glowing coruscations of the aurora borealis sweep over it like expanses of lightning, or fade away into those dim but graceful undulations which fill the mind with a sense of such softness and beauty. "I don't know," observed her companion, sighing and looking at her affectionately, "how any stepmother could be harsh to you." "Ha, ha, ha! Don't you indeed? Faix, then, if you had me, maybe you wouldn't think so. I'm nothing but a born divil when the fit's on me." "Charley Hanlon," proceeded the strange woman, "bid me ax you for the ould tobaccy box you promised him last night." "Well, but he promised me a handkerchy. Have you got it?" "I have," replied the other, producing it; "but then I'm not to give it to you unless you give me the box for it." "But I haven't the box now," said Sarah. "Howandiver, I'll get it for him." "Are you sure that you can and will?" inquired the other. "I had it in my hand yesterday," she said, "and if it's to be had, I'll get it." "Well, then," observed the other, mildly, "as soon as you get him the box, he'll give you this handkerchy, but not till then." "Ha!" she exclaimed, kindling, "is that his bargain? Does he think I'd trick him or cheat him? Hand it here." "I can't," replied the other; "I'm only to give it to you when I get the box." "Hand it here, I say," returned Sarah, whose eyes flashed in a moment. "It's Peggy Murray's rag, I suppose. Hand it here, I bid you." The woman shook her head and replied, "I can't, not till you get the box." Sarah replied not a word, but sprang at it, and in a minute had it in her hands. "I would tear it this minute into ribbons," she exclaimed, with eyes of fire and glowing cheeks, "and tramp it under my feet too, only that I want it to show her, that I may have the advantage over her." There was a sharp, fierce smile of triumph on her features as she spoke, and altogether her face sparkled with singular animation and beauty. "God bless me," said the strange woman, looking at her with a wondering yet serious expression of countenance, "I wanst knew a face like yours, and a temper the equal of it. At any rate, my good girl, you don't pay much respect to a stranger. Is your stepmother at home?" "She is not, but my father is. However, I don't think he'll see you now. My stepmother's gone to Darby Skinadre, the meal monger's. I'm going there." "And if you see her," replied the other, "you'll know her. A score on her cheek. Ha, ha, ha! And when you see it, maybe you'll thank God that I'm not your step daughter." "Isn't there a family named Sullivan that lives not far from Skinadre's?" "There is. Jerry Sullivan, it's his daughter that's the beauty. Gra Gal Sullivan. Little she knows what's preparin' for her." "How am I to go to Skinadre's from this?" asked the woman. "Up by that road there. Any one will tell you as you go along." "Thank you, dear," replied the woman, tenderly. "God bless you. You are a wild girl, sure enough; but above all things, afore I go, don't forget the box for for Charley Hanlon. God bless you, a colleen machree, and make you what you ought to be." Sarah, during many a long day, had not heard herself addressed in an accent of kindness or affection, for it would be wrong to bestow upon the rude attachment which her father entertained for her, or his surly mode of expressing it, any term that could indicate tenderness even in a remote degree. She looked therefore at the woman earnestly, and as she did, her whole manner changed to one of melancholy and kindness. A soft and benign expression came like the dawn of breaking day over her features. Her voice fell into natural melody and sweetness, and approaching her companion, she took her hand and exclaimed, "May God bless you for them words. It's many a day since I heard the voice of kindness. I'll get the box if it's to be had, if it was only for your own sake." She then passed on to her neighbor's house, and the next appearance of her companion was that in which the reader caught a glimpse of her in the house of Darby Skinadre, from which she followed Nelly M'Gowan and Mave Sullivan with an appearance of such interest. CHAPTER IX. Meeting of Strangers. Mysterious Dialogue. Gra Sullivan and the prophet's wife, having left the meal shop, proceeded in the direction of Aughamurran, evidently in close, and if one could judge by their gestures, deeply important conversation. The strange woman followed them at a distance, meditating, as might be perceived by her hesitating manner, upon the most seasonable moment of addressing either one or both, without seeming to interrupt or disturb their dialogue. Although the actual purport of the topic they discussed could not be known by a spectator, yet even to an ordinary observer it was clear that the elder female uttered something that was calculated to warn or alarm the younger. She raised her extended forefinger, looked earnestly into the face of her companion, then upwards solemnly, and clasping her hands with vehemence, appeared to close her assertion by appealing to heaven in behalf of its truth. The younger looked at her with wonder, seemed amazed, paused suddenly on her step, raised her hands, and looked as if about to express terror, but checking herself, appeared as it were perplexed by uncertainty and doubt. After this, the elder woman seemed to confide some secret or sorrow to the other, for she began to weep bitterly, and to wring her hands as if with remorse, whilst her companion looked like one who had been evidently transformed into an impersonation of pure and artless sympathy. She caught the rough hand of the other, and ere she had proceeded very far in her narrative, a few tears of compassion stole down her youthful cheek, after which she began to administer consolation in a manner that was at once simple and touching. She pressed the hand of the afflicted woman between hers, then wiped her eyes with her own handkerchief, and soothed her with a natural softness of manner that breathed at once of true tenderness and delicacy. As soon as this affecting scene had been concluded, the strange woman imperceptibly mended her pace, until her proximity occasioned them to look at her with that feeling which prompts us to recognize the wish of a person to address us, as it is often expressed, by an appearance of mingled anxiety and diffidence when they approach us. At length Mave Sullivan spoke. "Who is that strange woman that is followin' us, and wants to say something, if one can judge by her looks?" "Well, I don't know," replied Nelly; "but whatsoever it may be, she wishes to speak to you or me, no doubt of it. She looks like a poor woman." A common and compassionate name for a person forced to ask alms, said Mave. "And yet she didn't ask anything in Skinadre's, barring a drink of water. But God pity her, if she's comin' to us for relief, poor creature. At any rate, she appears to have care and distress in her face. I'll speak to her." She then beckoned the female to approach them, who did so; but they could perceive as she advanced, that they had been mistaken in supposing her to be one of those unhappy beings whom the prevailing famine had driven to mendicancy. There was visible in her face a feeling of care and anxiety, certainly, but none of that supplicating expression which is at once recognized as the characteristic of the wretched class to which they supposed her to belong. This circumstance particularly embarrassed the inexperienced girl, whose gentle heart at the moment sympathized with the stranger's anxieties, whatever they may have been, and she hesitated a little when the woman approached in addressing her. At length she spoke. "We were just sayin' to one another," she observed, "that it looked as if you wished to speak to either this woman or me." "You're right enough, then," she replied; "I have something to say to her, and a single word to yourself too." "And what is it you have to say to me?" asked Nelly. I hope it isn't to borrow money from me, because if it is, my banker has failed, and left me as poor as a church mouse." "Are you in distress, poor woman?" inquired the generous and kind hearted girl. "Maybe you're hungry. It isn't much we can do for you, but little as it is, if you come home with me, you'll come to a family that won't scruple to share the little they have now with any one that's worse off than themselves." "Ay, you may well say now," observed the prophet's wife, "for until now it's they that could always afford it; and indeed it was the ready and the willin' bit was ever at your father's table." The stranger looked upon the serene and beautiful features of Mave with a long gaze of interest and admiration, after which she added with a sigh, "And you, I believe, are the girl they talk so much about for the fair face and good heart. Little penetration it takes to see that you have both, my sweet girl. If I don't mistake, your name is Mave Sullivan, or Gra Gal, as the people mostly call you." Section 5. of The Black Prophet, by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5. Mave, whose natural delicacy was tender and pure as the dewdrop of morning, on hearing her praises thus uttered by the lips of a stranger, blushed so deeply that her whole neck and face became suffused with that delicious crimson of modesty which, alas, is now of such rare occurrence among the sex, unconscious that in doing so she was adding fresh testimony to the impressions which had gone so generally abroad of her extraordinary beauty, and the many unostentatious virtues which adorned her humble life. "Mave Sullivan is my name," she replied, smiling through her blushes. "As to the nickname, the people will call one what they like, no matter whether it's right or wrong." "The people's seldom wrong, then, in giving names of the kind," returned the stranger; "but in your case they're right at all events, as any one may know that looks upon you. That sweet face and them fair looks is seldom if ever found with a bad heart. May God guard you, my purty and innocent girl, and keep you safe from all evil, I pray his holy name." The prophet's wife and Mave exchanged looks as the woman spoke, and the latter said, "I hope you don't think there's any evil before me." "Who is there," replied the stranger, "that can say there's not? Sure it's before us and about us every hour in the day. But in your case, darlin', I just say be on your guard, and don't trust or put belief in any one that you don't know well. That's all I can say, and indeed all I know." "I feel thankful to you," replied Mave, "and now that you wish me well, for I'm sure you do, maybe you'd grant me a favor." "If it is within the bounds of my power, I'll do it," returned the other; "but it's little I can do, God help me." "Nelly," said Mave, "will you go to the cross roads there, and I'll be wid you in a minute." The cross roads alluded to were only a couple of 100 yards before them. The prophet's wife proceeded, and Mave renewed the conversation. "What I want you to do for me is this, that is, if you can do it. Maybe you could bring a couple of stones of meal to a family of the name of here she blushed again, and her confusion became so evident that she felt it impossible to proceed until she had recovered in some degree her composure. "Only 2 or 3 years agone," she continued, "there were the decentest farmers in the parish, but the world went against them, as it has of late a'most against every one, owing to the fall of prices, and now they're out of their farm, very much reduced, and there's sickness amongst them as well as want. They've been livin'," she proceeded, wiping away the tears which were now fast forming, "in a kind of cabin or little cottage not far from the fine house and place that was not long ago their own. Their name," she added, after a pause in which it was quite evident that she struggled strongly with her feelings, is Dalton." "Oh, was the young fellow one of them," asked the woman, "that was so outrageous a while ago in the miser's? I think I heard the name given to him." "Oh, I have nothing to say for him," replied Mave. "He was always wild, but they say never bad hearted. It's the rest of the family I'm thinkin' about, and even that young man isn't more than 3 or 4 days up out of the fever. What I want you to do is to bring the mail I'm spakin' of to that family. Any one will show you their little place, and to leave it there about dusk this evenin', so that no one will ever know that you do it. And as you love God and hope for mercy, don't breathe my name in the business at all." "I will do it for you," replied the other; "but in the meantime, where am I to get the meal?" "Why, at the miser's," replied Mave; "and when you go there, tell him that the person who told him they wouldn't forget it to him sent you for it, and you'll get it." "God forbid I refused you that much," said the stranger; "and although it'll keep me out longer than I expected, still I'll manage it for you, and come or go what will, widout mentioning your name." "God bless you for that," said Mave, "and grant that you may never be brought to the same hard pass that they're in, and keep you from ever having a heavy or a sorrowful heart." "Ah, acushla oge," replied the woman with a profound sigh, "that prayer's too late for me. Anything else than a heavy and sorrowful heart I've seldom had. For the last 20 years and upwards, little but care and sorrow has been upon me." "Indeed, one might easily guess as much," said Mave. "You have a look of heartbreak and sorrow, sure enough. But answer me this: how do you know that there's evil before me or about me?" "I don't know much about it," returned the other; "but I'm afeard there's something to your disadvantage planned or plannin' against you. When I seen you a while ago, I didn't know you till I heard your name. I'm a stranger here, not 2 weeks in the neighborhood, and know hardly anybody in it." "Well," observed Mave, who had fallen back upon her own position, and the danger alluded to by the stranger, "I'll do nothing that's wrong myself; and if there's danger about me, as I hear there is, it's a good thing to know that God can guard me in spite of all that any one can do against me." "Let that be your principle, ahagur. Sooner or later the hand of God can, and will make everything clear; and after all, dear, he is the best protection, blessed be his name." They had now reached the cross roads already spoken of, where the prophet's wife again joined them for a short time previous to her separation from Mave, whose way from that point lay in a direction opposite to theirs. "This woman," said Mave, "wishes to go to Condy Dalton's in the course of the evening, and you, Nelly, can show her from the road the poor place they now live in, God help them." "To be sure," replied the other, "and the house where they did live when they were as themselves, full and warm and decent; and it is a hard case on them, God knows, to be turned out like beggars from a farm that they spent hundreds on, and to be forced to see the landlord, old Dick o' the Grange, now settin' it at a higher rent and putting into his own pocket the money they had laid out upon improvin' it and makin' it valuable for him and his. Troth, it's open robbery and nothing else." "It is a hard case upon them, as everybody allows," said Mave; "but it's over now, and can't be helped. Good bye, Nelly, and God bless you; and God bless you too," she added, addressing the strange woman, whose hand she shook and pressed. "You are a great deal older than I am, and, as I said, every one may read care and sorrow upon your face. Mine doesn't show it yet, I know, but for all that the heart within me is full of both, and no likelihood of its ever bein' otherwise with me. As she spoke, the tears again gushed down her cheeks, but she checked her grief by an effort, and after a second hurried good bye, she proceeded on her way home. "That seems a mild girl," said the strange woman, "as she is a lovely creature to look at." "She's better than she looks," returned the prophet's wife, "and that's a great deal to say for her." "That's but truth," replied the stranger, "and I believe it, for indeed she has goodness in her face." "She has, and in her heart," replied Nelly. "No wonder, indeed, that every one calls her the Grey Gal, for it's she that well deserves it." "You are bound for Condy Dalton's, then?" she added inquiringly. "I am," said the other. "I think you must be a stranger in the country, otherwise I'd know your face," continued Nelly; "but maybe you're a relation of theirs." "I am a stranger," said the other, "but no relation." "The Daltons," proceeded Nelly, "are decent people, but hot and hasty, as the sayin' is. It's the blow before the word with them always." "Ah, tut, they say," returned her companion, "that's a hasty heart was never a bad one." "Many a piece of nonsense they say as well as that," rejoined Nelly. "I know them that'd put a knife into your heart hastily enough, ay, and give you a hasty death into the bargain. They'll first break your head, cut you to the skull, and then indeed they'll give you a plaster. That was ever and always the character of the same Daltons, and if all accounts be true, the hand of God is upon them, and will be upon them till the bloody deed is brought to light." "How is that?" inquired the other with intense interest, whilst her eyes became riveted upon Nelly's hard features. "Why, a murder that was committed better than 20 years ago in this neighborhood." "A murder!" exclaimed the stranger. "Where? When? How?" "I can tell you where, and I can tell you when," replied Nelly; "but there I must stop, for unless I was at the committin' of it, you might know very well that I couldn't tell you how." "Where then?" she asked; and whilst she did so, it was by a considerable effort that she struggled to prevent her agitation from being noticed by the prophet's wife. "Why, near the Grey Stone, at the cross roads of Mallybenagh, that's the where." "And now for the when?" asked the stranger, who almost panted with anxiety as she spoke. "Let me see," replied Nelly, 14 and 6 makes 20, and 2 before that, or nearly, I mean the year of the rebellion, why, it's not all out 22 years, I think." "Aisy," said the other, "I'm but very weak and feeble. Will you just wait till I rest a minute upon this green bank by the road." "What ails you?" asked Nelly; "you look as if you got suddenly ill." "I did get a little, but it'll soon pass away," she answered. "True enough," she added in a low voice, and as if in a soliloquy, "God is a just judge. He is, he is. Well, but oh, I'll soon get better. Well, but listen, what became of the murdered man? Was the body ever got?" "Nobody knows that. The body was never got. That is to say, nobody knows where it's now lyin', snug enough too." "Ha," thought the stranger, eyeing her furtively, "snug enough. There's more knowledge where that came from." "What do you mean by snug enough?" she asked abruptly. "Mean?" replied the other, who at once perceived the force of the unguarded expression she had used. "Mean! Why, what could I mean, but that whoever did the deed hid the body where very few would be likely to find it." Her companion now stood up, and approaching the prophet's wife, raised her hand, and said in a tone that was both startling and emphatic: "I met you this day, as you may think, by accident, but take my word for it, and as sure as we must both account for our acts, it was the hand of God that brought us together. I now look into your face, and I tell you that I see guilt and trouble there; ay, and the dark work of a conscience that's gnawing your heart both night and day." Whilst speaking, she held her face within about a foot of Nelly's, into which she looked with an expression so searching and dreadful in its penetration, that the other shrunk back, and felt for a moment as if subdued by a superior spirit. It was, however, only for a moment. The sense of her subjection passed away, and she resumed that hard and imperturbable manner for which she had been all her life so remarkable, unless, like Etna and Vesuvius, she burst out of this seeming coldness into fire and passion. There, however, they stood, looking sternly into each other's faces, as if each felt anxious that the other should quail before her gaze, the stranger in order that her impressions might be confirmed, and the prophet's wife that she should, by the force of her strong will, fling off those traces of inquietude which she knew very well were often too legible in her countenance. "You are wrong," said Nelly, "and have only mistaken my face for a looking glass. It was your own you saw, all it was your own you were spakin' of; for if I ever saw a face that publishes an ill spent life on the part of its owner, yours is it." "Care and sorrow I have had," replied the other, "and the sin that causes sorrow, I grant; but there's something that's weighing down your heart, and that won't let you rest until you give it up. You needn't deny it, for you can't hide it. Hard your eye is, but it's not clear, and I see that it quivers and it's uneasy before mine." "I said you're mistaken," replied the other; "but even supposin' you were not, how is it your business whether my mind is easy or not? You won't have my sins to answer for." "I know that," said the stranger, "and God sees my own account will be too long and too heavy, I doubt. I now beg of you, as you hope to meet judgment, to think of what I said. Look into your own heart, and it will tell you whether I am right or whether I am wrong. Consult your husband, and if he has any insight at all into futurity, he will tell you that unless you clear your conscience, you'll have a hard death bed of it." "You're goin' to Condy Dalton's," replied Nelly, with much coolness, but whether assumed or not it is difficult to say. "Look into his face, and try what you can find there. At any rate, report has it that there's blood upon his hand, and that the downfall of himself and his family is only the vengeance of God and the curse of murder that's pursuin' him and them." "Why," inquired the other eagerly, "was he accused of it?" "Ay, and taken up for it; but because the body wasn't found, they could do nothing to him." "May Heaven assist me!" exclaimed the stranger; "but this day is however, God's will be done, and it will be done. Are you goin'?" "I'm goin'," replied Nelly, "by crossin' the fields here, I'll save a great deal of ground; and when you get as far as the broken bridge, you'll see a large farmhouse widout any smoke from it. About a quarter of a mile or less beyant that you'll find the house you're lookin' for, the house where Condy Dalton lives." Having thus directed the stranger, the prophet's wife entered a gap that led into a field, and proceeded on her way homewards, having, ere she parted, glanced at her with a meaning which rendered it extremely difficult to say whether the singular language addressed to her had left behind it any such impression as the speaker wished to produce. Their glances met and dwelt on each other for a short time. The strange woman pointed solemnly towards the sky, and the prophet's wife smiled carelessly, but yet by a very keen eye it might have been noticed that under this natural or affected indifference there lurked a blank, or rather an unquiet expression, such as might intimate that something within her had been moved by the observations of her strange companion. CHAPTER 10. The Black Prophet makes a disclosure. The latter proceeded on her way home, having marked the miserable hovel of Condy Dalton. At present our readers will accompany us once more to the cabin of Donnel Dhu, the prophet. His wife, as the reader knows, had been startled into something like remorse by the incidents which had occurred within the last 2 days, and especially by the double discovery of the dead body and the tobacco box. Sarah, her stepdaughter, was now grown, and she very reasonably concluded her residence in the same house with this fiery and violent young female was next to an impossibility. The woman herself was naturally coarse and ignorant, but still there was mixed up in her character a kind of apathetic or indolent feeling of rectitude or vague humanity, which rendered her liable to occasional visitations of compunction for whatever she did that was wrong. The strongest principle in her, however, was one which is frequently to be found among her class. I mean such a lingering impression of religious feeling as it is not sufficiently strong to prevent the commission of crime, but yet is capable by its influence to keep the conscience restless and uneasy under its convictions. Whether to class this feeling with weakness or with virtue is indeed difficult. But to whichsoever of them it may belong, of one thing we are certain, that many a mind, rude and hardened by guilt, is weak or virtuous only on this single point. Persons so constituted are always remarkable for feelings of strong superstition, and are easily influenced by the occurrence of slight incidents, to which they are certain to attribute a peculiar significance, especially when connected with anything that may occasion them uneasiness for the time, or which may happen to occupy their thoughts, or affect their own welfare or interests. The reader need not be surprised, therefore, on learning that this woman, with all her apathy of character on the general matters of life, was accessible to the feeling or principle we have just described, nor that the conversation she had just had with the strange woman both disturbed and alarmed her. On returning, she found her husband and stepdaughter both at home, the latter hacking up some white thorn wood with an old hatchet for the fire, and the other sitting with his head bent gloomily upon his hand, as if ruminating upon the vicissitudes of a troubled or ill-spent life. Having deposited her burden, she sat down, and drawing a long breath, wiped her face with the corner of a blue prasquine which she always wore, and this she did with a serious and stern face, intimating, as it were, that her mind was engaged upon matters of deep interest, whatever they might have been. "What's that you're doin'?" she inquired of Sarah in a grave, sharp voice. "Have you no eyes?" replied the other. "Don't you see what I'm doin'?" "Where did you get them white thorns that you're cuttin' up?" "Where did I get them, is it? Ay, I said so. Why, where they grew. Ha, ha, ha! There's information for you. Oh, God help you, how do you expect to get through life at all?" "Why, as well as I can, although not, maybe, as well as I wish." "Where did you cut them thorns, I asks?" "And I told you, but since that won't satisfy you, I cut them on the rath above there." "Heaven presarve us, you hardened jade, have you no fear of anything about you?" "Devil a much that I know of, sure enough." "Didn't you know that them thorns belongs to the fairies, and that some evil will betide any one that touches or injures a single branch of them?" "Divil a single branch I injured," replied Sarah, laughing. "I cut down the whole tree at wanst." "My sowl to glory, if I think it's safe to live in the house wid you, you hardened divil." "Troth, I think you may well say so, after yesterday's escape," returned Sarah, "and I have no objection that you should go to glory, body and soul, and a purty piece of goods will be in glory when you're there. Ha, ha, ha! Throw out them thorns, I bid you." "Why so? Don't you want them for the fire?" "No matther for that. We don't want to bring the good people. This day's Thursday, the Lord stand between us and harm, amin, about our ears. Out wid them." No, the sorra branch." "Out with them, I say. Are you afraid of neither God nor the devil?" "Not overburdened with much fear of either of them," replied the daring young creature. "Aren't you afeard of the good people, then?" "If they're good people, why should we be afeard of them?" "No, I'm not. Put the thorns out, I bid you." "Devil a chip, mother dear. If your own evil conscience or your dirty cowardice makes you afeard of the fairies, don't think I am. I don't care that about them. These same thorns must boil the dinner in spite of all the fairies in Europe, so don't fret either yourself or me on the head of them." "Oh, I see what's to come. There's a doom over this house, that's all, and over some, if not all of them that's in it. Everything's leadin' to it, and come it will." "Why, mother dear, at this rate you'll leave my father nothin' to say. You're keepin' all the black prophecies to yourself. Why don't you rise up, man alive," she added, turning to him, "and let her hear how much of the divil's lingo you can give? It's hard if you can't prophesy as much evil as she can. Shake yourself, ruffle your feathers, or clap your wings 3 times in the divil's name, and tell her she'll be hanged. Or if you wish to soften it, say she'll go to heaven in a string. Ha, ha, ha." At this moment a poor, famine struck looking woman with 3 or 4 children, the very pictures of starvation and misery, came to the door, and in that voice of terrible destitution, which rings feeble and hollow for an empty and exhausted frame, she implored them for some food. "We haven't it for you, honest woman," said Nelly, in her cold, indifferent voice. "It's not for you now." The hope of relief was nearly destroyed by the unfeeling tones of the voice in which she was answered. She looked, however, at her famishing children, and once more returned to the door after having gone a few steps from it. "Oh, what will become of these?" she added, pointing to the children. "I don't care about myself. I think my cares will soon be over." "Go to the divil out o' that," shouted the prophet. "Don't be tormentin' us wid yourself and your brats." "Didn't you hear already," repeated his wife, "that you got your answer? We're poor ourselves, and we can't help every one that comes to us. It's not for you now." "Don't you hear that there's nothing for you?" again cried the prophet, in an angry voice. "Yet you'll be botherin' us." "Indeed we haven't it, good woman," repeated Nelly, "so take your answer." "Don't you know that's a lie?" said Sarah, addressing her stepmother. "You have it, if you wish to give it." "What's a lie?" said her father, starting, for he had again relapsed into his moodiness. "What's a lie? Who's a liar?" "You are," she replied, looking him coldly and contemptuously in the face. "You tell the poor woman that there's nothing for her. Don't you know that's a lie? It may be very well to tell a lie to them that can bear it, to a rich bodagh or his proud lady of a wife, although it's a mean thing even to them. But to tell a lie to that heart-broken woman and her poor children, her children, aren't they her own? And who would spake for them if she wouldn't? If every one treated the poor that way, what would become of them? Ay, to look in her face where there's want and hunger, and answer distress wid a lie, it's cruel, cruel." "What a kind hearted creature she is," said her stepmother, looking towards her father, "isn't she?" "Come here, poor woman," said Sarah, calling her back. "It is for you. If these 2 choose to let you and your children die or starve, I won't." And she went to the meal to serve them as she spoke. The woman returned, and looked with considerable surprise at her. But Nelly went also to the meal, and was about to interpose, when Sarah's frame became excited, and her eyes flashed as they always did when in a state of passion. "If you're wise, don't prevent me," she said. "Help these creatures I will. I'm your match now, and more than your match, thank God, so be quiet." "If I was to die for it, you won't have your will now, then," said Nelly. "Die when you like, then," replied Sarah; "but help that poor woman and her children I will." "Fight it out," said Donnel Dhu. "It's a nice quarrel, although Sal has the right on her side." "If you prevent me," said she, disregarding her step mother, "you'll rue it quickly, or would. I'm beginning to hate this kind of quarrelling. Here, let me have as much meal as will make my supper. I'll do without any for the sake of the children this night." This was uttered in a tone of voice more mitigated, but at the same time so resolute, that Nelly stepped back and left her to pursue her own course. She then took a wooden trencher, and with a liberal hand assisted the poor creatures, who began to feel alarmed at the altercation which their distress had occasioned in the family. "You're starvin', children," said she, whilst emptying the meal into the poor woman's bag. "May the blessin' of God rest upon you," whispered the woman; "you've saved my orphans." And as she uttered the words, her hollow eyes filled, and a few tears ran slowly down her cheeks. Sarah gave a short, loud laugh, and snatching up the youngest of the children, stroked its head and patted its cheek, exclaiming, "Poor thing, you won't go without your supper this night, at any rate." She then laughed again in the same quick, abrupt manner, and returned into the house. "Why, then," said her step mother, looking at her with mingled anger and disdain, "is it tears you're sheddin'? Cryin', no less. After that miracles will never cease." Sarah turned towards her hastily. The tears in a moment were dried upon her cheeks, and as she looked at her hand, coarse but well shaped features, her eyes shone with a brilliant and steady light for more than a minute. The expression was at once lofty and full of strong contempt, and as she stood in this singular but striking mood, it would indeed be difficult to conceive a finer type of energy, feeling, and beauty than that which was embodied in her finely turned and exquisite figure. Having thus contemplated the old woman for some time, she looked upon the ground, and her face passed rapidly into a new form and expression of beauty. It at once became soft and full of melancholy, and might have been mistaken for an impersonation of pity and sorrow. "Oh no," she exclaimed in a low voice that was melody itself, "I never got it from either the one or the other, the kind or soft word, and it's surely no wonder that I am as I am." And as she spoke she wept. Her heart had been touched by the distress of her fellow creatures, and became, as it were, purified and made tender by its own sympathies, and she wept. Both of them looked at her, but as they were utterly incapable of understanding what she felt, this natural struggle of a great but neglected spirit excited nothing on their part but mere indifference. At this moment the prophet, who seemed laboring under a fierce but gloomy mood, rose suddenly up, and exclaimed, "Nelly, Sarah, I can bear this no longer. The secret must come out. I am—" "Stop," screamed Sarah, "don't say it, don't say it. Let me leave the country, let me go somewhere, anywhere, let me die first." "I am," said he. "I know it," replied his wife, "a murderer. I know it now. I knew it since yesterday morning." "Give him justice," said Sarah, now dreadfully excited, and seizing him by the breast of his coat; "give him common justice. Give the man justice, I say. You are my father, aren't you? Say how you did it. It was a struggle, a fight. He opposed you, he did, and your blood riz, and you stabbed him for fear he might stab you. That was it. Ha, ha! I know it was, for you are my father, I am your daughter, and that's what I would do like a man, but you never did it. Ah, you never did it in cold blood, or like a coward." There was something absolutely impressive and commanding in her sparkling eyes, and the energetic tones of her voice whilst she addressed him. "Donnel," said his wife, "it's no secret to me, but it's enough now that you've owned it. This is the last night that I'll spend with a murderer. You know what I've to answer for on my own account, and so in the name of God we'll part in the mornin'." "Ah!" exclaimed Sarah, "you'd leave him now, would you? You'd desert him now that all the world will turn against him, now that every tongue will abuse him, that every heart will curse him, that every eye will turn away from him with hatred, now that shame and disgrace and guilt is all upon his head? You'd leave him, would you, and join the world against him? Father, on my knees I go to you," and she dropped down as she spoke, "here on my knees I go to you, and before you speak, mark that through the shame and pain and sufferin' and death, I'll stay by you and with you. But I now kneel to you, what I hardly ever did to God, and for his sake, for God's sake, I ask you, oh, say that you did not kill the man in cold blood. That's all. Make me sure of that, and I'm happy." "I think you're both mad," replied Donnel. "Did I say that I was a murderer? Why didn't you hear me out?" "You needn't," returned Nelly. "I knew it since yesterday mornin'." "So you think," he replied, "and it's but natural you should. I was at the place this day, and seen where you dug the casharron. I have been struggling for years to keep this secret, and now it must come out. But I am not a murderer." "What secret, father, if you're not a murderer?" asked Sarah. "What secret? But there is not murder on you, do you say that?" "I do say it. There's neither blood nor murder on my head. But I know who the murderer is, and I can keep the secret no longer." Sarah laughed, and her eyes sparkled up with singular vividness. "That'll do," she exclaimed, "that'll do. All right now, you're not a murderer. You killed no man, either in cold blood or otherwise. Ha, ha, you're a good father, you're a good father. I forgive you all now, all you ever did." Nelly stood contemplating her husband with a serious, firm, but dissatisfied look. Her chin was supported upon her forefinger and thumb, and instead of seeming relieved by the disclosure she had just heard, which exonerated him from the charge of blood, she still kept her eyes riveted upon him with a stern and incredulous aspect. "Speak out, then," she observed coolly, "and tell us all, for I am not convinced." Sarah looked as if she would have sprung at her. "You are not convinced!" she exclaimed, "you are not convinced! Do you think he'll tell a lie on such a subject as this?" But no sooner had she uttered the words than she started as if seized by a spasm. "Ah, father," she exclaimed, "it's now your want of truth comes against you. But still I believe you." "Tell us all about it," said Nelly coldly. "Let us hear all. But you both promise solemnly, in the sight of God, never to breathe this to a human being till I gives yez leave." We do," replied Sarah. "In the sight of God we do." "You don't speak," said he, addressing Nelly. "I promise it." "In the sight of God," he added, "for I know you." "Ay," said she, "in the sight of God, since you must have it so." "Well, then," said he, "the common report is right. The man that murdered him is Condy Dalton. I have kept it in till I can bear it no longer. It's my intention to go to a magistrate's as soon as my face gets well. For near 22 years now this secret is lyin' hard upon me, but I'll ease my mind and let justice take its course. Bad I have been, but never so bad as to take my fellow creature's life." "Well, I'm glad to hear it," said his wife, "and now I can understand you." "And I am both glad and sorry," exclaimed Sarah. "Sorry for the sake of the Daltons. Oh, who would suppose it? And what will become of them?" "I have no peace," her father added. "I have not had a minute's peace ever since it happened. For sure, they say, Anyone that keeps their knowledge of murder secret and won't tell it is as bad as the murderer himself. There's another thing I have to mention," he added after a pause, "but I'll wait for a day or two. It's a thing I lost, and as the case stands now, I can do nothing without it." "What is it, father?" asked Sarah, with animation. "Let us know what it is. Time enough yet," he replied. "It'll do in a day or two. In the meantime, it's hard to tell but it may turn up somewhere or other. I hope it may. For if it get into any hands but my own—" He paused and bent his eyes with singular scrutiny, first upon Sarah, who had not the most distant appreciation of his meaning. Not so Nelly, who felt convinced that the allusion he made was to the tobacco box, and her impression being that it was mixed up in some way with an act of murder, she determined to wait until he should explain himself at greater length upon the subject. Had Sarah been aware of its importance, she would have at once disclosed all she knew concerning it, together with Hanlon's anxiety to get it into his possession. But of this she could know nothing, and for that reason there existed no association in her mind to connect it with the crime which the Prophet seemed resolved to bring to light. When Donnel Dhu laid himself down upon the bed that day, he felt that by no effort could he shake a strong impression of evil from off him. The disappearance of the box surprised him so much that he resolved to stroll out and examine a spot with which the reader is already acquainted. On inspecting the newly disturbed earth, he felt satisfied that the body had been discovered, and the circumstance, joined with the disappearance of the tobacco box, precipitated his determination to act as he was about to do, or perhaps altogether suggested the notion of taking such steps as might bring Condy Dalton to justice. At present it is difficult to say why he did not allude to the missing box openly, but perhaps that may be accounted for at a future and more appropriate stage of our narrative. Chapter 11. Pity and remorse. The public mind, though often obtuse and stupid in many matters, is in others sometimes extremely acute and penetrating. For some years previous to the time laid in our tale, the family of Condy Dalton began to decline very perceptibly in their circumstances. There had been unpropitious seasons, there had been failure of crops and disease among the cattle, and perhaps what was the worst scourge of all, there existed a bad landlord in the person of Dick o' the Grange. So long, however, as they continued prosperous, their known principles of integrity and strict truth caused them to be well spoken of and respected, in spite of the imputation which had been made against them as touching the murder of Sullivan. In the course of time, however, when the evidences of struggle succeeded those of comfort and independence, the world began to perceive the just judgments of God as manifested in the disasters which befell them, and which seemed to visit them as with a judicial punishment. Year after year, as they sank in the scale of poverty, did the almost forgotten murder assume a more prominent and distinct shape in the public mind, until at length it became too certain to be doubted that the slow but sure finger of God's justice was laid upon them as an additional proof that crime, however it may escape the laws of men, cannot veil itself from the all-seeing eye of the Almighty. There was, however, an individual member of the family whose piety and many virtues excited a sympathy in her behalf, as general as it was deep and compassionate. This was Mrs. Dalton, towards whom only one universal impression of goodwill, affection, and respect prevailed. Indeed, it might be said that the whole family were popular in the country, but notwithstanding their respectability, both individually and collectively, the shadow of crime was upon them, and as long as the people saw that everything they put their hand to failed, and that a curse seemed to pursue them, as if in attestation of the hidden murder, so long did the feeling that God would yet vindicate his justice by their more signal punishment operate with dreadful force against them, with the single exception we have mentioned. Mrs. Dalton, on her return home from her unsuccessful visit to the misers, found her family in the same state of grievous privation in which she had left them. 'Tis true she had not mentioned to any of them her intention of appealing to the gratitude or humanity of Skinadre, yet they knew by an intuitive perception of her purpose that she had gone to him, and although their pride would not allow them to ask a favour directly from him, yet they felt pleased that she had made the experiment, and had little doubt that the miser, by obliging her in the request she went to prefer, would gladly avail himself of the circumstance to regain their good will, not so much on their own account, as for the sake of standing well in the world, in whose opinion he knew he had suffered by his treachery towards them in the matter of their farm. She found her husband seated in an old armchair, which, having been an heirloom in the family for many a long year, had, with one or two other things, been purchased in at the sheriff's sale. There was that chair which had come down to them from 3 or 4 generations, an old clock, some smaller matters, and a grey sheep, the pet of a favourite daughter, who had been taken away from them by decline during the preceding autumn. There are objects otherwise of little value to which we cling for the sake of those unforgotten affections and old mournful associations that invest indifferent things with a feeling of holiness and sorrow by which they are made sacred to the heart. Condy Dalton was a man tolerably well stricken in years. His face was pale, but not unhealthy looking, and his hair, which rather flowed about his shoulders, was almost snow white, a circumstance which, in this case, was not attributed to the natural progress of years, but to that cankered remorse which turns the head grey before its time. Their family now consisted of 2 sons and 2 daughters, the original number having been 2 sons and 3 daughters, one of the latter having fallen a victim to decline, as we have already stated. The old man was sitting in the armchair, in which he leant back, having his chin at the same time on his breast, a position which gave something very peculiar to his appearance. As Mrs. Dalton had occupied a good deal of time in unsuccessfully seeking for relief from other sources, it is unnecessary to say that the day had now considerably advanced, and the heavy shadows of this dismal and unhealthy evening had thrown their gloom over the aspect of all nature, to which they gave an appearance of desolation that was in painful keeping with the sickness and famine that so mercilessly scourged the kingdom at large. A pot of water hung upon a dark slow fire, in order that a little time as possible might be lost in relieving their physical wants on Mrs. Dalton's return with the relief which they expected. "Here's my mother," said one of her daughters, looking with a pale cheek and languid eye out of the door, for she too had been visited by the prevailing illness, "and my God, she's comin' as she went, empty handed." The other sister and Con, her brother, went also to look out, and there she was, certainly without relief. "She isn't able to carry it herself," said her father, "or maybe she's comin' to get one of you, Con, I suppose, to go for it. Bad as Skinadre is, he wouldn't have the heart to refuse us a lock of meal to keep the life in us. Oh no, he'd not do that." In a few moments Mrs. Dalton entered, and after looking upon the scene of misery about her, she sat down and burst into tears. "Mother," said the daughter, "there's no relief then? You came as you went, I see." "I came as I went, Natty, but there is relief. there's relief for the poor of this world in heaven, but on this earth and in this world there is none for us. Glory be to the name of God still." "So Skinadre refused then," said her husband. "He wouldn't give the meal?" "No," she replied, "he would not; but the truth is, our woful state is now so well known that nobody will trust us. They know there's no chance of ever being paid, and they all say they can't afford it." "I'm not surprised at what Tom says," observed our friend young Con, "that the meal mongers and strong farmers that keep the provisions up on the poor deserves to be smashed and tramped under foot. And indeed they'll get it too before long, for the people can't stand this, especially when one knows that there's enough, ay, and more than enough in the country." "If had tobacco," said the old man, "I didn't care. That would keep the hunger off of me, but it's poor Mary here, now recoverin' from the sickness, that I pity. Don't cry, Mary dear. Come here, darlin', come here, and turn up that ould creel and sit down beside me. It's useless to bid you not to cry, Overeen Machree, because we all know what you feel. But you have one comfort, you are innocent. So are you all. There's nothing on any of your minds. No dark thought to lie upon your heart. Oh no, no. And if it was only myself that was to suffer, I could bear it, but to see them that's innocent sufferin' along wid me is what kills me. This is the hand of God that's upon us, and that will be upon us, and that has been upon us, and I knew it would be so, for ever since that black night, the thought of what happened, it's that's in me and upon me, and it's that has put wrinkles in my cheek before their time, and that has made my hair white before its time, and that has—" "Con dear," observed his wife, "I never wished you to be talkin' of that before them. Sure you did as much as a man could do. You repented and were sorry for it, and what more could be expected from you?" "Father dear," said Mary, drying or struggling to dry her tears, "don't think of me or any of us, nor don't think of anything that will disturb your mind. Don't think of at any rate, I'm very weak, but I'm not so hungry as you may think. If I had one mouthful of anything just to take this feelin' that I have inwardly and this weakness away, I would be satisfied, and would do me. And although I'm cryin', it's more to see your misery, father dear, and all your miseries, than for what I'm sufferin' myself. But there's a kiss for you. It's all I have to give you." "Mary dear," said her sister, smote to the heart by her words, "you're sufferin' more than any of us, you and my father," and she encircled her lovingly and mournfully in her arms as she spoke, and kissed her wan lips, after which she went to the old man, and said in a voice of compassion and consolation that was calculated to soothe any hearers, "Oh, father dear, if you could only banish all uneasy thoughts from your mind, if you could only throw that darkness that's so often over you off you, we could bear anything, oh, anything, if we seen you easy in your mind and happy." Mrs. Dalton had dried her tears and sat upon a low stool, musing and silent, and apparently revolving in her mind the best course to be pursued under such circumstances. It was singular to observe the change that had taken place in her appearance even within a few hours. The situation of her family and her want of success in procuring them food had so broken down her spirits and crushed her heart, that the lines of her face were deepened and her features sharpened and impressed with the marks of suffering as strongly as if they had been left there by the affliction of years. Her son leant himself against a piece of the broken wall that partially divided their hut into something like two rooms, if they could be called so, and from time to time he glanced about him, now at his father, then at his poor sisters, and again at his heart-broken mother, with an impatient agony of spirit that could scarcely be conceived. "Well," said he, clenching his hands and grinding his teeth, "it is expected that people like us will sit tamely under such treatment as we have received from Dick o' the Grange. Oh, if we had now the 500 good pounds that we spent upon our farm, spent, as it turned out, not for ourselves, but to enable that old villain of a landlord to set it to Darby Skinadre, for I believe it's he that's to get it, with strong interest goin' into his pocket for all our improvements. If we had now," he continued, his passion rising, "if we had that 500 pounds now, or 100, or £1, great God, ay, or 1 shillin' now, wouldn't it save some of you from starving?" This reflection, which in the young man excited only wrath, occasioned the female portion of the family to burst into fresh sorrow. Not so the old man. He rose hastily and paced up and down the floor in a state of gloomy indignation and fury which far transcended that of his son. "Oh," said he, "if I was a young man as I was wanst, but the young men now are poor, pitiful, cowardly, I would " He paused suddenly, however, looked up, and clasping his hands, exclaimed, "Forgive me, O God, forgive the thought that was in my unhappy heart. Oh, no, never allow yourself, Con, dear, to be carried away by anger, for 'fraid you might do in 1 minute, or in a short fit of anger, what might make you pass many a sleepless night, and maybe banish the peace of God from your heart for ever." "God bless you for them last words, Condy," exclaimed his wife. "That's the way I wish you always to speak. But what to do, or where to go, or who to turn to, unless to God himself, I don't know." "We're come to it at last," said their daughter Peggy. "Little we thought of it, but at all events it's better to do than to do worse. Better than to rob or steal, or do an undecent act of any kind. In the name of God, then, rather than you should die of hunger, Mary, you and my father and all of yez, I'll go out and beg from the neighbours." "Beg!" shouted the old man with a look of rage. "Beg!" he repeated, starting to his feet and seizing his staff. "Beg, you shameless and disgraceful strap! Do you talk of a Dalton goin' out to beg? Take that!" And as he spoke he hit her over the arm with a stick he always carried. "Now that will teach you to talk of beggin'. Now, no, die first, die at wanst, but no beggin' for any one wid the blood of a Dalton in their veins. Death 1,000 times sooner." "Father, oh, father, why did you do that?" exclaimed his son, "to strike poor, kind, and heart-broken Peggy, that would shed her blood for you or any of us? Oh, father, I am sorry to see it." The sorrowing girl turned pale by the blow, and a few tears came down her cheeks, but she thought not of herself nor of her sufferings. After the necessary pause caused by the pain, she ran to him, and throwing her arms about his neck, exclaimed in a gush of sorrow that was perfectly heartrending to witness, "Oh, father dear, forgive me, your own poor Peggy. Sure it was chiefly on your account and Mary's I was goin' to do it. I won't go, then, since you don't wish it, but I'll die with you." The old man flung the stick from him, and clasping her in his arms, he sobbed and wept aloud. "My darlin' child," he exclaimed, "that never yet gave one of us a bad word or angry look, will you forgive your unhappy father that doesn't know what he's doin'? Oh, I feel that this state we're in, this utter desolation and misery we're in, will drive me mad. But that hasty blow, Avereen Mokra, that hasty blow, and the hot temper that makes me give it, is my curse yet, has always been my curse, and ever will be my curse. It's that curse that's upon me now, and upon all of us this minute. It is. Condy," said his wife, "we all know that you're not as bad as you make yourself. Within the last few years your temper has been sorely tried, and your heart too, God knows, for our trials and our downcome in this world has been great. In all these trials, however, and sufferings, it's a consolation to us that we never neglected to praise and worship the Almighty. We are now brought almost to the very last pass. Let us go to our knees then, and throw ourselves upon his mercy, and beg of him to support us, and if it's his holy will, to aid us and send us relief." "Oh, Mary dear," exclaimed her husband, "but you are the valuable and faithful wife. If ever a woman was a protectin' angel to man, you were to me. Come, children, in the name of merciful God, let us kneel and pray." The bleak and depressing aspect of twilight had now settled down upon the sweltering and deluged country, and the air was warm, thick, moist, and consequently unhealthy. The cabin of the Daltons was placed in a low, damp situation, but fortunately it was approached by a remnant of one of those old roads or causeways which had once been peculiar to the remote parts of the country, and also of very singular structure, the least stone in it being considerably larger than a shilling loaf. This causeway was nearly covered with grass, so that in addition to the antique and desolate appearance which this circumstance gave it, the footsteps of a passenger could scarcely be heard as they fell upon the thick, close grass with which its surface was mostly covered. Along this causeway, then, at the very hour when the Daltons, moved by that piety which is characteristic of our peasantry, had gone to prayer, was the strange woman whom we have already noticed, proceeding with that relief which it may be God in his goodness had ordained should reach them in answer to the simple but trustful spirit of their supplications. On reaching the miserable looking cabin, she paused, listened, and heard their voices blend in those devout tones that always mark the utterance of prayer among the people. They were, in fact, repeating a rosary, and surely it is not for those who differ with them in creed, or for anyone who feel the influence of true charity, to quarrel with the form of prayer, when the heart is moved, as theirs were, by earnestness and humble piety. The strange woman, on approaching the door more nearly, stood again for a minute or two, having been struck more forcibly by something which gave a touching and melancholy character to this simple act of domestic worship. She observed, for instance, that their prayers were blended with many sighs, and from time to time a groan escaped from one of the males, which indicated either deep remorse or a sense of some great misery. One of the female voices, too, was so feeble as scarcely to be heard, yet there ran through it, she felt, a spirit of such tender and lowly resignation, mingled with such an expression of profound sorrow, as almost moved her to tears. The door was open, and the light so dim that she could not distinctly see their persons, two circumstances which for a moment induced her to try if it were possible to leave the meal there without their knowledge. She determined otherwise, however, and as their prayers were almost immediately concluded, she entered the house. The appearance of a stranger in the dusky gloom carrying a burden caused them to suppose that it was some poor person coming to ask charity or permission to stop for the night. "Who is this?" asked Condy. "Some poor person, I suppose, axin' charity," he added. "But God's will be done, we haven't it to give this many a long day. Glory be to his name." "This is Condy Dalton's house?" said the strange woman in a tone of inquiry. "Such as it is, it's his house, and the best he has, my poor creature. I wish it was better, both for his sake and ours," he replied in a calm and resigned voice, for his heart had been touched and solemnized by the act of devotion which had just concluded. Mrs. Dalton in the meantime had thrown a handful of straw on the fire to make it temporarily light. "Here," said the stranger, "is a present of meal that a friend sent you." "Meal!" exclaimed Peggy Dalton, with a faint scream of joy. "Did you say meal?" she asked. "I did," replied the other. "A friend that heard of your present distress, and thinks you don't deserve it, sent it to you." Mrs. Dalton raised the burning straw and looked for about half a minute into her face, during which the woman carried the meal over and placed it on the hearth. "I met you to day, I think," said Mrs. Dalton, "along with Donnel Dhu's wife on your way to Darby Skinadre's." "You might," replied the woman, "for I went there part of the road with her." "And who are we indebted to for the present?" she asked again. "I am not at liberty to say," replied the other, "barrin' that it's from a friend and well wisher." Section 6 of The Black Prophet, by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 6. Mrs. Dalton clasped her hands, and looking with an appearance of abstraction on the straw as it burned in the fire, said in a voice that became infirm by emotion, "Oh, I know it can be no other. The friend that she speaks of is the girl, the blessed girl, whose goodness is in every one's mouth. Gra Gal Sullivan. I know it, I feel it." "Now," said the woman, "I must go; but before I go, I wish to look on the face of Condy Dalton." "There's a bit of rush on the shelf there," said Mrs. Dalton to one of her daughters; "bring it over and light it." The girl did so, and the strange woman, taking the little taper in her hand, approached Dalton, and looking with a gaze almost fearfully solemn and searching into his face. "You are Condy Dalton?" she asked. "I am," said he. "Answer me now," she proceeded, "as if you were in the presence of God at judgment. Are you happy?" Mrs. Dalton, who felt anxious for many reasons to relieve her unfortunate husband from this unexpected and extraordinary catechist, hastened to reply for him. "How, honest woman, could a man be happy who is in a state of such destitution, or who has had such misfortunes as he has had?" And as she spoke, her eyes filled with tears of compassion for her husband. "Don't break it upon me," said the woman solemnly, "but let me ax my question, and let him give his answer. In God's name and presence, are you a happy man?" "I can't speak a lie to that, for I must yet meet my judge. I am not." "You have one particular thought that makes you unhappy." "I have one particular thought that makes me unhappy." "How long has it made you unhappy?" "For near 22 years." "That's enough," she replied. "God's hand is in it all. I must now go. I have done what I was axed to do, but there's a higher will at work. Honest woman," she added, addressing Mrs. Dalton, "I wish you and your children good night." The moment she went, they almost ceased to think of her. The pot still hung on the fire, and little time was lost in preparing a meal of food. From the moment Gra Gal Sullivan's name was mentioned, the whole family observed that young Con started and appeared to become all at once deeply agitated. He walked backwards and forwards, sat down and rose up, applied his hands to his forehead, appeared sometimes flushed and again pale, and altogether seemed in a state which it was difficult to understand. "What is the matter with you, Con?" asked his mother; "you seem dreadfully uneasy." "I am ill, mother," he replied. "The fever that was near taking Tom away is upon me. I feel that I have it by the pains that's in my head and the small o' my back." "Lie down a little, dear," she added; "it's only the pain, poor boy, of an empty stomach. Lie down on your poor bed, God help you, and when the supper's ready you'll be better." "It's her," he replied, "it's her, I know it." And as he uttered the words, touched by her generosity, and the consciousness of his own poverty, he wept bitterly, and then repaired to his miserable bed, where he stretched himself in pain and sorrow. "Now, Con," said his wife, in a tone of consolation and encouragement, "will you ever despair of God's mercy, or doubt his goodness after what has happened." "I'm an unhappy man, Nancy," he replied, "but it never went to that with me, thank God. But where is that poor wild boy of ours, Tom?" "Oh, where is he now, till he gets one meal's mate?" "He is up in the Murtaghs," said his sister, "and I had better fetch him home. I think the poor fellow's almost out of his senses since Peggy Murtagh's death. That and the dregs of the fever has him that he doesn't know what he's doin', God help him." CHAPTER XII. Famine, Death, and Sorrow. It has never been our disposition, either in the living life we lead or in the fictions, humble and imperfect as they are, which owe their existence to our imagination, to lay too heavy a hand upon human frailty, any more than it has been to countenance or palliate vice, whether open or hypocritical. Peggy Murtagh, with whose offence and death the reader is already acquainted, was an innocent and affectionate girl, whose heart was full of kind, generous, and amiable feelings. She was very young and very artless, and loved not wisely but too well; while he who was the author of her sin was nearly as young and artless as herself, and loved her with a first affection. She was in fact one of those gentle, timid, and confiding creatures who suspect not evil in others, and are full of sweetness and kindness to every one. Never did there live, with the exception of her offence, a tenderer daughter or a more affectionate sister than poor Peggy, and for this reason the regret was both sincere and general which was felt for her great misfortune. Poor girl! She was but a short time released from her early sorrows, when her babe followed her, we trust, to a better world, where the tears were wiped from her eyes, and the weary one got rest. The scene in her father's house on this melancholy night was such as few hearts could bear unmoved, as well on account of her parents' grief, as because it may be looked upon as a truthful exponent both of the destitution of the country and of the virtues and sympathies of our people. Stretched upon a clean bed in the only room that was off the kitchen, lay the fair but lifeless form of poor Peggy Murtagh. The bed was, as is usual, hung with white, which was simply festooned about the posts and canopy, and the coverlid was also of the same spotless colour as were the death clothes in which she was laid out. To those who are beautiful, and poor Peggy had possessed that frequently fatal gift, death in its first stage bestows an expression of mournful tenderness that softens while it solemnizes the heart. In her case there was depicted all the innocence and artlessness that characterized her brief and otherwise spotless life. Over this melancholy sweetness lay a shadow that manifested her early suffering and sorrow, made still more touching by the presence of an expression which was felt by the spectator to have been that of repentance. Her rich auburn hair was simply divided on her pale forehead, and it was impossible to contemplate the sorrow and serenity which blended into each other upon her young brow, without feeling that death should disarm us of our resentments, and teach us a lesson of pity and forgiveness to our poor fellow creatures, who, whatever may have been their errors, will never more offend either God or man. Her extreme youthfulness was touching in the highest degree, and to the simplicity of her beauty was added that unbroken stillness which gives to the lifeless face of youth the only charm that death has to bestow, while it fills the heart to its utmost depths with the awful conviction that that is the slumber which no human care nor anxious passion shall ever break. The babe, thin and pallid from the affliction of its young and unfortunate mother, could hardly be looked upon, in consequence of its position, without tears. They had placed it by her side, but within her arm, so that by this touching arrangement all the brooding tenderness of the mother's love seemed to survive and overcome the power of death itself. There they lay, victims of sin, but emblems of innocence. And where is the heart that shall, in the inhumanity of its justice, dare to follow them out of life, and disturb the peace they now enjoy by the heartless sentence of unforgiveness? It was indeed a melancholy scene. The neighbors, having heard of her unexpected death, came to the house, as is customary, to render every assistance in their power to the bereaved old couple, who were now left childless. And here, too, might we read the sorrowful impress of the famine and illness which desolated the land. The groups around the poor departed one were marked with such a thin and haggard expression as general destitution always is certain to leave behind it. The skin of those who, with better health and feeding, had been fair and glossy as ivory, was now wan and flaccid. The long bones of others projected sharply, and as it were offensively, to the feelings of the spectators. The overlapping garments hung loosely about the wasted and feeble person, and there was in the eyes of all a dull and languid motion, as if they turned in their socket by an effort. They were all mostly marked also by what appeared to be a feeling of painful abstraction, which, in fact, was nothing else than the abiding desire for necessary food, which in seasons of famine keeps perpetually gnawing, as they term it, at the heart, and pervades the system by that sleepless solicitation of appetite, which, like the presence of guilt, mingles itself up, while it lasts, with every thought and action of one's life. In this instance, it may be remembered that the aid which the poor girl had come to ask from Skinadre was, as she said, for the old couple, who had indeed been for a long time past their last meal, a very common thing during such periods, and were consequently without a morsel of food. The appearance of her corpse, however, at the house, an event so unexpected, drove for the time all feelings of physical want from their minds. But this is a demand which will not be satisfied, no matter by what moral power or calamity it may be opposed, and the wretched couple were now a proof of it. Their conduct, to those who did not understand this, resembled insanity or fatuity more than anything else. The faces of both were ghastly, and filled with a pale, vague expression of what appeared to be horror, or the dull staring stupor which results from the fearful conflict of two great opposing passions in the mind, passions which in this case were the indomitable ones of hunger and grief. After dusk, when the candles were lighted, they came into the room where their daughter was laid out, and stood for some time contemplating herself and her infant in silence. Their visages were white and stony as marble, and their eyes, now dead and glassy, were marked by no appearance of distinct consciousness or the usual expression of reason. They had no sooner appeared than the sympathies of the assembled neighbors were deeply excited, and there was nothing heard for some minutes but groans, sobbings, and general grief. Both stood for a short time, and looked with amazement about them. At length the old man, taking the hand of his wife in his, said, "Kathleen, what's this? What ails me? I want something." "You do, Brian, you do. There's Peggy there, and her child, poor thing. See how quiet they are. Oh, how she loved that child, and see her, darlin', see how she keeps her arm about it, for fear anything might happen it, or that any one might take it away from her. but that's her all over. She loved everything." "Ay," said the old man, "I know how she loved it, but somehow she was ever and always afeard, poor thing, of seemin' over fond of it before us, or before strangers, because, you know, the poor unhappy, because, you know, what was I goin' to say? Oh, ay, and I tell you, although I didn't let on to her, still I loved the poor little thing myself. Ay, did I, but ah, Kathleen, wasn't she the good and loving daughter?" The old woman raised her head and looked searchingly around the room. She seemed uneasy and gave a ghastly smile, which it was difficult to understand. She then looked into her husband's eyes, after which she turned her eyes upon the countenances of the early dead who lay before her, and going over to them, stooped and looked closely into their still but composed faces. She then put her hand upon her daughter's forehead, touched her lips with her fingers, carried her hand down along her arm, and felt the pale features of the baby with a look of apparent wonder. And whilst she did this, the old man left the room and passed into the kitchen. "For God's love, and take her away," said a neighboring woman with tears in her eyes. "No one can stand this." "No, no," exclaimed another, "it's best to let her have her own will, for until they both shed plenty of tears, they won't get the better of the shock her unexpected death gave them." "Is it true that Tom Dalton's gone mad too?" asked another, "for it's reported he is." "No, but they say he's risin' the country to punish Dick o' the Grange and Darby Skinadre, the one he says for puttin' his father and themselves out of their farm, and the other for bein' the death, he says, of poor Peggy there and the child, and for takin' in, or offerin' to take, the farm over their heads." The old woman then looked round and asked, "Where is Brian? Bring him to me, I want him here. But wait," she added, "I will find him myself." She immediately followed him into the kitchen, where the poor old man was found searching every part of the house for food. "What are you looking for, Brian?" asked another of his neighbors. "Oh," he replied, "I am dyin' wid fair hunger, and I want something to ait." And as he spoke, a spasm of agony came over his face. "Ah," he added, "if Alick was livin', it isn't this way we'd be, for what can poor Peggy do for us after her misfortune? However, she is a good girl, a good daughter to us, and will make a good wife too, for all that has happened yet. For sure they were both young and foolish, and Tom is to marry her. She is now all we have to depend on, poor thing, and it wrings my heart to catch her in lonesome places, crying as if her heart would break, for, poor thing, she's sorry for her fault, and for the shame and sorrow it has brought her to, and that's what makes her pray too, so often as she does. But God's good, and he'll forgive her, because she has repented." "Brian," said his wife, "come away till I show you something." As she spoke, she led him into the other room. "There," she proceeded, "there is our dearest and our best food. Oh, I am hungry too, but I don't care for that. Sure the mother's love is stronger than hunger or want either. But there she is, that was wanst our pride and our delight, and what is she now? She needn't cry now, the poor heart-broken child. She needn't cry now, all her sorrow and all her shame and all her sin is over. She'll hang her head no more, nor her pale cheek won't get crimson at the sight of anyone that knew her before her fall. But for all her sin in that one act, did her heart ever fail to you or me? Was there ever such love and care and respect as she paid us? And we wouldn't tell her that we forgave her. We were too hard-hearted for that, and too wicked to say that one word that she longed for so much. Oh, and she our only one. But now, daughter of our hearts, now we forgive you when it's too late. For, Brian, there they are, there they lie in their last sleep, the sleep they will never wakin' from, and it's well for them, for they'll waken no more to care and trouble and shame. There they lie. See how quiet and calm they both lie there, the poor broken branch and the little withered flower." The old man's search for food in the kitchen had given to the neighbors the first intimation of their actual distress, and in a few minutes it was discovered that there was not a mouthful of anything in the house, nor had they tasted a single morsel since the morning before, when they took a little gruel which their daughter made for them. In a moment, with all possible speed, the poor creatures about them either went or sent for sustenance, and in many a case almost the last morsel was shared with them, and brought, though scanty and humble, to their immediate assistance. In this respect there is not in the world any people so generous and kind to their fellow creatures as the Irish, or whose sympathies are so deep and tender, especially in periods of sickness, want, or death. It is not the tear alone they are willing to bestow. Oh no! Whatever can be done, whatever aid can be given, whatever kindness rendered, or consolation offered, even to the last poor shilling, or the very bit out of the mouth, as they say themselves, will be given with a good will, and a sincerity that might in vain be looked for elsewhere. But alas, they know what it is to want this consolation and assistance themselves, and hence their promptitude and anxiety to render them to others. The old man, touched a little by the affecting language of his wife, began to lose the dull stony look we have described, and his eyes turned upon those who were about him with something like meaning, although at that moment it could scarcely be called so. "Am I dhramin'?" he asked. "Is this a dhrame? What brings the people all about us? Where's Alick from us? And stay, where's her that I loved best, in spite of her folly? Where's Peggy from me? There's something wrong wid me, and yet she's not here to take care of me." "Brian, dear," said a poor famished looking woman, approaching him, "she's in a better place, poor thing." "Go long out of that," he replied, "and don't put your hands on me. It's Peggy's hands I want to have about me, and her voice. Where's Peggy's voice, I say?" "Father, forgive me," she said, "forgive me, father, or I'll never be happy more." But I wouldn't forgive her, although my heart did at the same time. Still I didn't say the word. "Bring her here," he added. "Tell her I'm ready now to forgive her all, for it's she that was the forgivin' creature herself. Tell her I'm ready now to forgive her all, and to give her my blessin' wanst more." It was utterly impossible to hear this language from the stunned and heart broken father, and to contemplate the fair and lifeless form of the unhappy young creature as she lay stretched before him in the peaceful stillness of death, without being moved even to tears. There were indeed few dry eyes in the house as he spoke. "Oh, Brian, dear," said her weeping mother, "we helped ourselves to break her heart as well as the rest. We wouldn't forgive her, we wouldn't say the word, although her heart was breaking because we did not. Oh, Peggy," she commenced in Irish, "oh, our daughter, girl of the one fault, the kind and affectionate and the dutiful child, to what corner of the world will your father and myself turn now that you're gone from us? You asked us often and often to forgive you, and we would not. You said you were sorry in the sight of God and of man for your fault, that your heart was sore, and that you felt our forgiveness would bring you consolation. But we would not. Old man," she exclaimed abruptly, turning to her husband, "why didn't you forgive our only daughter? Why, I say, didn't you forgive her her one fault, you wicked old man? Why didn't you forgive her?" "Oh, Kathleen, I'll die," he replied mournfully, "I'll die if I don't get something to eat. Is there no food? Didn't Peggy go to that Darby Skinadre, and she hoped, she said, that she'd bring us relief, and so she went upon our promise to forgive her when she'd come back wid it." "I wish indeed I had a drop of gruel or something myself," replied his wife, now reminded of her famished state by his words. At this moment, however, relief, so far as food was concerned, did come. The compassionate neighbours began one by one to return each with whatever could be spared from their own necessities, so that in the course of a little time this desolate old couple were supplied with provisions sufficient to meet the demands of a week or fortnight. It is not our intention to describe, or rather to attempt to describe, the sorrow of Brian Murtagh and his wife, as soon as a moderate meal of food had awakened them, as it were, from the heavy and stupid frenzy into which the shock of their unhappy daughter's death, joined to the pangs of famine, had thrown them. It may be sufficient to say that their grief was wild, disconsolate, and hopeless. She was the only daughter they had ever had, and when they looked back upon the gentle and unfortunate girl's many virtues, and reflected that they had, up to her death, despite her earnest entreaties, withheld from her their pardon for her transgression, they felt, mingled with their affliction at her loss, such an oppressive agony of remorse as no language could describe. Many of the neighbours now proposed the performance of a ceremony which is frequently deemed necessary in cases of frailty similar to that of poor Peggy Murtagh's, a ceremony which, in the instance before us, was one of equal pathos and beauty. It consisted of a number of these humble but pious and well disposed people joining in what is termed the Litany of the Blessed Virgin, which was an earnest solicitation of mercy through her intercession with her Son for the errors, frailties, and sins of the departed. And indeed, when her youth and beauty, and her artlessness and freedom from guile, were taken into consideration, in connection with her unexpected death, it must be admitted that this act of devotion was as affecting as it was mournful and solemn. When they came to the words, "Mother most pure, Mother most chaste, Mother undefiled, Mother most loving, pray for her," and again to those, "Morning star, health of the weak, refuge of sinners, comfortress of the afflicted, pray for her," their voices faltered, became broken, and with scarcely a single exception they melted into tears. And it was a beautiful thing to witness these miserable and half famished creatures, shrunk and pinched with hunger and want, labouring, many of them with incipient illness, and several only just recovered from it, forgetting their own distress and afflictions, and rendering all the aid and consolation in their power to those who stood in more need of it than themselves. When these affecting prayers for the dead had been concluded, a noise was heard at the door, and a voice which in a moment hushed them into silence and awe. The voice was that of him whom the departed girl had loved with such fatal tenderness. "In the name of God," exclaimed one of them, "let some of you keep that unfortunate boy out. The sight of him will kill the old couple." The woman who spoke, however, had hardly concluded when Thomas Dalton entered the room, panting, pale, tottering through weakness, and almost frantic with sorrow and remorse. On looking at the unhappy sight before him, he paused and wiped his brow, which was moistened by excitement and over exertion. There was now the silence of death in the room, so deep that the shooting of a spark from one of the death candles was heard by every one present, an incident which, small as it was, deepened the melancholy interest of the moment. "And that's it," he at last exclaimed in a voice which, though weak, quivered with excess of agony, "that's it, Peggy dear, that's what your love for me has brought you to. And now it's too late. I can't help you now, Peggy dear. I can't bid you hold your modest face up, and the darlin' wife of him who loved you better than all this world beside, but that left you for all that a stained name and a broken heart. Ay, and there's what your love for me brought you to. What can I do now for you, Peggy dear? All my little plans for us both, all that I dreamt of and hoped to come to pass, where are they now, Peggy dear? And it wasn't I, Peggy, it was poverty. Oh, you know how I loved you. It was the downcome we got. It was Dick o' the Grange that oppressed us, that ruined us, that put us out without house or home. It was he, and it was my father that they say has blood on his hand, and I don't doubt it, or he wouldn't act the part he did. It was he, too, that prevented me from doin' what my heart encouraged me to do for you. Oh, blessed God!" he exclaimed, "what will become of me? When I think of the long, sorrowful, imploring look she used to give me, I'll go mad, I'll go mad. I've killed her, I've murdered her, and there's no one to take me up and punish me for it. And when I was ill, Peggy dear, when I had time to think on my sick bed of all your love and all your sorrow and distress and shame on my account, I thought I'd never see you in time to tell you what I was to do, and to give you consolation to your breaking heart. But all that's now over. You are gone from me, and like the lovin' crature you ever were. You brought your baby along wid you, and when I think of it, oh God, when I think of it, before your shame, my heart's delight, how your eye felt proud out of me, and how it smiled when it rested on me. Oh, little you thought I'd hold back to do you justice, me that you doted on, and yet it was I that sullied you. I, me, here," he shouted, "here, is there no one to seize a murderer, no one to bring him to justice?" Those present now gathered about him, and attempted as best they might to soothe and pacify him, but in vain. "Oh," he proceeded, "if she was only able to upbraid me. But what am I sayin', upbraid? Oh, never, never was her harsh word heard. Oh, nothing ever to me but that long look of sorrow, that long look of sorrow that will either drive me mad or leave me a broken heart. That's the look that'll always, always be before me, and that, till death's day, will keep me from ever bein' a happy man." He now became exhausted and received a drink of water, after which he wildly kissed her lips and bathed her inanimate face, as well as those of their infant, with tears. "Now," said he at length, "now, Peggy dear, listen. So may God never prosper me if I don't work bitter vengeance on them that along with myself was the means of bringing you to this, Dick o' the Grange and Darby Skinadre. For if Darby had given you what you wanted, you might be yet a living woman. As for myself, I care not what becomes of me. You are gone, our child is gone, and now I have nothing in this world that I'll ever care for. There's nothing in it that I'll ever love again." He then turned to leave the room, and was in the act of going out of it, when her father, who had nearly recovered the use of his reason, said, "Tom Dalton, you are leaving this house, and may the curse of that girl's father, broken hearted as you've left him, go along wid you." "No," exclaimed his wife, "but may the blessin' of her mother rest upon you for the sake of the love she bore you." "You've spoken late, Kathleen Murtagh," he replied. "The curse of the father is on me, and will follow me. I feel it." His sister then entered the room to bring him home, whither he accompanied her, scarcely conscious of what he did, and ignorant of the cloud of vengeance which was so soon to break upon his wretched father's head. CHAPTER XIII. Sarah's defence of a murderer. Our readers are not, perhaps in general, aware that a most iniquitous usage prevailed among middlemen landlords, whenever the leases under which their property was held were near being expired. Indeed, as a landed proprietor, the middleman's position differed most essentially from that of the man who held his estate in fee. The interest of the latter is one that extends beyond himself and his wants, and is consequently transmitted to his children, and more remote descendants, and on his account he is, or ought to be, bound by the ties of a different and higher character, to see that it shall not pass down to them in an impoverished or mutilated condition. The middleman, on the contrary, feels little or none of this, and very naturally endeavors to sweep from all the property he holds, whilst he holds it, by every means possible, as much as it can yield, knowing that his tenure of it is but temporary and precarious. For this reason, then, it too frequently happened that on finding his tenant's leases near expiring, he resorted to the most unscrupulous and oppressive means to remove from his land those who may have made improvements upon it, in order to let it to other claimants at a rent high in proportion to these very improvements. Our readers know that this is not an extreme case, but a plain indisputable fact, which has unfortunately been one of the standing grievances of our unhappy country, and one of the great curses attending the vicious and unsettled state of property in Ireland. Dick of the Grange's ejectment of Condy Dalton and his family, therefore, had, in the eyes of many of the people, nothing in it so startlingly oppressive as might be supposed. On the contrary, the act was looked upon as much in the character of a matter of right on his part, as one of oppression to them. Long usage had reconciled the peasantry to it, and up to the period of our tale there had been no one to awaken and direct public feeling against it. A fortnight had now elapsed since the scene in which young Dalton had poured out his despair and misery over the dead body of Peggy Murtagh, and during that period an incident occurred which, although by no means akin to the romantic, had produced nevertheless a change in the position of Dick o' the Grange himself, without effecting any either in his designs or inclinations. His own leases had expired, so that in one sense he stood exactly in the same relation to the head landlord in which his own tenants did to him. Their leases had dropped about a 12-month or more before his, and he now waited until he should take out new ones himself, previous to his proceeding any further in the disposition and readjustment of his property. Such was his position and theirs with reference to each other, when one morning, after a fortnight or better subsequent to his last appearance, young Dick, accompanied by the Black Prophet, was seen to proceed towards the garden, both in close conversation. The Prophet's face was now free from the consequences of young Dalton's violence, but it had actually gained in malignity more than it had lost by the discoloration and disfigurement resulting from the blow. There was a calm, dark grin visible when he smiled, that argued a black and satanic disposition, and whenever the lips of his hard, contracted, and unfeeling mouth expanded by his devilish sneer, a portion of one of his vile side fangs became visible, which gave to his features a most hateful and viper-like aspect. It was the cold, sneering, cowardly face of a man who took delight in evil for its own sake, and who could neither feel happiness himself nor suffer others to enjoy it. As they were about to enter the garden, Donnel Dhu saw approaching him at a rapid and energetic pace his daughter Sarah, whose face, now lit up by exercise as well as by the earnest expression of deep interest which might be read in it, never before appeared so strikingly animated and beautiful. "Who is this lovely girl approaching us?" asked the young man, whose eyes at once kindled with surprise and admiration. "That is my daughter," replied Donnel, coolly. "What can she want with me now, and what brought her here?" "Upon my honor, Donnel, that girl surpasses anything I have seen yet. Why, she's perfection. Her figure is I haven't words for it, and her face. Good heavens, what brilliancy and animation!" The Prophet's brow darkened at his daughter's unseasonable appearance in the presence of a handsome young fellow of property. whose character for gallantry was proverbial in the country. "Sarah, my good girl," said he, whilst his voice, which at once became low and significant, quivered with suppressed rage, "what brought you here, I ax? Did any one send for you? Or is there a matter of life and death on hands, that you tramp after me in this manner, eh?" "It may be life and death for anything I know to the contrary," she replied. "You are angry at something, I see," she proceeded, "but to save time, I want to speak to you." "You must wait till I go home then, for I neither can nor will speak to you now." "Father, you will, you must," she replied, "and in some private place too. I won't detain you long, for I haven't much to say, and if I don't say it now, it may be too late." "What the deuce, M'Gowan," said Dick, "speak to the young woman. You don't know but she may have something of importance to say to you." She glanced at the speaker, but with a face of such indifference as if she had scarcely taken cognizance of him, beyond the fact that she found some young man there in conversation with her father. Donnel, rather to take her from under the libertine gaze of his young friend, walked a couple of 100 yards to the right of the garden, where, under the shadow of some trees that overhung a neglected fish pond, she opened the purport for her journey after him to the Grange. "Now, in the devil's name," he asked, "what brought you here?" "Father," she replied, "hear me, and do not be angry, for I know, at least I think, that what I am goin' to say to you is right." "Well, madam, let us hear what you have to say." "I will, and I must speak plain too. You know me, that I cannot think one thing and say another. Yes, I know you very well. Go on." And so does your unfortunate stepmother." "Oh, well," she replied, "yes, I suppose so. Ha, ha." In a moment, however, her face became softened with deep feeling. "Oh, father," she proceeded, "maybe you don't know me, nor she either. It's only now I'm beginning to know myself. But listen, I have often observed your countenance, father. I have often marked it well. I can see by you when you are pleased or angry, but that's aisy. I can tell, too, when the bad spirit is up in you by the pale face but black look that scarcely any one could mistake. I have seen everything bad, father, in your face, bad temper, hatred, revenge, and but seldom anything good. Father, I'm your daughter, and don't be angry. What in the devil's name are you drivin' at, you brazen jade?" "Father, you said this mornin', before you came out, that you felt your conscience troublin' you for not discoverin' the murder of Sullivan, that you felt sorry for keepin' it to yourself so long." "Sorry! You said you were sorry, father." "I did, and I was." "Father, I have been thinkin' of that since." "No, father, your words were false. There was no sorrow in your face, nor in your eye. No, father, nor in your heart. I know that. I feel it. Father, don't look so. You may hate me, but I'm not afraid." "Go home out of this," he replied. "Be off, and carry your cursed madness and nonsense somewhere else. Father, here I stand, your own child, your only daughter. Look me in the face. Let your eye look into mine, if you can. I challenge you to it. Now mark my words. You are going to swear a murder against the head of a poor and distressed family, to swear it, and father, you know he never murdered Sullivan." The prophet started and became pale, but he did not accept the challenge. He looked at her, however, after a struggle to recover his composure, and there she stood firm, erect, her beautiful face animated with earnestness, her eyes glowing with singular lustre, yet set and sparkling in the increasing moisture which a word or thought would turn into tears. "What do you mean, Sarah?" said he, affecting coolness. "What do you mean? I know. Explain yourself." "Father, I will. There was a bad spirit in your face and in your heart when you said you were sorry, that you repented for concealin' the murder so long. There was, father, a bad spirit in your heart, but no repentance there. And did you come all the way from home to tell me this?" "No, father, not to tell you what I have said, but, father dear, what I am going to say. Only first answer me. If he did murder Sullivan, was it in his own defence? Was it a cool murder? A cowardly murder? Because if it was, Condy Dalton is a bad man. But still listen. It's now near 22 years since the deed was done. I know little about religion, father. You know that, but still I have heard that God is willing to forgive all men their sins if they repent of them, if they're sorry for them. Now, father, it's well known that for many a year young Condy Dalton has been in great sorrow of heart for something or other. Can man do more? Go home out of this, I say. Take yourself away. Oh, who can tell, father, the inward agony and bitter repentance that sorrowful man's heart, maybe, has suffered? Who can tell the tears he shed, the groans he groaned, the prayers for mercy he said, maybe, and the worlds he would give to have that man that he killed, only by a hasty blow, maybe, again alive and well? Father, don't prosecute him. Leave the poor heart-broken old man to God. Don't you see that God has already taken him and his unto his hands? Hasn't he punished him 100 ways for years? Haven't they been brought down step by step from wealth and respectability till they're now like poor beggars in the very dust? Oh, think, father, dear father, think of his white hairs, think of his pious wife that every one respects, think of his good-hearted, kind daughters, think of their poverty and all they have suffered so long, and above all, oh, think, father dear, of what they will suffer if you are the means of taking that sorrowful white-haired old man out from the middle of his poor but loving and decent and respected family, and hanging him for an act that he was repented for, maybe, and that we ought to hope the Almighty himself has forgiven him for. Father, I go on my knees to you to beg that you won't prosecute this old man, but leave him to God." As she uttered the last few sentences, the tears fell in torrents from her cheeks, but when she knelt, when she did, her tears ceased to flow, and she looked up into her father's face with eyes kindled into an intense expression, and her hands clasped, as if her own life and everlasting salvation depended upon his reply. "Go home, I desire you," he replied, with a cold sneer, for he had now collected himself and fell back into his habitual snarl. "Go home, I desire you, or maybe you'd wish to throw yourself in the way of that young profligate that I was speaking to when you came up. Who knows, after all, but that's your real design, and neither pity nor compassion for old Dalton." "Am I his daughter?" she replied, whilst she started to her feet, and her dark eyes flashed with disdain. "Can I be his daughter? I hope you don't mean to cast a slur upon your—" He paused a moment, and started as if a serpent had bitten him, but left the word mother unuttered. Again she softened, and her eyes filled with tears. "Father, I never had a mother," she said. "No," he replied, "or if you had, her name will never come through my lips." She looked at him with wonder for a few moments, after which she turned, and with a face melancholy and sorrow, proceeded with slow and meditating steps in the direction of their humble cabin. Her father, who felt considerably startled by some portions of her appeal, though by no means softened, again directed his steps towards the garden gate, where he left young Dick standing. Here he found this worthy young gentleman awaiting his return, and evidently amazed at the interview between him and his daughter, for although he had been at too great a distance to hear their conversation, he could and did see by the daughter's attitudes that the subject of their conversation was extraordinary and consequently important. On approaching him, the prophet, now with his usual coolness, pulled out the tress which he had, in some manner, got from Gra Gal Sullivan, and holding it for a time, placed it in Dick's hands. "There's one proof," said he, alluding to a previous part of their conversation, "that I wasn't unsuccessful; and indeed I seldom am, when I set about a thing in earnest." "But it is possible?" asked the other. that she actually gave this lovely tress willingly? You swear that?" "As heaven's above me," replied the prophet, "there never was a ringlet sent by woman to man with more love than she sent that. Why, the pretty creature actually shed tears, and begged of me to lose no time in giving it. You have it now, at all events, and only for young Dalton's outrage you'd have had it before now. Then there's no truth in the report that she's fond of him?" "Why, no, oh no, not now. Fond of him she was, no doubt, and you know it's never hard to light a half burned turf or a candle that was lit before. If they could be out of the country, at all events, these Daltons, it would be so much out of your way, for between you and me I can tell you that your life won't be safe when he comes to know that you have put his nose out of joint with the Gra Gal. It is strange, however, that she should change so soon." "Ah, Master Richard, how little you know of women when you say so. They're a vain, unselfish crew, women are. There's no honesty in them, nor I don't think there's a woman alive that could be trusted, if you only gave her temptation and opportunity. None of them will stand that." "But how do you account for the change in her case, I ask?" "I'll tell you that. First and foremost, you're handsome, remarkably handsome." Come, no nonsense, Donald, get along, will you? Ha, ha, ha! Handsome indeed! Never you mind what the world says." "Well." "Why," replied the other, gravely, "there's no use in denying it, you know. It's a matter that tells for itself, and that a poor girl with eyes in her head can judge of as a rich one. At any rate, if you're not handsome, you're greatly belied, and every one knows that there's never smoke without fire." "Well, confound you, since they'll have it so, I suppose I may as well admit it. I believe I am a handsome dog, and I have reason to know that. Here he shook his head and winked knowingly. "Oh, come, Donald, my boy, I can go no further on that subject. Ha, ha, ha!" "There is no dispute about it," continued Donnel, gravely, "but still I think that if it was not for the mention made of the dress and grandeur and state that she was to come to, she'd hardly turn round as she did. Dalton, you know, is the handsomest young fellow, barring yourself, in the parish, and truth on your account and hers, I wish he was out of it. He'll be crossin' you, you may take my word for it, and this enemy he'll prove, that I know." "Why, what do you mean?" Here the prophet, who was artfully trying to fill the heart of his companion with a spirit of jealousy against Dalton, paused for a moment, as if in deep reflection, after which he sighed heavily. "Mane," he at length replied. "I am unhappy in my mind, and I know I ought to do it, and yet I'm loth now after such a length of time." "Mane, did you say, Master Richard?" "Yes, I said so, and I say so. What do you mean by telling me that young Dalton will be a dangerous enemy to me?" "And so he will, and so he would to any one that he or his bore ill will against. You know there's blood upon their hands." "No, I don't know any such thing. I believe he was charged with the murder of Mave Sullivan's uncle, but as the body could not be found, there were no grounds for a prosecution. I don't therefore know that there's blood upon his hand." "Well, then, if you don't, may God direct me," he added, "and guide me to the best. If you don't, Master Richard, heaven direct me again. Will I say it? Could you get that family quietly out of the country, Master Richard? Because if you could, it would be better, maybe, for all parties." "You seem to know something about these Daltons, Mr. M'Gowan?" asked Dick, "and to speak mysteriously of them." "Well, then, I do," he replied; "but what I have to say, I ought to say it to your father, who is a magistrate." The other stared at him with surprise, but said nothing for a minute or two. "What is this mystery?" he added at length. "I cannot understand you, but it is clear that you mean something extraordinary." "God pardon me, Master Richard, but you are right enough. No, I can't keep it any longer. Listen to me, sir, for I am going to make a strange and fearful discovery. I know who it was that murdered Sullivan. I am in possession of it for near the last 22 years. I have travelled everywhere, gone to England, to Wales, Scotland, and America, but it was all of no use. The knowledge of the murder and the murderer was here." He laid his hand upon his heart as he spoke, "and durin' all that time I had peace neither by night nor by day." His companion turned towards him with amazement, and truly his appearance was startling, if not frightful. He looked as it were into vacancy. His eyes had become hollow and full of terror. His complexion assumed the hue of ashes. His voice got weak and unsteady, and his limbs trembled excessively, whilst from every pore the perspiration came out and ran down his ghastly visage in large drops. "M'Gowan," said his companion, "this is a dreadful business, and yet you have said nothing, and from what I see, I advise you to reflect before you proceed further in it. I think I can guess the nature of your secret, but even if you went to my father, he would tell you that you are not bound to criminate yourself." The prophet, in the meantime, had made an effort to recover himself, which, after a little while, was successful. "I believe you think," he added, with a gloomy and a bitter smile, "that it was I who committed the murder. Oh no! If it was, I wouldn't be apt to hang myself, I think. No, but I must see your father as a magistrate, and I must make the disclosure to him. The man that did murder Sullivan is livin', and that man is Condy Dalton. I knew of this, and for 22 years let that murderer escape, and that is what made me so miserable and unhappy. I can prove what I say, and I know the very spot where he buried Sullivan's body, and where it's lyin' to this very day." "In that case, then," replied the other, "you have only one course to pursue, and that is to bring Dalton to justice." "I know it," returned the prophet, "but still I feel that it's a hard case to be the means of hangin' a fellow creature. But of the two choices, rather than bear any longer what I have suffered, and am still sufferin', I think it better to prosecute him." "Then go and see my father at once about it, and a devilish difficult card you'll have to play with him. For my part, I think he is mad ever since Jemmy Branigan left him. In fact, he knows neither what he is sayin' or doin' without him, especially in some matters. For to tell you the truth," he added, laughing, "Jemmy, who was so well acquainted with the country and every one in it, took much more of the magistrate on him than ever my father did. And now the old fellow, when left to himself, is nearly helpless in every sense. He knows he has not Jemmy, and he can bear nobody else near him or about him." "I will see him then before I leave the place. And now, Master Richard, you know what steps you ought to take with regard to Gra Gal Sullivan. As she is willin' herself, of course there is but one way of it." "Of course I am aware of that," said Dick, "but still I feel that it's devilish queer she should change so soon from Dalton to me." "That's because you know nothing about women," replied the prophet. "Why, Master Richard, I tell you that a weathercock is constancy itself compared with them. The notion of you and your wealth and grandeur, and the great state you're to keep her in, all turned her brain. And as a proof of it, there you have a lock of her beautiful hair that she gave me with her own hands. If that won't satisfy you, it's hard to say what can. But indeed I think you ought to know by this time o' day how far a handsome face goes with them. Give the devil himself but that, and they'll take his horns, hoofs, and tail into the bargain. Ay, they will." This observation was accompanied by a grin so sneering and bitter, that his companion, on looking at him, knew not how to account for it, unless by supposing that he must during the course of his life have sustained some serious or irreparable injury at their hands. "You appear not to like the women, Donnel. How is that?" "Like them!" he replied, and as he spoke his face, which had been a little before ghastly with horror, now became black and venomous. "Ha, ha! How is that, you say? Oh, no matter now. They're angels, angels of perdition. Their truth is treachery, and their but no matter. I'll now go in and speak to your father on this business. But I forgot to say that I must see Gra Gal soon, to let her know our plans. So do you make your mind aisy, and leave the management of the whole thing in my hands." Section 7 of The Black Prophet, by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 7. Chapter 14. A middleman magistrate of the old school and his clerk. Dick o' the Grange, whose name was Henderson, at least such is the name we choose to give him, held his office, as many Irish magistrates have done before him, in his own parlour. That is to say, he sat in an armchair at one of the windows, which was thrown open for him, while those who came to seek justice, or, as they termed it, law, at his hands, were compelled to stand uncovered on the outside, no matter whether the weather was stormy or otherwise. We are not now about to pronounce any opinion upon the constitutional spirit of Dick's decisions, inasmuch as 19 out of every 20 of them were come to by the only magistrate's guide he ever was acquainted with, to wit, the redoubtable Jemmy Branigan. Jemmy was his clerk, and although he could neither read nor write, yet in cases where his judgments did not give satisfaction, he was both able and willing to set his mark upon the discontented parties in a fashion that did not allow his blessed signature to be easily forgotten. Jemmy, however, as the reader knows, was absent on the morning we are writing about, having actually fulfilled his threat of leaving his master's service, a threat, by the way, which was held out and acted upon at least once every year since he and the magistrate had stood to each other in the capacity of master and servant. Not that we are precisely correct in the statement we had made on this matter, for sometimes his removal was the result of dismissal on the part of his master, and sometimes the following up of the notice which he himself had given him to leave his service. Be this as it may, his temporary absences always involved a trial of strength between the parties, as to which of them should hold out and put a constraint upon his inclinations the longest. For since the truth must be told of Jemmy, we are bound to say that he could as badly bear to live removed from the society of his master as the latter could live without him. For many years of his life he had been threatening to go to America, or to live with a brother that he had in the Isle of Wight, as he called it, and on several occasions he had taken formal leave of the whole family, always in the presence of his master, however, on his departure for either the one place or the other, while his real abode was a snug old garret, where he was attended and kept in food by the family and his fellow servants, who were highly amused at the outrageous distress of his master, occasioned sometimes by Jemmy's obstinate determination to travel, and sometimes by his extreme brotherly affection. Donnel, having left his son cracking a long whip which he held in his hand, and looking occasionally at the tress of Mave Sullivan's beautiful hair, approached the hall door, at which he knocked, and on the appearance of a servant, requested to see Mr. Henderson. The man waved his hand towards the space under the window, meaning that he should take his stand there, and added, "If it's law you want, I'm afeard you'll get more abuse than justice for him now, since Jemmy's gone." The knowing grin and the expression of comic sorrow which accompanied the last words were not lost upon the Prophet, who, in common with every one in the neighborhood for a circumference of many miles, was perfectly well aware of the life which master and man both led. "Is that it?" said the Prophet. "However, it can't be helped. Clerk or no clerk, I want to see him on serious business, tell him. But I'll wait, of course, till he's at leisure." "Tom," said Henderson from within, "who's there? Is that him? If it is, tell him, confound him, to come in, and I'll forgive him. If he'll promise to keep a civil tongue in his head, I'll forget all, say. Come in, you old scoundrel. I'm not angry with you. I want to speak to you, at all events." "It's not him, sir, it's only Donnel M'Gowan, the Black Prophet, that wants some law business." "Send him to the devil for law business. What brings him here now?" "Tell him he shall have neither law nor justice from me. Did you send to his brother in law? Maybe he's there. Sorra one of his seed, breed, or generation, but we sent too. However, it's no use. Off to America he's gone, or to the Isle of Wight at any rate. May the devil sink America and the Isle of Wight both in the ocean, and you too, you scoundrel, and all of you. Only for the cursed crew that is about me, I'd have him here still, and he the only man that understood my wants and my wishes, and that could keep me comfortable and easy." "Troth, then, he hadn't an overly civil tongue in his head, sir," replied the man, "for when you and he, your honor, were together, there was little harmony to spare between you." "That was my own fault, you cur. No servant but himself would have had a day's patience with me. He never abused me but when I deserved it, did he?" "No, your honor, I know he didn't, in truth." "You lie, you villain, you know no such thing. Here I am with my sore leg, and no one to dress it for me. Who's to help me upstairs or downstairs? Who's to be about me, or who cares for me now that he's gone? Nobody, not a soul." "Doesn't Master Richard, sir?" "No, sir, Master Richard gives himself little trouble about me. He has other plots and plans on his hands, other fish to fry, over irons in the fire. Master Richard, sirrah, doesn't care a curse if I was under the sod to morrow, but would be glad of it. Neither does any one about me, but he did. And you infernal crew, you have driven him away from me." "We, your honor?" "Yes, all of you. You put me first out of temper by your neglect and your extravagance. Then I vented it on him because he was the only one among you I took any pleasure in abusin', speakin' to. However, my mind's made up. I'll call an auction, sell everything, and live in Dublin as well as I can. What does that black hound want?" "Some law business, sir, but I dunna what it is." "Is the scoundrel honest or a rogue?" "Troth, it's more than I'm able to tell, your honor, sir. I don't know much about him. Some speaks well, and some speaks ill of him, just like his neighbours." "Ahem! Ay, and that's all you can say of him? But if he was here, I could soon ascertain what stuff he's made of, and what kind of a hearing he ought to get. However, it doesn't matter now. I'll auction everything. In this grange I won't live. And to be sure, but I was a precious old scoundrel to quarrel with the best servant a man ever had." Just at this moment, who should come round from a back passage, carrying a small bundle in his hand, but the object of all his solicitude. He approached quietly on tiptoe, with a look in which might be read a most startling and ludicrous expression of anxiety and repentance. "How is he?" said he. "How is his poor leg? Oh, thin blessed saints, but I was the double distilled villain of the earth to leave him as I did to the crew that was about him. The best master that ever an old vagabond like me was ungrateful to. How is he, Tom?" "Why," replied the other, "if you take my advice, you'll keep from him at all events. He's cursin' and abusin' you ever since you went, and won't allow one of us even to name you." "Troth, and it only shows his sense, for I deserved nothing else at his hands. However, if what you say is true, I'm afeard he's not long for this world, and that his talkin' sense at last is only the lightning before death, poor gentleman." I can stay no longer from him anyhow, let him be as he may, and God pardon me for my ingratitude in desertin' him like a villain as I did." He then walked into the parlour, and as the prophet was beckoned as far as the hall, he had an opportunity of witnessing the interview which took place between this extraordinary pair. Jemmy, before entering, threw aside his bundle and his hat, stripped off his coat, and in a moment presented himself in the usual striped cotton jacket, with sleeves, which he always wore. Old Dick was in the act of letting fly an oath at something, when Jemmy, walking in, just as if nothing had happened, exclaimed, "Why then, mother of Moses, is it at the old work I find you? Troth, it's past counsel, past grace with you. I'm afraid you're too old to mend. In the meantime, don't stare as if you seen a ghost. Only tell us how is that unfortunate leg of yours?" "Why, ay, you're back, are you? And what the devil brought you here again, eh? Come now, keep yourself quiet, you unpenitent old sinner, or it'll be worse for you. How was your leg?" "Oh, it's provokin' old rascal, ha? So you are back? Don't you see I am? Who would stick to you like myself, after all? Troth, I missed your dirty tongue, bad as it is. Devil a thing but rank pace and quietness I was ever in since I seen you last. And devil a scoundrel has had the honesty to give me a single word of abuse to my face since you left me. And how often did I tell you that you couldn't depend upon the crew that's around you? Truth's not in them, and that you ought to know. However, so far as I'm concerned, don't fret. God knows I forgive you all your folly and feasthalaga, which means nonsense, in hopes always that you'll mend your life in many respects. You had meself before you as an example, though I say it, that oughtn't to say it, but you know you didn't take pattern by me as you ought. Shake hands, Jemmy. I'm glad to see you again. You were put to expense since you went." "No, none. No, I tell you. But I say you were. There, keep yourself quiet. No, I wasn't, and if I was, too, what is it to you? Here, put that note in your pocket. Sorra bit, now," replied Jemmy, "to plase you," gripping it tightly at the same time as he spoke. "Do you want to vex me again? Put it in your pocket, sirrah, unless you want me to break your head." "Oh, he would," said Jemmy, looking with a knowing face of terror towards Tom Booth and the prophet. "It's the weight of his cane I'd get, sure enough. But it's an old sayin', and a true one, that when the generosity's in, it must come out. There now, I've put it in my pocket for you, and I hope you're satisfied. Devil a such a tyrant in Europe," said he loudly, "when he wishes. And yet, after all," he added in a low confidential voice, just loud enough for his master to hear, "where would one get the like of him? Tom Booth, desire him to fetch warm water to the study till I press his poor leg and make him fit for business." "Here is Donnel Dhu," replied Booth, "waitin' for law business." "Go to the windy, Donnel," said Jemmy, with an authoritative air. "Go to your ground, but before you do, let me know what you want." "I'll do no such thing," replied the prophet, "unless to say that it's a matter of life and death." "Go out," repeated Jemmy, with brief and determined authority, "and wait till it's his honor's convenience, his full convenience, to see you. As dark a rogue, sir," he continued, having shoved the prophet outside and slapped the door in his face, "and as great a schemer as ever put a coat on his back. He's as big a liar, too, when he likes, as ever broke bread. But there's far more danger in him when he tells the truth, for then you may be sure he has some devil's design in view." Dick o' the Grange, though vulgar and eccentric, was by no means deficient in shrewdness and common sense. Neither was he deliberately an unjust man, but, like too many in the world, he generally suffered his prejudices and his interests to take the same side. Having had his leg dressed, and been prepared by Jemmy for the business of the day, he took his place as usual in the chair of justice, had the window thrown open, and desired the prophet to state the nature of his business. The latter told him that the communication must be a private one, as it involved a matter of deep importance, being no less than an affair of life and death. This startled the magistrate, who, with a kind of awkward embarrassment, ordered, or rather requested, Jemmy to withdraw, intimating that he would be sent for if his advice or opinion should be deemed necessary. "No matter," replied Jemmy, "the loss will be your own, for sure I know the nice hand you make of law when you're left to yourself. Only before I go, mark my words, there you stand, Donnel Dhu, and I'm tellin' him to be on his guard against you. Don't put trust, please your honor, in either his word or his oath; and if he's bringin' a charge against any one, give it in favor of his enemy, whoever he is. I heard that he was wanst tried for robbery, and I only wonder it wasn't for murder too; for in truth and soul, if ever a man has both one and the other in his face, he has. It's known to me that he's seen now and then colloguin' and skulkin' behind the hedges about dusk wid Red Rody Duncan, that was in twyst for robbery. Troth, it's birds of a feather wid them, and I wouldn't be surprised if we were to see them both swing from the same rope yet. So there's my character of you, you villain," he added, addressing M'Gowan, at whom he felt deeply indignant, in consequence of his not admitting him to the secret of the communication he was about to make. Henderson, when left alone with the prophet, heard the disclosures which the latter made to him with less surprise than interest. He himself remembered the circumstances perfectly well, and knew that on the occasion of Condy Dalton's former arrest, appearances had been very strong against him. It was then expected that he would have disclosed the particular spot in which the body had been concealed; but as he strenuously persisted in denying any knowledge of it, and as the body consequently could not be produced, they were obliged of necessity to discharge him, but still under strong suspicions of his guilt. The interview between Henderson and M'Gowan was a long one, and the disclosures made were considered of too much importance for the former to act without the co operation and assistance of another magistrate. He accordingly desired the prophet to come to him on the following day but one, when he said he would secure the presence of a Major Johnson, who was also in the commission, and by whose warrant old Condy Dalton had been originally arrested on suspicion of the murder. It was recommended that everything that had transpired between them should be kept strictly secret, lest the murderer, if made acquainted with the charge which was about to be brought home to him, should succeed in escaping from justice. Young Dick, who had been sent for by his father, recommended this, and on those terms they separated. CHAPTER XV. A Plot and a Prophecy. Our readers cannot forget a short dialogue which took place between Charley Hanlon and the strange female, who has already borne some part in the incidents of our story. It occurred on the morning she had been sent to convey the handkerchief which Hanlon had promised to Sarah M'Gowan in lieu of the tobacco box of which we have so frequently made mention, and which, on that occasion, she expected to have received from Sarah. After having inquired from Hanlon why Donnel Dhu was called the Black Prophet, she asked, "But could he have anything to do with the murder?" To which Hanlon replied that he had been thinking about that, and had some talk this morning with a man that's livin' a long time, indeed, that was born a little above the place, and he says that the Black Prophet, or M'Gowan, did not come to the neighborhood until after the murder. Now this person was no other than Red Rody Duncan, to whom our friend Jemmy Branigan made such opprobrious allusion in the character of the Black Prophet to Dick o' the Grange. This man, who was generally known by the sobriquet of Red Body, had been for some time looking after the situation of bailiff or driver to Dick o' the Grange, and as Hanlon was supposed to possess a good deal of influence with young Dick, Duncan very properly thought he could not do better than cultivate his acquaintance. This was the circumstance which brought them together at first, and it was something of a dry, mysterious manner which Hanlon observed in this fellow, when talking about the Prophet and his daughter, that caused him to keep up the intimacy between them. When Donnel Dhu had closed his lengthened conference with Henderson, he turned his steps homewards, and had got half way through the lawn when he was met by Red Rody. He had, only a minute or two before, left young Dick, with whom he held another short conversation; and as he met Rody, Dick was still standing within about 100 yards of them, cracking his whip with that easy indolence and utter disregard of everything but his pleasures, which chiefly constituted his character. "Don't stand to speak to me here," said the Prophet, "that young scoundrel will see us. Have you tried Hanlon yet, and will he do? Yes or no?" "I haven't tried him, but I'm now on my way to do so. Caution." "Certainly, I'm no fool, I think. If we can secure him, the business may be managed easily; that is, provided the two affairs can come off on the same night. Caution, I say again." "Certainly. I'm no fool, I hope. Pass on." The Prophet and he passed each other very slowly during this brief dialogue, the former, when it was finished, pointing naturally towards the Grange or young Dick, as if he had been merely answering a few questions respecting some person about the place that the other was going to see. Having passed the Prophet, he turned to the left by a back path that led to the garden, where, in fact, Hanlon was generally to be found, and where, upon this occasion, he found him. After a good deal of desultory chat, Rody at last inquired if Hanlon thought there existed any chance of his procuring the post of bailiff. "I don't think there is, then, to tell you the truth," replied Hanlon. "Old Jemmy is against you bitterly, and Master Richard's interest in this business isn't as strong as his." "The blackguard old villain!" exclaimed Rody. "It will be a good job to give him a dog's knock some night or other." "I don't see that either," replied Hanlon. "Old Jemmy does a power of good in his way, and indeed many an act of kindness the master himself gets credit for that ought to go to Jemmy's account. But you can give me a lift in the drivership, Charley, if you like." "I'm afeard not, so long as Jemmy's against you." "Ah, but couldn't you try and twist that old scoundrel himself in my favour?" "Well," replied the other, "there is something in that, and whatever I can do with him I will, if you will try and do me a favour." "Me? Name it, man, name it, and it's done, if it was only to rob the Grange. Ha, ha! And by the way, I dunno what puts robbin' the Grange into my head." And as he spoke, his eye was bent with an expression of peculiar significance on Hanlon. "No," replied Hanlon, with indifference, "it's not to rob the Grange. I believe you know something about the man they call the Black Prophet?" "Donnel Dhu? Why, ahem, a little, not much. Nobody, indeed, knows or cares much about him. However, like most people, he has his friends and his enemies." "Don't you remember a murder that was committed here about 22 years ago?" "I do." "Was that before or after the Black Prophet came to live in this country?" "After it, after it." "No, no," he replied, correcting himself, "I'm wrong. It was before he came here." "Then he could have had no hand in it? Him? Is it him? Why, what puts such a thing as that into your head?" "Faith, to tell you the truth, Rody, his daughter Sarah and myself is beginning to look at one another; and to tell you the truth again, I'd wish to know more about the same Prophet before I become his son in law, as I have some notion of doin'." "I heard indeed that you were pullin' a string wid her, and now that I think of it, if you give me a lift wid old Jimmy, I'll give you one there. The bailiff's berth is just the thing for me, not havin' any family of my own. You see I could have no objection to live in the Grange, as their bailiff always did. But aren't you afeard to tackle yourself to that divil's clip, Sarah?" "Well, I don't know," replied the other. "I grant it's a hazard by all accounts. And yet," continued Rody, "she's a favorite with every one, and indeed there's not a more generous or kinder hearted creature alive this day than she is. I advise you, however, not to let her into your secrets, for if it was the knockin' of a man on the head, and that she knew it, and was asked about it, out it would go, rather than she'd tell a lie." "They say she's handsomer than Gra Gal Sullivan," said Hanlon, "and I think myself she is. I don't know, it's a dead tie between them. However, I can give you a lift with your father, but not with herself, for somehow she doesn't like a bone in my skin." "She and I made a swap," proceeded Hanlon, "some time ago that 'ud take a laugh out of you. I gave her a pocket handkerchiefy, and she was to give me an old tobaccy box, but she says she can't find it, although I have sent for it and asked it myself several times. She thinks the stepmother has thrown it away or hid it somewhere." Body looked at him inquiringly. "A tobaccy box!" he exclaimed. "Would you like to get it?" "Why," replied Hanlon, "the poor girl has nothing else to give, and I'd like to have something from her, even if a ring never was to go on us, merely as a keepsake." "Well, then," replied Duncan, with something approaching to solemnity in his voice, "mark my words, you promise to give me a lift for the drivership with old Jimmy and the two Dicks?" "I do." "Well, then, listen. If you will be at the Grey Stone to morrow night at 12 o'clock, midnight, I'll engage that Sarah will give you the box there." "Why, in troth, Eody, to tell you the truth, if she could give it to me at any other time and place, I'd prefer it. That Grey Stone is a wild place to be in at midnight." "It is a wild place. Still it's there and nowhere else that you must get the box. And now that the bargain's made, do you think it's true that this old Henderson," here he looked very cautiously about him, "has as much money as they say he has? I believe he's very rich. It is true that he airs the bank notes in the garden here, and turns the guineas in the sun, for 'fraid they'd get blue mould. Is it?" "It may, for all I know, but it's more than I've seen yet." "And now between you and me, Charley, whisper, I say, isn't it 1,000 pities nobody could hear us, surely?" "Nonsense, who could hear us?" "Well, isn't it 1,000 pities, Charley avia, that dacent fellows like you and me should be as we are, and that mad old villain havin' his house full of money? Eh now?" "It's a hard case," replied Hanlon, "but still we must put up with our lot. His father, I'm told, was as poor in the beginnin' as either of us." "Ay, but it's the son we're spakin' about, the old tyrannical villain that drives and harries the poor. He has loads of money in the house, they say. Eh?" "Divil a know myself knows, Rody, nor, not makin' you an ill answer, divil a hair myself cares, Rody. Let him have much or let him have little, that's your share and mine of it. Charley, they say, America's a fine place. Talkin' about money, wid a little money there, they say a man could do wonders." "Who says that?" "Why, Donnel Dhu, for one, and he knows, for he was there." "I believe that Donnel was many a place, over half the world, if all's true." "Och, the same Donnel's a quare fellow, a deep chap, a 'cute fellow, but I know more about him than you think." "Ay, do I? Why, what do you know?" "No matter, a thing or two about the same Donnel; and by the same token, a better fellow never lived. And whisper, you're a strong favorite wid him, that I know, for we were talkin' about you. In the meantime, I wish to goodness we had a good scod of cash among us, and we safe and snug in America. Now shake hands and good bye, and mark me, if you dream of America and a long purse any of these nights, come to me, and I'll riddle your dream for you." He then looked Hanlon significantly in the face, wrung his hand, and left him to meditate on the purport of their conversation. The latter, as he went out, gazed at him with a good deal of surprise. "So," thought he, "you were feelin' my pulse, were you? I don't think it's hard to guess whereabouts you are. However, I'll think of your advice at any rate, and see what good may be in it. But, in the name of all that's wonderful, how does it come to pass that that red ruffian has such authority over Sarah M'Gowan as to make her fetch me the very thing I want? That tobacco box, and at such a place too, and such an hour? And yet he says that she doesn't like a bone in his skin, which I believe. I'm fairly in the dark here. However, time will make it all clear, I hope, and for that we must wait." He then resumed his employment. Donnel Dhu, who was a man of much energy and activity whenever his purposes required it, instead of turning his steps homewards, directed them to the house of our kind friend Jerry Sullivan, with whose daughter, the innocent and unsuspecting Mave, it was his intention to have another private interview. During the interval that had elapsed since his last journey to the house of this virtuous and hospitable family, the gloom that darkened the face of the country had become awful, and such as wofully bore out to the letter the melancholy truth of his own predictions. Typhus fever had now set in, and was filling the land with fearful and unexampled desolation. Famine, in all cases the source and origin of contagion, had done and was still doing its work. The early potato crop, for so far as it had come in, was a pitiable failure, the quantity being small and the quality watery and bad. The oats, too, and all early grain of that season's growth, were still more deleterious as food, for it had all fermented and become sour, so that the use of it, and of the bad potatoes too, was the most certain means of propagating the pestilence which was sweeping away the people in such multitudes. Scarcely anything presented itself to him as he went along that had not some melancholy association with death or its emblems. To all this, however, he paid little or no attention. When a funeral met him, he merely turned back 3 steps in the direction it went, as was usual; but unless he happened to know the family from which death had selected its victim, he never even took the trouble of inquiring who it was they bore to the grave, a circumstance which strongly proved the utter and heartless selfishness of the man's nature. On arriving at Sullivan's, however, he could not help feeling startled, hard, and without sympathy as was his heart, at the wild and emaciated evidences of misery and want which a couple of weeks' severe suffering had impressed upon them. The gentle Mave herself, patient and uncomplaining as she was, had become thin and cheerless. Yet of such a character was the sadness that rested upon her, that it only added a mournful and melancholy charm to her beauty, a charm that touched the heart of the beholder at once with love and compassion. As yet there had been no sickness among them, but who could say to day that he or she might not be stricken down at once before to morrow? "Donnel," said Sullivan, after he had taken a seat, "how you came to prophesy what would happen and what has happened is to me a wonder; but sure enough, faria ger, which means bitter misfortune, it has all come to pass." "I can't tell myself," replied the other, "how I do it. All I know is that the words come into my mouth, and I can't help spakin' them. At any rate, that's not surprisin'. I'm the 7th son of the seventh son after 7 generations. That is, I'm the seventh son that was in our family, and you must know that the knowledge increases as they go on. Every seventh son knows more than him that went before him, till it comes to the last, and he knows more than them all. There were 6 seventh sons before me, so that I'm the last, for it was never known since the world began that ever more than 7 after one another had the gift of prophecy in the same family. That's the reason, you see, that I have no sons. The knowledge ends with me." "It's very strange," replied Sullivan, "and not to be accounted for by any one but God. Glory be to his name. It is strange, and when I find that I'm goin' to foretel anything that's bad or unlucky, I feel great pain or uneasiness in my mind; but on the other hand, when I am to prophesy what's good, I get quite light hearted and aisy. I'm all happiness, and that's the way I feel now, and has felt for the last day or two." "I wish to God, Donnel," said Mrs. Sullivan, "that you could prophesy something good for us; or," continued her charitable and benevolent husband, "for the thousands of poor cratures that wants it more still than we do. Sure it's thankful to the Almighty we ought to be, and is. I hope that this woful sickness hasn't come upon us yet. Even Condy Dalton and his family, ay, God be praised for givin' him the heart to do it. I can forgive him and them." "Don't say them, Jerry ahagur," observed his wife; "we never had any bad feelin' against them." "Well, well," continued the husband, "I can forgive him and all of them now, for God help them, they're in a state of most heart breaking destitution, livin' only upon the bits that the poor starvin' neighbors is able to crib from their own hungry mouths for them." And here the tears that did honor not only to him but to human nature and his country, rolled slowly down his emaciated cheeks, for the deep distress to which the man that he believed to be the murderer of his brother had been. "Indeed, Donnel," said Mrs. Sullivan, "it would be a hard and uncharitable heart that wouldn't relent, if it knew what they are sufferin'. Young Con is just risin' out of the fever that was in the family, and it would wring your" a glance at Mave occasioned her to pause. The gentle girl, upon whom the prophet had kept his eye during the whole conversation, had been reflecting in her wasted but beautiful features both the delicacy and depth of the sympathy that had been expressed for the unhappy Daltons. Sometimes she became pale as ashes, and again her complexion assumed the subdued hue of the wild rose; for, alas that we must say it, sorrow and suffering, in other words, want, in its almost severest form, had thrown its melancholy hue over the richness of her blush, which on this occasion borrowed a delicate grace from distress itself. Such indeed was her beauty, and so gently and serenely did her virtues shine through it, that it mattered not to what condition of calamity they were subjected. In every situation they seemed to shed some new and unexpected charm upon the eyes of those who looked upon her. The mother, we said on glancing at her, paused; but the chord of love and sorrow had been touched, and poor Mave, unable any longer to restrain her feelings, burst out into tears, and wept aloud on heeding the name and sufferings of her lover. Her father looked at her, and his brow got sad, and there was no longer the darkness of resentment or indignation there. So true is it that suffering chastens the heart into its noblest affections, and purges it of the gloomier and grosser passions. "Poor Mave," he exclaimed, "when I let the tears down for the man that has my doother's blood on his hands, it's no wonder you should cry for him you love so well." "Oh, dear father," she exclaimed, throwing herself into his arms and embracing him tenderly, "I feel no misery nor sorrow now. The words you have spoken have made me happy. All these sufferings will pass away, for it cannot be but God will, sooner or later, reward your piety and goodness. Oh, if I could do anything for any one," and she blushed as she spoke. "But I cannot. There is nothing here that I can do at home. But if I could go out and work by the day, I'd do it and be happy, in order to help that family that's now brought so low, that's so much to be pitied." We have already said that the Prophet's eye had been bent upon her ever since he came into the house, but it was with an expression of benignity and affection which, notwithstanding the gloomy character of his countenance, no one could more plausibly or willingly assume. Mave, in the meantime, could scarcely bear to look upon him, and it was quite clear from her manner that she had, since their last mysterious interview, once more fallen back into those feelings of strong aversion with which she had regarded him at first. M'Gowan saw this, and without much difficulty guessed at the individual who had been instrumental in producing the change. "God pardon and forgive me," he exclaimed, as if giving unconscious utterance to his own reflections, "for what I had thought of about that darlin' and lovely girl. But sure I'll make it up to her, and indeed I feel the words of goodness that's to befall her breaking out of my lips. A colleen Doss, I had some private discourse wid you when I was here last, and will you let me speak a few words to you by ourselves again?" "No," she replied, "I'll hear nothing from you. I don't like you, I can't like you, and I'll hold no private discourse with you." "Oh, then, but that voice is music itself, and you are, by all accounts, the best of girls." "Ay, but sure we have all turned over a new leaf, poor child. I discovered how I was taken in and desaved. But sure I can't eat you, and a sweet morsel you'd be, alannah Doss. Nor can I run away wid you, and I seen the day that it's not my heart would hinder me to do that same. Oh, my goodness, what a head of hair! And talkin' about that, you understand, I'd like to have a word or two wid yourself." "Say whatever you have to say before my father and mother, then," she replied. "I have no—" she paused a moment and seemed embarrassed. The Prophet, who skilfully threw in the allusion to her hair, guessed the words she was on the point of uttering, and availing himself of her difficulty, seemed to act as if she had completed what she was about to say. "I know, dear," he added, "you have no secrets from them. I'm glad to hear it, and for that raison I'm willin' to say what I had to say in their presence. So far as I'm concerned, it makes no difference." The allusion to her hair, added to the last observations, reminded her that it might be possible that he had some message from her lover, and she consequently seemed to waver a little, as if struggling against her strong instinctive abhorrence of him. "Don't be afeard, Mave dear," said her mother. "Sure, poor honest Donnel wishes you well, and won't prophesize any harm to you. Go with him." "Do, achora," added the father. "Donnel can have nothing to say to you that can have any harm in it. Go for a minute or two, since he wishes it." Reluctantly, and with an indomitable feeling against the man, she went out, and stood under the shelter of a little elder hedge that adjoined the house. "Now tell me," she asked quickly, "what is it you have to say to me?" "I gave young Condy Dalton the purty ringlet of hair you sent him." "What did he say?" she inquired. "Not much," he replied, "till I told him it was the last token that ever you could send him after what your father said to you." "Well?" "Why, he cursed your father, and said he deserved to get his neck broke." "I don't believe that," she replied. "I know he never said them words or anything like them. Don't mislead me, but tell me what he did say." "Ah, poor Mave," he replied, "you little know what hot blood runs in the Daltons' veins. He said very little that was creditable to himself, and indeed I won't repeat it, but it was enough to make any girl of spirit have done wid him." "And don't you know," she replied mournfully, "that I have done with him, and that there never can be anything but sorrow and good will between us? Wasn't that my message to him by yourself?" "It was, dear, and I hope you're still of the same mind." "I am," she said, "but you are not tellin' me the truth about him. He never spoke disrespectfully of my father or me." "No, indeed, ashure he did not then. Oh, the sorra syllable! Oh, no, if I said so, don't believe me." And yet the very words he uttered, in consequence of the meaning which they received from his manner, made an impression directly the reverse of their natural import. "Well, then," she said, "that's all you have to say to me?" "No," he replied, "it is not. I want to know from you when you'll be goin' to your uncle's at Mulligamore." "To morrow," replied the artless and unsuspicious girl, without a moment's hesitation. "Well, then," said he, "you pass the Grey Stone at the foot of Mallybenagh. Of course I know you must. Now, my dear Mave, I want to show you that I have some insight into futurity. What hour will you pass it at?" "About 3 o'clock, as near as I think. It may be a little more or a little less." "Very well, acushly. When you pass the Grey Stone, about a few hundred yards on the right hand side, the first person you will meet will be a young man, well made and very handsome. That young man will be the person, whosoever he is, and I don't know myself, that will bring you love and wealth and happiness, and all that a woman can wish to have with a man. Nor, dear, if this doesn't happen, never believe anything I say again. But if this does happen, I hope you'll have good sense, acushla machree, to be guided by one that's your true friend, and that's myself. The first person you meet after passin' the Grey Stone, on your right hand side, remember the words. I know there's great luck and high fortune before you, for indeed your beauty and goodness well deserves it, and they'll get both." Then they returned into the house, Mave somewhat surprised, but no way relieved, while the prophet seemed rather in better spirits by the interview. "Now, Jerry Sullivan," said he, "and you, Bridget, his wife, lend your ears and listen. The heart of prophet is full of good to you and yours, and the good must come to his lips, and flow from them when it comes. There are 3 books known to the wise: the book of marriage, the book of death, and the book of judgment. Open a leaf, says the angel of marriage, the guardian angel of Jericho, where he brings all love, happiness, and peace to. Open a leaf, says the angel of marriage, him that has 1 head and 10 horns, and read us a page of futurity from the prophecy of Saint Nebuchadnezzar the divine. The child is a female child, says the angel with 1 head and 10 horns, by name Mabel Sullivan, daughter to honest Jerry Sullivan and his decent wife Bridget of Aughnmurrin. Amen, says the prophet, time is not tide, nor is tide time, and neither will wait for man. 3 things will happen. A girl, young and handsome, will walk forth upon the highway, and there she will meet a man, young and handsome too, who will rise her to wealth, happiness, and grandeur. So be it, says the book of marriage, and amen again, says the prophet. Open a new leaf, says Nebuchadnezzar the divine. A new leaf in the book of judgment, and another in the book of death. A man was killed, and his body hid, and a man lived with his blood upon him. Fate is fate, and justice is near. For years he will keep the murder to himself, till a man's to come that will bring him to judgment. Then will judgment be passed, and the book of death will be opened. "Read," says the prophet, "it is done at last. Judgment is passed, and death follows. The innocent is set free, and the murderer that concealed the murder so long swings at last. And all these things is to be found by the wise in the books of marriage, death, and judgment." He then added, as he had done at the conclusion of his former prophecy, "Be kind and indulgent to your daughter, for she'll soon make all your fortunes. And take care of her and yourselves till I see yez again." As before, he gave them no further opportunity of asking for explanations, but immediately departed, and as if he had been moved by some impulse or after thought, he directed his steps once more to the Grange, where he saw young Henderson, with whom he had another private interview, of the purport of which our readers may probably form a tolerably accurate conjecture. CHAPTER XVI. Mysterious disappearance of the tobacco box. M'Gowan's mind, at this period of our narrative, was busily engaged in arranging his plans, for we need scarcely add here, that whether founded on justice or not, he had more than one ripening. Still there preyed upon him a certain secret anxiety, from which, by no effort, could he succeed in ridding himself. The disappearance of the tobacco box kept him so ill at ease and unhappy, that he resolved, on his way home, to make a last effort at finding it out, if it could be done; and many a time did he heartily curse his own stupidity for ever having suffered it to remain in his house or about it, especially when it was so easy to destroy it. His suspicions respecting it most certainly rested upon Nelly, whom he now began to regard with a feeling of both hatred and alarm. Sarah, he knew, had little sympathy with him, but then he also knew that there existed less in common between her and Nelly. He thought, therefore, that his wisest plan would be to widen the breach of ill feeling between them more and more, and thus to secure himself, if possible, of Sarah's co-operation and confidence, if not from affection or good feeling towards himself, at least from ill will towards her stepmother. For this reason, therefore, as well as for others of equal, if not of more importance, he came to the determination of taking, to a certain extent, Sarah into his confidence, and thus making not only her quickness and activity, but her impetuosity and resentments, useful to his designs. It was pretty late that night when he reached home, and as he had devoted the only portion of his time that remained between his arrival and bedtime to a description of the unsettled state of the country, occasioned by what were properly called the famine outrages that were then beginning to take place, he made no allusion to anything connected with his projects, to either Nelly or his daughter, the latter of whom, by the way, had been out during the greater part of the evening. The next morning, however, he asked her to take a short stroll with him along the river, which she did, and both returned, after having had at least an hour's conversation, Sarah with a flushed cheek and indignant eye, and her father with his brow darkened and his voice quivering from suppressed resentment; so that, so far as observation went, their interview and communication had not been very agreeable on either side. After breakfast, Sarah put on her cloak and bonnet, and was about to go out, when her father said, "Pray, ma'am, where are you goin' now?" "It doesn't signify," she replied, "but at all events you needn't ax me, for I won't tell you." "What kind of answer is that to give me? Do you forget that I'm your father?" "I wish I could, for indeed I'm sorry you are." "Oh, you know," observed Nelly, "she was always a dutiful girl, always a quiet, good crature." "Why, you unbiddable strap, what kind of answer is that to give to your father?" Ever since their stroll that morning, Sarah's eyes had been turned from time to time upon her stepmother with flash after flash of burning indignation. And now that she addressed her, she said, "Woman, you don't know how I scorn you. Oh, you mean and wicked wretch, had you no pride during all your life? It's but a short time you and I will be under the same roof together, and so far as I'm concerned, I'll not stoop ever to bandy abuse or ill tongue with you again. I know only one other person that is worse and meaner still than you are, and there, I'm sorry to say, he stands in the shape of my father." She walked out of the cabin with a flushed cheek and a step that was full of disdain, and a kind of natural pride that might almost be termed dignity. Both felt rebuked, and Nelly, whose face got blanched and pale at Sarah's words, now turned upon the prophet with a scowl. "Would it be possible," said she, "that you'd dare to let out anything to that madcap?" "Now," said he, "that the coast is clear, I desire you to answer me a question that I'll put to you, and mark my words, by all that's above us, and under us, and about us, if you don't speak truth, I'll be apt to make short work of it." "What is it?" she inquired, looking at him with cool and collected resentment, and an eye that was perfectly fearless. "There was a tobaccy box about this house, or in this house. Do you know anything about it?" "A tobaccy box, is it?" "Ay, a tobaccy box." "Well, and what about it? What do you want wid it? An old rusty tobacco box? Musha, is that what's troublin' you this mornin'? Come," said he, darkening, "I'll have no humbuggin'. Answer me at wanst. Do you know anything about it?" "Is it about your old rusty tobaccy box? Arrah, what 'ud I know about it? What the sorra would a man like you do wid a tobaccy box that doesn't ever smoke? Is it mad or ravin' you are? Somehow I think the stroll you had wid the vagabond gipsy of a daughter of yours hasn't put you into the best of temper, or her either. I hope you didn't act the villain on me, for she looks at me as if she could ait me widout salt. But indeed she's taken on her own hands finely of late. She's gettin' too proud to answer me now when I ax her a question." "Well, why don't you ask her as you ought?" "She was out all yesterday evenin', and when I said, 'You idle strap, where were you?' she wouldn't even think it worth her while to give me an answer, the vagabond. Do you give me one in the meantime? What about the box I want? Speak the truth if you regard your health." "I know nothing about your box, and I wish I could say as much of yourself. However, I won't long trouble you, that I can tell you, ay, and her too. She needn't fear that I'll be long under the same roof wid her. I know, anyway, I wouldn't be safe. She would only stick me in one of her fits now that she's able to fight me." "Now, Nelly," said the prophet, deliberately shutting the door, "I know you to be a hardened woman, that has little fear in your heart. I think you know me, too, to be a hardened and determined man. There now, I have shut and bolted the door, and by him that made me, you'll never leave this house, nor go out of that door a livin' woman, unless you tell me all you know about that tobaccy box. Now you know my mind and my coorse. Act as you like now." "Ha, ha, ha! Do you think to frighten me?" she asked, laughing derisively. "Me? Oh, how much you're mistaken if you think so. Not that I don't believe you to be dangerous, and a man that one ought to fear, but I have no fear of you." "Answer me quickly," he replied, and as he spoke he seized the very same knife from which she had so narrowly escaped in her conflict with Sarah. "Answer me, I say, and mark, I have no reason to wish you alive." And as he spoke, the glare in his eyes flashed and became fearful. "Ah," said she, "there's your daughter's look, and the same knife too, that was near doin' for me wanst." Well, don't think that it's fear makes me say what I'm goin' to say, but that's the same knife, and besides, I dreamed last night that I was dressed in a black cloak, and a black cloak, they say, is death, ay, death, and I know I'm not fit to die or to meet judgment, and you know that too. Now then, tell me what it is you want with the box." "No," he replied, sternly and imperatively, "I'll tell you nothing about it, but get it at wanst, before my passion rises higher and deadlier." "Well, then, mark me, I'm not afeard of you, but I have the box." "And how do you come by it?" he asked. "Sarah was lookin' for a cobweb to stop the blood where she cut me in our fight the other day, and it came tumblin' out of a cranny in the wall. And where is it now?" "I'll get it for you," she replied, "but you must let me out first." "Why so?" "Because it's not in the house." "And where is it? Don't think you'll escape me." "It's in the thatch of the roof." The Prophet deliberately opened the door, and catching her by the shoulder, held her prisoner, as it were, until she should make her words good. The roof was but low, and she knew the spot too well to make any mistake about it. "Here," said she, "is the cross I scraped on the stone under the place." She put up her hand as she spoke, and searched the spot, but in vain. There certainly was the cross as she had marked it, and there was the slight excavation under the thatch where it had been, but as for the box itself, all search for it was fruitless. It had disappeared. Section 8 of The Black Prophet, by William Carleton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 8. Chapter 17. National Calamity. Sarah in Love and Sorrow. The astonishment of the Prophet's wife on discovering that the tobacco box had been removed from the place of its concealment was too natural to excite any suspicion of deceit or falsehood on her part; and he himself, although his disappointment was dreadful on finding that it had disappeared, at once perceived that she had been perfectly ignorant of its removal. With his usual distrust and want of confidence, however, he resolved to test her truth a little further, lest by any possibility she might have deceived him. "Now, Nelly," said he, sternly, "mark me. Is this the way you produce the box? You acknowledge that you had it, that you hid it even, and now, when I tell you I want it, and that it may be a matter of life and death to me, you pretend it's gone, and that you know nothing about it. I say again, mark me well, produce the box." "Here," she replied, chafed and indignant, as well at its disappearance as at the obstinacy of his suspicions, "here's my throat, dash your knife into it if you like, but as for the box, I tell you, that although I did put it in there, you know as much about it as I do." "Well," said he, "for wanst I believe you, but mark me still, this box must be gotten, and it's to you I'll look for it, that's all. You know me." "Ay," she replied, "I know you." "Eh, what do you mean by that?" he asked. "What do you know? Come now, I say, what do you know?" "That you're a hardened and a bad man. Oh, you needn't brandish your knife, nor your eyes needn't blaze up that way like your daughter's," she added, "except that you're hard and dark, and widout one spark o' common feelin'. I know nothing particularly wicked about you, but at the same time I suspect enough." "What do you suspect, you hardened vagabond?" "It doesn't matter what I suspect," she answered, "only I think you'd have bad heart for anything, so go about your business, for I want to have nothing more either to do or say to you, and I wish to glory I had been always of that way o' thinkin'. Och and many a scalded heart I'd ha' missed that I got by you." She then walked into the cabin, and the Prophet slowly followed her with his fixed, doubtful, and suspicious eye, after which he flung the knife on the threshold and took his way in a dark and disappointed mood toward Glendhu. It is impossible for us here to detail the subject matter of his reflections, or to intimate to our readers how far his determination to bring Condy Dalton to justice originated in repentance for having concealed his knowledge of the murder, or in some other less justifiable state of feeling. At this moment, indeed, the family of the Daltons were in anything but a position to bear the heavy and terrible blow which was about to fall upon them. Our readers cannot forget the pitiable state in which we left them during that distressing crisis of misery when the strange woman arrived with the oatmeal, which the kind-hearted Mave Sullivan had so generously sent them. On that melancholy occasion her lover complained of being ill, and unfortunately the symptoms were, in this instance, too significant of the malady which followed them. Indeed, it would be an affliction of unnecessary pain to detail here the sufferings which this unhappy family had individually and collectively borne. Young Condy, after a fortnight's prostration from typhus fever, was again upon his legs, tottering about as his father had been, in a state of such helplessness, between want of food on the one hand and illness on the other, as it is distressing even to contemplate. If, however, the abstract consideration of it, even at a distance, be a matter of such painful retrospect to the mind, what must not the actual endurance of that and worse have been to the thousands upon thousands of families who were obliged by God's mysterious dispensation to encounter these calamities in all their almost incredible and hideous reality. At this precise period the state of the country was frightful beyond belief, for it is well known that the mortality of the season we are describing was considerably greater than that which even cholera occasioned in its worst and most malignant ravages. Indeed, the latter was not attended by such a tedious and lingering strain of miseries as that which in so many woful shapes surrounded typhus fever. The appearance of cholera was sudden, and its operations quick, and although on that account it was looked upon with tenfold terror, yet for this very reason the consequences which it produced were by no means so full of affliction and distress, nor presented such strong and pitiable claims on human aid and sympathy as did those of typhus. In the one case the victim was cut down by a sudden stroke, which occasioned a shock or moral paralysis both to himself and the survivors, especially to the latter, that might be almost said to neutralize its own inflictions. In the other, the approach was comparatively so slow and gradual, that all the sympathies and afflictions were allowed full and painful time to reach the utmost limits of human suffering, and to endure the wasting series of those struggles and details which long illness, surrounded by destitution and affliction, never fails to inflict. In the cholera there was no time left to feel. The passions were wrenched and stunned by a blow, which was over, one may say, before it could be perceived, while in the widespread but more tedious desolation of typhus, the heart was left to brood over the thousand phases of love and misery which the terrible realities of the one, joined to the alarming exaggerations of the other, never failed to present. In cholera a few hours and all was over, but in the awful fever which then prevailed, there was the gradual approach, the protracted illness, the long nights of racking pain, day after day of raging torture, and the dark period of uncertainty, when the balance of human life hangs in the terrible equilibrium of suspense, all requiring the exhibition of constant attention. of the eye whose affection never sleeps, the ear that is deaf only to every sound but the moan of pain, the touch whose tenderness is felt as a solace so long as suffering itself is conscious, the pressure of the aching head, the moistening of the parched and burning lips, and the numerous and indescribable offices of love and devotedness, which always encompass, or should encompass, the bed of sickness and of death. There was, we say, all this, and much more than the imagination itself, unaided by a severe acquaintance with the truth, could embody in its gloomiest conceptions. In fact, Ireland during the season, or rather the year, we are describing, might be compared to one vast lazar house, filled with famine, disease, and death. The very skies of heaven were hung with the black drapery of the grave, for never since, nor within the memory of man before it, did the clouds present shapes of such gloomy and funereal import. Hearses, coffins, long funeral processions, and all the dark emblems of mortality were reflected, as it were, on the sky, from the terrible work of pestilence and famine, which was going forward on the earth beneath them. To all this, the thunder and lightning too were constantly adding their angry peals, and flashing as if uttering the indignation of heaven against our devoted people. And what rendered such fearful manifestations ominous and alarming to the superstitious, was the fact of their occurrence in the evening and at night, circumstances which are always looked upon with unusual terror and dismay. To any person passing through the country, such a combination of startling and awful appearances was presented as has probably never been witnessed since. Go where you might, every object reminded you of the fearful desolation that was progressing around you. The features of the people were gaunt, their eyes wild and hollow, and their gait feeble and tottering. Pass through the fields, and you were met by little groups bearing home on their shoulders, and that with difficulty, a coffin, or perhaps two of them. The roads were literally black with funerals, and as you passed along from parish to parish, the death bells were pealing forth, in slow but dismal tones, the gloomy triumph which pestilence was achieving over the face of our devoted country, a country that every successive day filled with darker desolation and deeper mourning. Nor was this all. The people had an alarmed and unsettled aspect, and whether you met them as individuals or crowds, they seemed, when closely observed, to labor under some strong and insatiable want, that rendered them almost reckless. The number of those who were reduced to mendicancy was incredible, and if it had not been for the extraordinary and unparalleled exertions of the clergy of all creeds, medical men, and local committees, thousands upon thousands would have perished of disease or hunger on the highways. Many indeed did so perish, and it was no unusual sight to meet the father and mother, accompanied by their children, going they knew not whither, and to witness one or other of them lying down on the roadside. And well were they off who could succeed in obtaining a sheaf of straw on which, as a luxury, to lay down their aching head, that was never more to rise from it, until borne in a parish shell to a shallow and hasty grave. Temporary sheds were also erected on the roadsides, or near them, containing fever-stricken patients who had no other home. And when they were released at last from their sorrows, nothing was more common than to place the coffin on the roadside also, with a plate on the lid of it, in order to solicit from those who passed such aid as they could afford to the sick or starving survivors. That indeed was the trying and melancholy period in which all the lingering traces of self-respect, all recollection of former independence, all sense of modesty was cast to the winds. Under the terrible pressure of the complex destitution which prevailed, everything like shame was forgotten, and it was well known that whole families, who had hitherto been respectable and independent, were precipitated almost at once into all the common cant of importunity and clamour during this frightful struggle between life and death. Of the truth of this, the scenes which took place at the public soup shops and other appointed places of relief afforded melancholy proof. Here were wild crowds, ragged, sickly, and wasted away to skin and bone, struggling for the dole of charity, like so many hungry vultures about the remnant of some carcass which they were tearing, amid noise and screams and strife, into very shreds. For, as we have said, all sense of becoming restraint and shame was now abandoned, and the timid girl, or modest mother of a family, or decent farmer, goaded by the same wild and tyrannical cravings, urged their claims with as much turbulent solicitation and outcry as if they had been trained, since their very infancy, to all the forms of impudent cant and imposture. This, our readers will admit, was a most deplorable state of things. But unfortunately we cannot limit the truth of our descriptions to the scenes we have just attempted to portray. The misery which prevailed, as it had more than one source, so had it more than one aspect. There were, in the first place, scattered over the country a vast number of strong farmers, with bursting granaries and immense haggards, who, without coming under the odious denomination of misers or meal mongers, are in the habit of keeping up their provisions in large quantities because they can afford to do so, until a year of scarcity arrives, when they draw upon their stock precisely when famine and prices are both at their highest. In addition to these, there was another still viler class. We mean the hard-hearted and well-known misers, men who at every time and in every season prey upon the distress and destitution of the poor, and who can never look upon a promising spring or an abundant harvest without an inward sense of ingratitude against God for his goodness, or upon a season of drought or a failing crop, unless with a thankful feeling of devotion for the approaching calamity. During such periods and under such circumstances, these men, including those of both classes, and the famished people in general, live and act under antagonistic principles. Hunger, they say, will break through stone walls. And when we reflect that in addition to this irresistible stimulus we may add a spirit of strong prejudice and resentment against these heartless persons, it is not surprising that the starving multitudes should, in the ravening madness of famine, follow up its outrageous impulses, and forget those legal restraints or moral principles that protect property under ordinary or different circumstances. It was just at this precise period, therefore, that the people, impelled by hunger and general misery, began to burst out into that excited stupefaction which is, we believe, peculiar to famine riots. And what rendered them still more exasperated than they probably would have been, was the long lines of provision carts which met or intermingled with the funerals on the public thoroughfares, while on their way to the neighboring harbors for exportation. Such indeed was the extraordinary fact. Day after day, vessels laden with Irish provisions, drawn from a population perishing with actual hunger, as well as with the pestilence which it occasioned, were passing out of our ports, while, singular as it may seem, other vessels came in, freighted with our own provisions, sent back through the charity of England to our relief. It is not our business any more than it is our inclination to dwell here upon the state of those sumptuary enactments which reflected such honor upon the legislative wisdom that permitted our country to arrive at the lamentable condition we have attempted to describe. We merely mention the facts, and leave to those who possess position and ability the task of giving to this extraordinary state of things a more effectual attention. Without the least disposition, however, to defend or justify any violation of the laws, we may be permitted to observe that the very witnessing of such facts as these, by destitute and starving multitudes, was in itself such a temptation to break in upon the provisions thus transmitted, as it was scarcely within the strength of men, furious with famine, to resist. Be this as it may, however, it is our duty as a faithful historian to state that at the present period of our narrative, the famine riots had begun to assume something of an alarming aspect. Several carts had been attacked and pillaged, some strong farmers had been visited, and 2 or 3 misers were obliged to become benevolent with rather a bad grace. At the head of these parties were 2 persons mentioned in these pages, to wit, Thomas Dalton and Red Eody Duncan, together with several others of various estimation and character, some of them, as might be naturally expected, the most daring and turbulent spirits in the neighborhood. Such then was the miserable state of things in the country at that particular period. The dreadful typhus was now abroad in all his deadly power, accompanied on this occasion, as he always is among the Irish, by a panic which invested him with tenfold terrors. The moment fever was ascertained, or even supposed, to visit a family, that moment the infected persons were avoided by their neighbors and friends as if they carried death, as they often did, about them, so that its presence occasioned all the usual interchanges of civility and good neighborhood to be discontinued. Nor should this excite our wonder, inasmuch as this terrific scourge, though unquestionably an epidemic, was also ascertained to be dangerously and fatally contagious. None of them but persons of extraordinary moral strength, or possessing powerful impressions of religious duty, had courage to enter the houses of the sick or dead, for the purpose of rendering to the afflicted those offices of humanity which their circumstances required, if we except only their nearest relatives or those who lived in the same family. Having thus endeavored to give what we feel to be but a faint picture of the state of the kingdom at large in this memorable year, we beg our readers to accompany us once more to the cabin of our moody and mysterious friend, the Black Prophet. Evening was now tolerably far advanced. Donnel Dhu sat gloomily, as usual, looking into the fire, with no agreeable aspect, while on the opposite side sat Nelly, as silent and nearly as gloomy looking as himself. Every now and then his black piercing eye would stray over to her, as if in a state of abstraction, and again with that undetermined kind of significance which made it doubtful whether the subject matter of his cogitations was concerned with her at all or not. In this position were they placed when Sarah entered the cabin, and throwing aside her cloak, seated herself in front of the fire, something about halfway between each. She also appeared moody, and if one could judge by her countenance, felt equally disposed to melancholy or ill temper. "Well, madam," said her father, "I hope it's no offence to ask where you have been sportin' yourself since? I suppose you went to see Charley Hanlon, or what is better, his master, young Dick o' the Grange?" "No," she replied, "I did not. Charley Hanlon! Oh, no." "Well, his master?" "Don't vex me, don't vex me," she replied abruptly. "I don't wish to fight about nothin', or about trifles, or to give bad answers; but still, don't vex me, I say." "There's somethin' in the wind now," observed Nelly. "She's gettin' fast into one of her tantrums. I know it by her eyes. She'd as soon whale me now as cry; and she'd just as soon cry as whale me. Oh, my lady, I know you. Here, at any rate, will you have your supper?" The resentment which had been gathering at Nelly's coarse observations disappeared the moment the question as to supper had been put to her. "Oh, why don't you?" she said, "and why didn't you always speak to me in a kind voice?" "But about young Dick," said the suspicious prophet, "did you see him since?" "No," she replied, calmly and thoughtfully; but, as if catching by reflection the base import of the query, she replied in a loud and piercing voice, rendered at once full and keen by indignation, "No, I say, and don't dare to suspect me of going to Dick o' the Grange, or any such profligate. Hollo, there's a breeze," after a pause, "you won't bate us, I hope. Then, madame, where were you?" Short as was the period that had passed since her reply, and the putting of this last question, she had relapsed or fallen into a mood of such complete abstraction that she heard him not. With her naturally beautiful and taper hand under her still more finely chiselled chin, she sat looking, in apparent sorrow and perplexity, into the fire, and while so engaged, she sighed deeply 2 or 3 times. "Never mind her, man," said Nelly; "let her alone, and don't draw an old house on our heads. She has had a fight with Charley Hanlon, I suppose. Maybe he has refused to marry her, if he ever had any notion of it, which I don't think he had." Sarah rose up, and approaching her, said, "What is that you were saying?" "Charley Hanlon. Never name him and me together from this minute out. I like him well enough as an acquaintance, but never name us together as sweethearts, mark my words now. I would go any length to sarve Charley Hanlon, but I care nothing for him beyond an acquaintance, although I did like him a little, or I thought I did." "Poor Charley," exclaimed Nelly, "he'll break his heart. Arrah, what'll he do for a piece of black crape to get into mournin', eh? Ha, ha, ha!" "If you had made use of them words to me only yesterday," she replied, "I'd punish you on the spot; but now, you unfortunate woman, you're below my anger. Say what you will or what you wish, another quarrel with you I will never have." "What does she mean?" said the other, looking fiercely at the prophet. "I ax you, you traitor, what she means?" "Ay, and you'll ask me till you're hoarse before you get an answer," he replied. "You're a dark and deep villain," she uttered, while her face became crimson with rage, and the veins of her neck and temples swelled out as if they would burst. "However, I told you what your fate would be, and that Providence was on your bloody trail. Ay, did I, and you'll find it true soon." The prophet rose and rushed at her, but Sarah, with the quickness of lightning, flew between them. "Don't be so mean," she said. "Don't now, father. If you rise your hand to her, I'll never sleep a night under the roof. Why don't you separate yourself from her? Oh, no, the man that would rise his hand to such a woman, to a woman that must have the conscience she has, especially when he could put the salt seas between himself and her, is worse and meaner than she is. As for me, I'm leavin' this house in a day or two, for my mind's made up that the same roof won't cover us." "The divil go wid you and sixpence then," replied Nelly, disdainfully, "and then you'll want neither money nor company. But before you go, I'd thank you to tell me what has become of the old tobaccy box that you pulled out of the wall the other day. I know you were lookin' for it, and I'm sure you got it. There was no one else to take it. So before you go, tell me, unless you wish to get a knife put into me by that dark lookin' old father of yours. I know nothing about your old box, but I wish I did." "That's a lie, you strap. You know right well where it is." "No," replied her father, "she does not, when she says she doesn't. Did you ever know her to tell a lie?" "Ay, did I, 50." The Prophet rushed at her again, and again did Sarah interpose. "You vile old tarmagint," he exclaimed, "you're statin' what you feel to be false, when you say so. Right well you know that neither you nor I nor any one else ever heard a lie from her lips, and yet you have the brass to say to the contrary." "Father," said Sarah, "there's but one course for you. As for me, my mind's made up. In this house I don't stay if she does." "If you think of what I spoke to you about," he replied, "all would soon be right with us. But then you're so unreasonable and full of foolish notions, that it's hard for me to know what to do, especially as I wish to do all for the best." "Well," rejoined Sarah, "I'll speak to you again about it. At this time I'm disturbed and uneasy in my mind. I'm unhappy, and I hardly knows on what hand to turn. I'm afeard I was born for a hard fate, and that the day of my doom isn't far from me. All, father, is dark before me. My heart is indeed low and full of sorrow, and sometimes I could almost tear any one that 'ud contradict me. Anyway, I'm unhappy." As she uttered the last words, her father, considerably surprised at the melancholy tenor of her language, looked at her, and perceived that whilst she spoke, her large black eyes were full of distress and swam in tears. "Don't be a fool, Sarah," said he. "It's not a trifle should make any one cry in such a world as this. If Charley Hanlon and you has quarrelled, it was only the case with thousands before you. If he don't marry you, maybe as good or better will, for sure, as the old proverb says, there's as good fish in the say as ever was catched. In the meantime, think what I said to you, and all will be right." Sarah looked not at him, but whilst he spoke, she hastily dried her tears, and ere half a minute had passed, her face had assumed a firm and somewhat of an indignant expression. Little, however, did her father then dream of the surprising change which one short day had brought about in her existence, nor of the strong passions which one unhappy interview had awakened in her generous but unregulated heart. CHAPTER XVIII. Love Wins the Race from Profligacy. Donnel Dhu M'Gowan's reputation as a prophecy man arose, in the first instance, as much on account of his mysterious pretensions to a knowledge of the quack prophecies of his day, Pastorini, Columbkill, etc., and such stuff, as from any pretensions he claimed to foretell the future. In the course of time, however, by assuming to be a seventh son, he availed himself of the credulity and ignorance of the people, and soon added a pretended insight into futurity to his powers of interpreting Pastorini and all the catchpenny trash of the kind which then circulated among the people. This imposture, in course of time, produced its effect. Many, it is true, laughed at his impudent assumptions, but on the other hand hundreds were strongly impressed with a belief in the mysterious and rhapsodical predictions which he was in the habit of uttering. Among the latter class we may reckon simple-hearted Jerry Sullivan and family, all of whom, Mave herself included, placed the most religious confidence in the oracles he gave forth. It was then with considerable agitation and palpitating heart that on the day following that of Donnel's visit to her father's she approached the Grey Stone, where, in the words of the prophet, she should meet the young man who was going to bring her love, wealth, and happiness, and all that a woman can wish to have with a man. The agitation she felt, however, was the result of a depression that almost amounted to despair. Her faithful heart was fixed but upon one alone, and she knew that her meeting with any other could not, so far as she was concerned, realize the golden visions of Donnel Dhu. The words, however, could not be misunderstood. The first person she met on the right side of the way after passing the Grey Stone was to be the individual, and when we consider her implicit belief in Donnel's prophecy, contrasted with her own impressions and the state of mind in which she approached the place, we may form a tolerably accurate notion of what she must have experienced. On arriving within 200 yards or so of the spot mentioned, she observed in the distance, about half a mile before her, a gentleman on horseback approaching her at rapid speed. Her heart, on perceiving him, literally sank within her, and she felt so weak as to be scarcely able to proceed. "Oh, what," she at length asked herself, "would I not now give but for one glance of young Condy Dalton? But it is not to be. The unfortunate murder of my uncle has prevented that for ever, although I can't get myself to believe that any of the Daltons ever did it. But maybe that's because I wish they didn't. The general opinion is, that his father is the man that did it. May the Lord forgive them, whoever they are, that took his life, for it was a black act to me at any rate." Across the road before her ran one of those little deep valleys or large ravines, and into this had the horseman disappeared as she closed the soliloquy. He had not, however, at all slackened his pace, but, on the contrary, evidently increased it, as she could hear by the noise of his horse's feet. At this moment she reached the brow of the ravine, and our readers may form some conception of what she felt when, on looking down it, she saw her lover, young Dalton, toiling up towards her with feeble and failing steps, while pressing after him from the bottom came young Henderson, urging his horse with whip and spur. Her heart, which had that moment bounded with delight, now utterly failed her on perceiving the little chance which the poor young man had of being the first to meet her, and thus fulfil the prophecy. Henderson was gaining upon him at a rapid pace, and must in a few minutes have passed him, had not woman's wit and presence of mind came to her assistance. "If he cannot run up the hill," she said to herself, "I can run to him down it." And as the thought occurred to her, she started towards him at her greatest speed, which indeed was considerable, as her form was of that light and elastic description which betokens great powers of activity and exertion. The struggle indeed was close. Henderson now plied whip and spur with redoubled energy, and the animal was approaching at full speed. Mave, on the other hand, urged by 1,000 motives, forgot everything but the necessity of exertion. Dalton was incapable of running a step, and appeared not to know the cause of the contest between the parties. At length Mave, by her singular activity and speed, reached her lover, into whose arms she actually ran, just as Henderson had come within a few dozen yards of the spot where she met him. This effort on the part of Mave was in perfect accordance with the simple earnestness of her character, her youthful figure, her innocence of manner, the glow of beauty, and the crowd of blushing graces which the act developed, together with the joyous exultation of her triumph on reaching her lover's arms, and thus securing to herself and him completion of so delightful a prediction. All, when taken in at one view, rendered her being so irresistibly fascinating, that her lover could scarcely look upon the incident as a real one, but for a moment almost persuaded himself that his beloved Mave had undergone some delightful and glorious transformation, such as he had seen her assume in the dreams of his late illness. Henderson, finding himself disappointed, now pulled up his horse and addressed her. "Upon my word, Miss Sullivan, I believe," he added, "I have the pleasure of addressing Jeremy Sullivan's daughter, so far famed for her beauty. I say, upon my word, Miss Sullivan, your speed outstrips the wind. Those light and beautiful feet of yours scarcely touch the ground. I am certain you must dance delightfully." Mave again blushed, and immediately extricated herself from her lover's arms, but before she did, she felt his frame trembling with indignation at the liberty Henderson had taken in addressing her at all. "Dalton," the latter proceeded, unconscious of the passion he was exciting, "I cannot but envy you at all events. I would myself delight to be a winning post under such circumstances." Dalton looked at him, and his eye, like that of his father when enraged, glared with a deadly light. "Pass on, sir," he replied. "Mave Sullivan is no girl for the like of you to address. She wishes to have no conversation with you, and she will not." "I shan't take your word for that, my good friend," replied Henderson, smiling. "She can speak for herself, and will too, I trust." "Dear Condy," whispered Mave, "don't put yourself in a passion; you are too weak to bear it." "Miss Sullivan," proceeded young Dick, "is a pretty girl, and as such I claim a portion of her attention, and, should she so far favor me, even of her conversation, and that with every respect for your very superior judgment, my good Mr. Dalton." "What is your object now in wishing to speak to her?" asked the latter, looking him sternly in the face. "I don't exactly see that I'm bound to answer your catechism," said Dick. "It is to Miss Sullivan I should address myself. I speak to you, Miss Sullivan, and allow me to say that I feel a very warm interest in your welfare, and nothing would give me greater pleasure than to promote it by any means in my power." Mave was about to reply, but Dalton anticipated her. "The only favor you can bestow upon Miss Sullivan, as you are pleased to call her, is to pass her by," said Dalton. "She wishes to have no intimacy or conversation of any kind with such a noted profligate. She knows your character, Mr. Henderson, or if she doesn't, I do, and that it's as much as a decent girl's good name is worth to be seen spakin' to you. Now I tell you again to pass on. Don't force either yourself or your conversation upon her, if you're wise. I'm here to protect her, and I won't see her insulted for nothing." "Do you mean that as a threat, my good fellow?" "If you think it is a threat, don't deserve it, and you won't get it. If right was to take place, our family would have a heavy account to settle with you and yours, and it wouldn't be wise in you to add this to it." "Ha, I see. Oh, I understand you, I think. More threatening, eh?" "As I said before," replied Dalton, "that's as you may deserve it. Your cruelty and injustice and oppression to our family we might overlook, but I tell you that if you become the means of bringin' a stain, the slightest that ever was breathed, upon the fair name of this girl, it would be 1,000 times better that you never were born." "Ah, indeed!" Master Dalton. But in the meantime, what does Miss Sullivan herself say? We are anxious to hear your own sentiments on this matter, Miss Sullivan." "I would feel obliged to you to pass on, sir," she replied. "Condy Dalton is ill, and badly able to bear such a conversation as this." "Here," said Dalton, fiercely laying his hand upon Mave's shoulder, "if you cross my path here, or leave but a shadow of a stain, as I said, upon her name, woe betide you." "Your wishes are commands to me, Miss Sullivan," replied Henderson, without noticing Dalton's denunciation in the slightest degree; "and I trust that when we meet again, you won't be guarded by such a terrible bow wow of a dragon as has now charge of you. Good bye, and accept my best wishes until then." He immediately set spurs once more to his horse, and in a few minutes had turned at the cross roads, and taken that which led to his father's house. "It was well for him," said Dalton, immediately after he had left them, "that I hadn't a loaded pistol in my hand. But no, dear Mave," he added, checking himself, "the hasty temper and the hasty blow is the fault of our family, and so far as I am concerned, I'll do everything to overcome it." Mave now examined him somewhat more earnestly than she had done, and although grieved at his thin and wasted appearance, yet she could not help being forcibly struck by the singular clearness and manly beauty of his features. And yet this beauty filled her heart with anything but satisfaction, for on contemplating it she saw that it was overshadowed by an expression of such settled sorrow and dejection as it was impossible to look upon without the deepest compassion and sympathy. "We had better rest a little, dear Mave," he said; "you must be fatigued, and so am I. Turn back a little, will you, and let us sit upon the Grey Stone. It's the only thing in the shape of a seat that is now near us. Have you any objection?" "None in the world," she replied. "I'll be time enough at my uncle's, especially as I don't intend to come home to night." They accordingly sauntered back, and took their seat upon the ledge of the stone in question, that almost concealed them from observation, after which the dialogue proceeded as follows: "Condy," observed Mave, "I was glad to hear that you recovered from the fever, but I'm sorry to see you look so ill. There is a great deal of care in your face." "There is, dear Mave, there is," he replied, with a melancholy smile, "and a great deal of care in my heart. You look thin yourself, and careworn too, dear." "We are not without our own struggles at home," she replied, "as indeed who is now? But we had more than ourselves to fret for." "Who?" he asked; but on putting the question, he saw a look of such tender reproach in her eye as touched him. "Kind heart," he exclaimed, "kindest and best of hearts, why should I ax such a question? Surely I ought to know you. I am glad I met you, Mave, for I have many things to say to you, and it's hard to say when I may have an opportunity again." "I know that is true," said she, "but I did not expect to meet you here. Mave," he proceeded, in a voice filled with melancholy and sadness, "you acknowledged that you loved me." She looked at him, and that look moved him to the heart. "I know you do love me," he proceeded, "and now, dear Mave, the thought of that fills my heart with sorrow." She started slightly, and looked at him again with a good deal of surprise; but on seeing his eyes filled with tears, she also caught the contagion, and asked with deep emotion, "Why, dear Condy, why does my love for you make your heart sorrowful?" "Because I have no hope," said he, "no hope that ever you can be mine." Mave remained silent, for she knew the insurmountable obstacles that prevented their union, but she wept afresh. "When I saw your father last behind your garden, the day I struck Donnel Dhu," Dalton proceeded, "I told him what I then believed to be true, that my father never had a hand in your uncle's death. Mave, dear, I cannot tell a lie, nor I will not. I couldn't say as much to him now. I'm afeard that his death is on my father's soul." Mave started and got pale at the words. "Great God!" she exclaimed, "don't say so, Con dear. Oh, no, no. Is it your father that was always so good and so generous to every one that stood in need of it at his hands, and who was also so charitable to the poor?" "Ay," said he was charitable to the poor, but of late I've heard him say things that nobody but a man that has some great crime to answer for could or would say. I believe, too, that what the public says is right, that it's the hand of God himself that's upon him and us for that murder." "But maybe," said Mave, who still continued pale and trembling, "maybe it was accidentally after all, a chance blow, maybe. But whatever it was, dear Con, let us speak no more about it. I am not able to listen to it. It would sicken me soon." "Very well, dear, we'll drop it, and I hope I'm wrong, for I can't think after all that a man with such a kind and tender heart as my father, pious man too, could—" he paused a moment, and then added, "Oh no, I'm surely wrong. He never did the act. However, as we said, I'll drop it, for indeed, dear Mave, I have enough that's sorrowful and heartbreaking to speak about over and above that unfortunate subject." "I hope," said Mave, "that there's nothing worse than your own illness, and you know, thanks be to the Almighty, you're recoverin' fast from that." "My poor lovin' sister Nancy," said he, "was laid down yesterday mornin' with this terrible faver. She was our chief dependence. We could stand it out no longer. I could and can do nothing. And my mother this mornin'" his tears fell so fast, and his affliction was so deep, that he was not able for a time to proceed. "Oh, what about her?" asked Mave, participating in his grief. "Oh, what about her that every one loves?" "She was obliged to go out this mornin'," he proceeded, "to beg openly in the face of day among neighbors. Now, Mave Sullivan, farewell," said he, rising, while his face was crimsoned over with shame, "farewell, Mave Sullivan. All, from this minute, is over between you and me. The son of a beggar must never become your husband, will never call you his wife, even if there was no other reason against it." The melancholy but lovely girl rose with him. She trembled, she blushed, and again got pale, then blushed once more. At length she spoke. "And is that, dear Con, all that you yet know of Mave Sullivan's heart, or of the love for you that's in it? Your mother! Oh, and is it come to that with her? But do you think that even that, or anything that wouldn't be a crime in yourself? Or do you think— oh, I know not what to say. I see now, dear Con, the reason for the sorrow that's in your face, the heartbreak and the care that's there. I see indeed how low in spirits and how hopeless you are, and I see that although your eye is clear, still it's heavy with heart affliction. But then what is love, Con dear, if it's to fly away when these things come on us? Is it now, then, that you'd expect me to desert you, to keep cool with you, or to leave you when you have no other heart to go to for any comfort but mine? Oh no, Con dear, your own Mave Sullivan is none of these. God knows it's little comfort," she proceeded, weeping bitterly, "it's little comfort in my poor heart for any one. But there's one thing in it, Con dear, that poor as I stand here this minute, and where, oh, where is there or could there be a poorer girl than I am, still there's one thing in it that I wouldn't exchange for this world's wealth, and that, dear Con, is my love for you. That's the love, dear Con, that neither this world, nor its cares, nor its shame, nor its poverty, nor its sorrow can ever overcome or banish. That's the love that would live with you in wealth, that would keep by your side through good and through evil, that would share your sickness, that would rejoice with you, that would grieve with you, beg with you, starve with you, and to go where you might die by your side. I cannot bid you to throw care and sorrow away, but if it's consolation to you to know and to feel how your own Mave Sullivan loves you, then you have that consolation. Dear Con, I am ready to marry you and share your distress tomorrow. Ay, this day or this minute, if it could be done." There was a gentle, calm, but firm enthusiasm about her manner, which carried immediate conviction with it, and as her tears fell in silence, she bestowed a look upon her lover which fully and tenderly confirmed all that her tongue had uttered. Both had been standing, but her lover, taking her hand, sat down, as she also did. He then turned around and pressed her to his heart, and their tears in this melancholy embrace of love and sorrow both literally mingled together. "I would be ungrateful to God, my beloved Mave," he replied, "and unworthy of you, and indeed at best I'm not worthy of you, if I didn't take hope and courage when I know that such a girl loves me. As it is, I feel my heart easier and my spirits lighter, although at the same time, dear Mave, I'm very weak and far from being well. That's because this disturbance of your mind is too much for you yet. But keep your spirits up. You don't know," she continued, smiling sweetly through her tears, "what a delightful prophecy was fulfilled for us this day, ay, a while ago, even when I met you." "No," he replied, "what was it?" She then detailed the particulars of Donnel Dhu's prediction, which she dwelt upon with very cheerful spirit, after which she added, "And now, Con dear, don't you think that's a sign we'll be yet happy?" Dalton, who placed no reliance whatever on Donnel Dhu's impostures, still felt reluctant to destroy the hope occasioned by such an agreeable illusion. "Well," he replied, "although I don't much believe in anything that old scoundrel says, I trust for all that he has told you truth for wanst." "But how did you happen to come here, Con?" she asked. "To be here at this very minute, too?" "Why," said he, "I was desired to be the first to meet you after you passed the Grey Stone, the very one we're sittin' on, if I loved you and wished to serve you." "But who on earth could tell you this?" she asked, "because I thought no livin' bein' knew of it beside myself and Donnel Dhu." "It was Sarah, his daughter," said Dalton; "but when I asked her why I should come to do so, she wouldn't tell me. She said if I wished to save you from evil, or at any rate from trouble. That's a strange girl, his daughter," he added; "she makes one do whatever she likes." "Isn't she very handsome?" said Mave, with an expression of admiration. "I think she's without exception the prettiest girl I ever seen, and her beautiful figure beats all. But somehow they say every one's afraid of her, and dursn't vex her." "She examined me well yesterday, at all events," replied Con. "I thought them broad, black, beautiful eyes of her would look through me. Many a wager has been laid as to which is the handsomest, you or she, and I know hundreds that'd give a great deal to see you both beside one another." "Indeed, and she has it then," said Mave, "far and away, in face, in figure, and in everything." "I don't think so," he replied; "but at any rate not in everything. Not in the heart, dear Mave, not in the heart." "They say she's kind hearted, then," replied Mave. "They do," said Con, "and I don't know how it comes, but somehow every one loves her, and every one fears her at the same time. She asked me yesterday if I thought my father murdered Sullivan." "Oh, for God's sake, don't talk about it," said Mave, again getting pale; "I can't bear to hear it spoken of." The Grey Stone, on a low ledge of which, nearly concealed from public view, our lovers had been sitting, was, in point of size, a very large rock of irregular size. After the last words alluding to the murder had been uttered, an old man, very neatly but plainly dressed, and bearing a pedlar's pack, came round from behind a projection of it and approached them. From his position it was all but certain that he must have overheard their whole conversation. Mave, on seeing him, blushed deeply, and Dalton himself felt considerably embarrassed at the idea that the stranger had been listening, and became acquainted with circumstances that were never designed for any other ears but their own. The old man, on making his appearance, surveyed our lovers from head to foot with a curious and inquisitive eye, a circumstance which, taken in connection with his eavesdropping, was not at all relished by young Dalton. "I think you will know us again," said he, in no friendly voice. "How long have you been sittin' behind the corner there?" he inquired. "I hope I may know yez again," replied the pedlar, for he was one. "I was just long enough behind the corner to hear some of what you were spakin' about last." "And what was that?" said Dalton, putting him to the test. "You were talkin' about the murder of one Sullivan." "We were," replied Dalton; "but I'll thank you to say nothing further about it. It's disagreeable to both of us, distressin' to both of us." "I don't understand that," said the old pedlar. "How can it be so to either of you, if you're not consarned in it one way or other?" "We are, then," said Dalton with warmth. "The man that was killed was this girl's uncle, and the man that was supposed to take his life is my father. Maybe you understand me now." The blood left the cheeks of the old man, who staggered over to the ledge whereon they sat, and placed himself beside them. "God of heaven!" said he, with astonishment, "can this be true?" "Now that you know what you do know," said Dalton, "we'll thank you to drop the subject." "Well, I will," said he; "but first, for heaven's sake, answer me a question or two. What's your name, avick?" "Condy Dalton." "Ay, Condy Dalton, the Lord be about us! And Sullivan was the name of the man that was murdered, you say?" "Yes, Bartley Sullivan, God rest him." "And whisper, tell me, God presarve us, was there anything done to your father, avick?" "What was done to him?" "Why, he was taken up on suspicion soon after it happened." But there was nothing done. They had no proof against him, and he was let go again." "Is your father alive still?" "He is livin'," replied Dalton. "But come, pass on, old man," he added bitterly; "I'll give you no more information." "Well, thank you, dear," said the pedlar. "I ax your pardon for givin' you pain, and the colleen here. Ah, you're a Sullivan, then, and a purty but sorrowful lookin' crature you are, God knows. Poor things! God pity you both, and grant you a better fate than what appears to be before you, for I did hear a trifle of your discourse." Section 8.